Flounder is such a storied player. I feel like he's been here for so long, but internationally he has like popped up his head here and there, like popped up the head, won at EDG 2021, and now he's once again at the top. And I feel like he kind of spearheaded this kind of identity that we recognize AG.AL with, which is this really emphasis on team fights. Every single thing this team does, it is as a team, and Flounder is so willing to really lead into this identity. And I want you guys to pay attention now when they play each other and look at the angles that AG.AL are setting up. They always try to get these angles. I will hammer it home until you guys see it as well as I do, because there's just always so many cool things happening on the sidelines. And comparing that to the identity of T1, which is that I feel like they're a team that squeezes water out of a stone. You know, there's a situation and they just like get so much out of it that no other team would ever get. And it's just such a cool matchup between these, because it's the team-wide identity of AG.AL and just like the individual super prowess of T1.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you have it. You're talking about two very unique, teams here, and what better word to encapsulate that than for T1, right? T1 is the team. They are the main character. They've been that throughout the history of League of Legends. And before that, Valdez, back in StarCraft 2, every single tournament and game that they've played in. And this roster, no different. The back-to-back reigning world champions and the current title defenders here at the Esports World Cup, the inaugural winners of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. They look to do it again with that slightly tweaked roster, as you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Korean org in esports. And, you know, same can be said for League of Legends, especially the second that Faker came onto this roster. It has always revolved around him. And this roster with Owner Guma and Keria alongside of him has been solid for many, many years now. And now with Owner coming in, or rather, Doran, combine those two players coming in, it did feel like, okay, there were some questions and then there was some iffiness with Guma as well. But the second that international started, I don't know, they're just back here, and it's weird. Obviously, GenG is like the big favorite from Korea, but T1 is right behind them. And who knows, at this tournament, maybe it's something special at EWC. They can make it happen again.
I just love watching T1 play, but I always tell people that I don't know how much you can learn if you're another pro team from watching T1, just because the way they play is so unique, and it feels like, kind of like Finn said, they just squeeze water out of a rock. They do stuff that doesn't make any sense. You look at their setup for a fight and you think, oh, this looks really bad for them, and then somehow they just make it work. They just do magical stuff, even when their setups aren't perfect, and they kind of really excel in chaotic games where there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to what's going on, which makes them so fun to watch. I think they're by far the most entertaining team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's like when I was a pro player and I was analyzing T1 games for my own improvement, it was like I had to rewatch a team fight 7-8 times, because every time I rewatched the fight, I saw a new thing that someone did. It was like so cool, but it's like this micro little step. And here we see the head-to-head between the matchup I think most people are excited about. Owner versus Tarzan, two incredibly talented Korean junglers that have accomplished so much on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, you'd still be playing if you had one of those junglers right there, making top lane super, super easy.
Right.
But that is going to be one of our, I believe in you. That's going to be one of our key head-to-heads here, but you go up and down this one. You can pick a lane. You can pick a matchup. It's going to be brilliant. 1 minute before we head on over to stage. So, Medios, let's start with you. What do you think is going to happen here?
I am going to predict T1, because it's an international tournament. They beat him last time, and while I don't think it's going to be super one-sided, I just don't see T1 losing.
All right, the Valve analyst, yeah, you know.
What do you guys think? What is my prediction here? Is it 2-0 or 2-1? Yeah, I do think that T1 will win. I do think something special. I don't know, it's just the T1 effect. When they get in internationals, when they get on the big stage, they can handle the pressure more than any other team, including AG.AL, just like last time at MSI. I think they do it again.
Finn, final thoughts, quick.
I'm gonna have to go a step aside there and say AG.AL has learned from their MSI defeat, and they're gonna come in here very hungry, and they want to prove that they are better.
Well, when T1 plays, the world stops and watches. They will do battle against their new nemesis. It is AG.AL and T1 for a spot in the grand finals.
我觉得 T1 作为对手来说是真的非常的强了，因为他们就算是先进入到逆风，比如说我们的比分领先于他们，但是他们的整体不管是运营的思路还是他们的打法都不会说是那种缩在后面，他们一定会跟你们抢，然后尽量把资源都把小龙都控下来，所以我觉得他们这一点是心态特别好的，而且他们游戏的执行上也特别好，所以我觉得是一个非常强的对手。
일단 아직 팀적으로 분위기나 컨디션이 완벽하진 않다고 생각되고요. 그래도 이긴 거에 의미를 두고 AL전을 잘 준비하면 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. MSI 때 맛부터 봤기 때문에 되게 한타 팀파이트를 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고요. 그리고 뭐 언제든 이번에 우승했던 젠지라든지 또 준우승했던 저희도 이길 수 있는 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
我觉得要打败 T1 的话，首先要做到的是我们前期资源团的那些策略一定要做好，就哪些小龙、哪些草丛能控，能跟他们对战，要放，这样我们一定要把这个想好。
일단 작년에 저희가 EWC 초대 우승자이기 때문에 이번에도 그 우승 리핏을 디펜딩을 할 수 있다면 좋을 것 같고 또 MSI 때 준우승을 했기 때문에 그런 아쉬움을 달랠 수 있는 기회가 될 것 같습니다.
Making it this far is a feat in itself. Make it to tomorrow, you get the chance to fight for the right to be called best in the world.
Let's talk numbers. 12 teams have landed in Riyadh. Only 4 remains from 3 different regions. And only 1 shot at the grand final with 0 room for mistakes.
We begin with a banger. An MSI rematch that went the distance. This time around, they are working towards this trophy, club championship points, and a monster share of our $2 million prize pool.
It's a rerun with huge implications. Every draft, every dragon, every second matters. Ian, shall we welcome the teams?
We welcome it. Riyadh, should we bring out the teams?
All right, up next, China's rising stars to 3rd place at MSI. They are back and they want revenge. It's AG.AL.
Their opponents, a global dynasty chasing another shot at glory, led by the greatest to ever do it, T1!
One seeks redemption, the other retaliation. A priceless opportunity is on the line. Let's begin.
This is the land of MSI rematches. This is the land of AL and T1 battling it out in another 5-game series rematch that only goes to 3, but hot am I excited for it. My name's Težak. I'm joined by Orcs and Finn as we take 3 into the battle of 3.
Welcome to the cast. How you doing?
And I am excited because I could not have wished for a better game than this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one looking to be a banger. It went to 5 games at MSI, and that was obviously super hype. And I think AG.AL, unfortunately, despite getting super close, didn't manage to get a series win over the LCK teams at MSI. Now looking for that opportunity again.
It does feel like AL showed us a lot. It felt like AL showed the improvement over the tournament, and as we got into that 5-game series, we got to the end. T1, the clutch factor came out. Every single international, bar that grand final. It feels like we always see T1 when it matters most, they cross the finish line.
And it is this thing that people say about T1 is that they are the best team in the world at improving. And there was an LPL coach, I remember, that said, every team enters an international tournament with their own problems, and the team that wins it is the one that fixes those problems. And I feel like this is the story of T1. No matter what issues they face before an international, the moment they get there, it's like they all really find those compromises, they find that middle ground, and they really work out how they want to play the game, and that's why they are so successful.
I think it's also because, you know, the longer the tournament goes as well, obviously they've got that experience in problem solving, and it's been said, you know, over MSI, it was a shorter tournament, people were worried about how they were going to improve and adapt. EWC is an even shorter tournament. It only goes for the period of 5-6 days. Like, we're not even into a week. And T1 now have to adapt against the next strongest team in the tournament outside of GenG.
I will say, though, because it is the same patch as MSI, you know, allows that continuation of figuring out and adjusting on what champions are working best for them, what champions they think are higher priority. We've seen picks like, you know, the TF, the Callisto Renata, which were super high priority in MSI, really fall to the wayside and just not really work out for a lot of teams.
Yeah, curious as we get into drafts here what kind of approach these teams get. We see a lot of the skirmish-heavy jungler bans being taken out. Pantheon, Varus have been the main 2 bans on red side that we see almost every single game. And now it's where it gets a little bit more open. You can look
Halo kolega. Dobar dan ljudi. Pa dobro jutro, dobar dan. Šta ima?
Joj, pravo ti kažem, mrtav, nešto umoran, nešto ne znam šta mi je, ali dobar. Mnogo obaveza, mnogo kolega.
Jesi spavao bar?
Ma jes, kako si ti?
Sve isto osim zadnjih
Osim zadnjih
dijela. Osim zadnjeg dijela. To je taj deo. Lego sam, ne znam ja više kad sam lego. I što je najgore, spavao sam 2 puta po 2 sata, tako da ni ta 4 sata nisu bila kvalitetna. Ali dobro, bože moj, biće bolje, još 2 dana i onda možda i neka stabilizacija, ja se nadam. Imamo 2 dana stabilizujemo ZBL, tako da...
Svakako, hoćeš da mi obavesti šta je bilo u prethodna 2 dana kad ja nisam bio tu, malo da mi kažeš je bilo nešto interesantno.
Pa u suštini najinteresantnija stvar možda jeste bila činjenica da je Koji odveo Tivanu 3. game.
Dobro.
Mimo toga, GenG je stompovo Fly. Ono što je bilo možda wow je G2 je dobio BLG.
Ozbiljno?
Nije ni meni jasno kako. BB je odlučio da igra League of Legends. Što je također bilo ovo. I AL je dobio Hanvu. Znači su ovdje. S tim da ima smisla. Mislim, AL je prva Kine, Hanva je 3. ekipa iz Koreje. Zevs je baš rundownovo. Jako je loš igrao. Čak i u laneu, što nije toliko tipično za njega. Tako da, u suštini 2 dana puna upseta, iskreno. Mimo GenG-a koji je samo stompao Fly u 2 partije bez problema. Oni su kao došli, pobedili i otišli. Mislim da ovdje svakako i dalje Tivan ulazi kao favorit, ali kažem, AL je bio solidan, tako da ne bih ih otpisao ovoj seriji.
Ajde vidimo. T1 svakako pokazao klasu na MSI-u, tako da ulaze kao favoriti, ne možemo da kažemo da ne ulaze. Hope je imao fenomenalan Lucian game na MSI-u također, onaj kvadra kill. Ima tipa 14 killova na kraju samog gema, tako da Lucian Brown više nego priority za prvog predstavnika iz Kine. Neće valjda. Ovo bi bila Aurora top. Hoće valjda. I ne znam šta im još fali. Moraju da uzme nešto u džungli, Cin, Anton, Banovani, možda ne mogu nešto AP. Doktor, ne guess. Previše im je AP-a, tako da Nocturne fine. Trundle također sve. Meta jungleri. Jel ima onako solidnu kompoziciju. Uprilično orijentisanu ka individualcima. Carrya nažalost dobija previše supportova koji nisu njegovoga tipa. Sad što je vano analista mu je baš bio lep za gledanje, real. Vidjet ćemo šta će moći na njoj da uradi. A da nas impresionira.
Da, bit će fan, mislim, što tiče T1-a, kažem opet, Doran je imao problema protiv BB-a u lane-u. Draft, kažem opet, ono što stvarno, što više sad gledam best of 1 i best of 3, više želim samo da se vratim na best of 5 i fearless, jer 90% turnira gledam opet iste pikove. Manje više znaš šta će kad biti uzeto, postoji ta neka tier lista i svi je prate. Tako da, ne sviđa mi se više ni best of 1, ne sviđa mi se više ni best of 3. Pogotovo ne na najvećem nivou LoL-a. Nekako mislim da ajde EBL ko EBL bi trebao da bude drugačiji, jer mislim da prvo BBL ekipe ne igraju sve heroje i opet su mnogo više sklone tome da pikaju samo stvari koje su njima, da kažeš, komfort. Tako da se neko nadam da će to bar i biti slučaj.
Iskreno MSI je baš bio zanimljiv.
Jest.
Samo zato što je imao samo best of 5 serije i apsolutno. To je baš činjela MSI prezanimljiv.
I think he's going to feel confident in this matchup, and if he gets ahead, if he gets momentum in this matchup, he'll just take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, really big eyes on how the top side of AG.AL makes it work, because when I think about AG.AL,
vidimo da će T1 moći da se opere ako bude išlo kao MSI sve ovo, pa budu...
so lucid and aware of what's happening on the map and securing so many good angles, but now we have Nasir. Nasir, sure, you can go for a shuffle, but generally this is
GenG i T1 u finalu imali nade za T1 da vrati GenG uz MSI.
So big eyes for me are on him. If you're looking at these dragon fights, I really want to see how he approaches them and from which angles.
Even just yesterday, like
the Humble Life series. Kako ste bili s pauzama?
Prvi game malkice, posle toga lagani. Ok, ali ljudi, jako bitna stvar, kad mi govorite o zvuku, da li smo i Rale i ja jednako tihi ili je samo Rale daleko od mikrofona? Znači, to mi je jako bitno.
Ja nisam, mislim, mikrofon je ispred.
Mislim, nisam ni ja, zato mi je čudno jer su napomenuli...
Ja sam savršeno pozicioniran za... Čak inače, regularno držim mnogo dalje mikrofon. Znači, duplo dalje od sebe. Regularno mikrofon držim ovdje. Kako se sačuva?
As said, Doran at internationals has really shown up, but I think the jungle matchup, you know, been a lot of praise for Tarzan, but Ona, when there were struggles for T1,
samo se ti slabije čuješ. Dobro, pojačat ću te, I guess. Mislim, jedino što nije, jer kao, juče je bio Mare, tako da jačina zvuka bi trebala da je okej. Eventualno si ti možda tiši u odnosu na Mareta, to je
together at Worlds and had really strong performances.
Malo sam
I
razočaran
think
što je
since
neko
last Worlds,
nije mene ispravo.
Owner has just been locked in. I think his form has not dropped since then, and he's just been performing at such a high level.
Now, just a bit of an update. Faker's comms are having an issue on
Ja ću čujem da samo raleta vama i to je to.
And while we wait, there's a drum guy for AL. Oh my lord.
Mislim, drago mi je chat da vi mene želite glasnije da čujete. Moram da vam kažem da mi je drago zbog toga.
Pojaču sam te. Valjda će biti dobro. Vidite ljudi, jutro je, tek je neko ustao, ja, tako da, ono. Možda i Rale tek ustao, ko zna?
Nisam to. Da, Rale, da je malo zdraviji i bio mnogo raspoloženiji sad, bio išao u teretanu, to je bio plan. Ali nažalost nema veze, ne može sve da ide po planu, čak, to morate da zapamtite. Nemojte u životu da se bunite kada vam ne ide sve po planu. Rale na Fortuni 19.2020. Prošlo mi je 4 godine u filmu.
Šta, prošlo je?
Kako se osjećaš kad radiš sa mnom više od 4 godine?
Fenomenalno, iskreno, moram da priznam.
Pet je laže. Kako vam deluje po boji glasa?
Ja se osjećam nikad bolje, ne znam čemu ove optužbe uopšte, šta više.
Čemu optužbe? Gdje je moj kolega?
Ja se mislim generalno isto osjećam malo umorno, uzići obzir da je ovo šta, već 4. nedelja kako grindamo streamove, a zadnjih nekoliko dana smo radili po, dobro, ajde ti si sad skipo dan 2, prvi dan je isto bio fazon 8 sati, 9 sati, to jest prvi i drugi dan. Četvrtak nije bio toliko strašan. Čekaj, koji je danas dan uopšte? Šta je danas? Danas je subota, okej.
Is going to be filled. Now AL, not to discredit the AL fans are out here as well. I heard some Jayos coming into the arena today.
Traveling far and wide from China just to come here and support your team. I think that's just so cool.
Career as well.
Yeah, it's just like so amazing to have so many people make it their way out here just to support your team. Here are the cutters. I think they're a little bit freaky and scary, but
freaky. Orks, how long was the trip from Korea?
Pazi, kolega, sa jedne strane meni ostao samo još jedan ispit koji je sledeće nedelje.
And then another 2-hour flight after that, so it was a trip.
To je fenomenalno, imaš ga.
A isto je ustao Božu.
Ja verujem. Šta je jedan mali ispit za tolikog čoveka.
Hvala ti.
Ali u šredovanom smislu, samo da me ne svetiš pogrešno, naravno.
Apsolutno.
Či moram da budem budan.
Još malo i kraj je, kolega.
Još malo i kraj.
Sa Shadowom.
Ja iskreno ne znam šta radim. Ja do kraja ovog mjeseca bukvalno vingujem. Što je dosta interesantno dok čekamo da uđe game. Ne mogu da verujem koliko malo jedem sad kad mogu jedem šta hoću. Znači, sad kao imam full slobode da jedem šta god.
I sad Miloše ti nisi gladan, a kad nisi mogao tad si bio.
Da, ali kao sad gde bukvalno šta god hoću da jedem, sinoć sam večerao jaja, tunjevinu bez hleba. Kao to mi je bila večera, a mogu sam da jedem picu. Ali ne, ja sam uzeo jaja i tunjevinu. I onda kao dezert sam uzeo malo dinje. Imam čokoladu od 300 grama, eno je Blej, nije otvoreno. Ne, uzeo sam dinju. Znači, naš nema, neverovatno mi je. Sve razmišljam kako kao, sjećam se kad sam, šta rade ovi? A nije bitno. Kad sam katovo, sve sam bio u fazonu, jao, samo da imam ono malo free kalorije, da jedem ovo, da jedem ono, ne. I dalje pijem zero pića, pijem vodu i jedem ono, protein s proteinom. A što je najgore, postoji šansa da ću od avgusta krenem opet na kad. I razmišljam kao da bi trebao možda da malo udovoljim sebi s tim nekim stvarima, ali kao legit mi se ne jede ništa. Tako da, ne znam šta ću raditi od avgusta. Ali bar mi je cool da znam da neću da bounce backujem više na 103-4 kila, jer kao... Mislim da i da pojedem tipa nešto loše, da samo se ne bi vratio full na to, jer nemam više taj kao nagon, kao, znaš, kao ovu moram da pojedem, ne znam ni ja, ono, nešto prženo. I pijem kafu, ljudi, da, pijem kafu, obavezno.
Ne moram da pojedem ništa prženo.
Da. Iznenadio sam sam sebe, iskreno.
Ma to je odlična stvar. Ja sam sad na 76,5.
Šta ti je plan?
Pa imam još 10 dana, 76. Toliko sam rekao sebi. Rekao sam između 75 i 76 kad god stane, kao neću gađati neću gađati tačan broj, nego sve što je 76, sve što je ispod 76 u periodu koji sam zacrtao, što će biti ukupno 8 ili 9 kila masta.
A šta ti je plan kada završiš?
A pa tu idem sad polako, idem prvo povećavam kalorije, prvo vratit ću se kroz mjesec dana na maintenance, znači prvo ću, pošto sam ja u deficitu recimo, u prosjeku 600-700 kalorija sam u deficitu recimo.
Dobro.
Recimo da unosim 2000-2100 možda u prosjeku, onda ću da u 2 nedelje unosim 2400 recimo, i onda ću da se vratim na maintenance koji mi je 2700 na poslovnom kilažom, ali s procentom mišića, verovatno. Onda ću da se vratim na maintenance u onom periodu od mjesec dana, razumeš? Znači prve 2 nedelje ću jesti 2400, druge 2 nedelje 2700 i onda 2800.
Dobro.
I onda ću da od septembra ili nastavim jedan ceo mjesec maintenance-a ili ću da idem na bulk sa 3500, ne više od toga. Da, 3.
A reci mi, kako planiraš da uvećaš kalorije, pošto znam,
Isto ovako, verovati ili ne, možda.
A mislim kao, možda naručiš kod njih kako hoćeš, da li to mislim?
Od 1000 do 3300 kalorija.
O, to je baš bomba.
Od 1000 do 3300 kalorija. Mislim, koga zanima, stiže mi catering svaki dan. Sad neću vam govorim koji reklam radi. Ali generalno to je način na koji sam uspeo najbolje da se hranim. Jer svaki dan ti dođe 5 obroka, svaki obrok ti je sabrano masti, ugljeni hidrati i proteini. I piše ti čega koliko ima i koliko kalorija ukupno. Ali još nisam siguran. Vrlo verovatno ću samo ovog puta uzeti tipa možda 6-7 dana nedeljno i onda ću nedelju, pošto sam na bulku, ja da jedem šta ja želim. Što neće biti nešto sad, kao što si ti rekao. Meni se sad dešavalo, znaš, kada sam radio refeed pre 4 dana, kad sam rešio da mi je refeed da odem na maintenance jedan dan, ono sam se mučio da hitujem maintenance. Bio sam u fazonu, ja bi trebalo još jednom da jedem, danas ne mogu.
Da.
I onda sam bio u fazonu, ok, šta god, kao vidjet ćemo šta ću raditi. Ali više sam sad malo počeo da se kompleksiram, jer sam sad sebi mali i onda bi sad volio da se poveća. To mi je sad ono postalo. Samo da sam zdrav, pošto mi sad zapušen mi je nos. Jutro si poludeo sam zbog toga. Nadam se da ne utiče na zvuk ili ništa.
Ne, čak se ne čujete zapušen nos, iskreno.
Savršeno. Mislim, nije strašno, ali hoću da izgorim, jer ako ne volim da mi ništa remeti u treningu. I eto, pre nego što krenemo u game, planiram da ubacim trčanje noću. To je zato od tebe.
Trčanje noću?
Da, ali iz gasa, ne zato što tako treba, nego iz gasa. Pola sata džogiranja po kraju. Svako večer. Znači ne ono da trčim kilometre, da jurim kilometražu i neko vreme i to ne. Bukvalno džogiram i jurim korake na satu, ono. I gledam da mi puls ne bude preveliki, kao to je to.
Legitimno, kako je fora, što da ne.
Jer sam u fazonu ne može da napravi toliko štetu mišićima koliko može mastika, razumeš? U tom sam fazonu.
Vidim, mislim da je stvar, ne znam koliko si prije trčao, da li si trčao, ali uvek, ja sam uvek u fazonu, ono, probaš, vidiš da li ti odgovara, ako ti prija možda radiš nešto, ćeš raditi dugi period, ako Ako ne, kažeš da si probao i kao legitimno je. To je bar nekako moje mišljenje vezano za to.
Sajne, jesmo sa updateovali za naše trenutno stanja.
Tako je, tako.
Hrane i kilaže. Pa, čim krenem da jedem, idemo na trening zajedno. Idealno da ti budeš na katu, a ja na maintenance-u ili na bulku, čisto da možemo da nivelišemo snagu.
Može, s tim da sam ja malo promenio sad svoj trening. Prešao sam na drugačiji split dok čekamo first body nešto se dogodi, tako da ovaj nov trening bi ti dosta manje prijao. U suštini trening je PPL upper lower. Radim manje setova, manje ponavljanja i mnogo veće kilaže. Tako da sad sam prešao u stvari na...
Dobro. Mislim, ja mogu samo da uradim isto što i ti, ali sa manju kilažu više setova. Ja radim nešto na sredini.
Ja baš onako, dok čekam first body idemo ekstremo. Radio sam bro split, ono jedna grupa dnevno, znaš i ti kako je to bilo? I taj dan kao radim, ono ne znam, 40 setova za jedan mišić i sad sam prešao na tipa ono, 2 radne serije po 6 do 8 ponavljanja za svaku vežbu, što je drastična promjena, ali znaš koliko mi je zabavno. Znači...
Ali ti voliš to, to je cijela poenta.
Da, i kažem, fore, pošto sam odmoran, u stvari mogu da kontrolišem, imam dobar i pravilan rep na nenormalnoj kilaži. Nije kao da bacam tegove, nego imam kao legitimno, imam dobar rep, jer odmoran sam. Znaš, kao odmoran sam, prva, druga, radim 2 radne serije, ali sam odmoran, tako da uzem kilažu koju pre, ono, u 4. seriji nisam mogao da dignem i savršeno odradim seriju, pošto je kao prva i druga i prestica.
I ne jedeš više toliko malo. Tako da možeš zapravo da podigneš zadovoljavajuće kilaže, imaš snage.
I dalje ne jedem dovoljno, verovo ili ne.
Ne, verujem, ni blizu dovoljno, ali u poređenju sa ono kad si unosio 1000, koliko si najmanje unosio, 6.
Ne, nisam, 1800 mi je bilo, osim kada slip-upam neki dan, kao samo i 800 mi je povest. Što je na meni 2900 maintenance, tako da... Sam 100, Andrej, baš problematično.
Ja taj trening ne bih mogao nikako da odradim sad, ja sam ne mogu dižu ništa. Mislim mogu, ali nisam toliko jak.
Inače ljudi, fun fact, pre nego što se batalimo ove teme skroz, ovo je stvari jako dobra priča, malo pričati o teretani, pričati o nekim zdravim stvarima, zato što ne bi verovali koliko ljudi u stvari, što bi se reklo, skoči na bandwagon i također odluči da napravi pozitivnu promenu u životu. Tako da, generalno priča o teretani, treningu, umršavanju i sve to je jako, jako goated, jer zna da povuče ljudi da radi isto, a to je uvek jako, jako dobra stvar. Tako da, poenta je možemo pričati o mnogo gorim stvarima.
Apsolutno. I to što sada kaže meni je najtačnije jer ja mislim da nikad ne bi ovoliko precizno i dobro iskatovao da ne radim sa sajnom. I kao da nisam prošao fizički sa njim ceo njegov kat. I da nisam jeo burger kon deli proteinsku čokoladicu na pola. Kako bi imao u 2 dela. A ja sam naručio 2 smash burgera tripla i biram da li ću oba na ovoj pauzi ili jedan na jednoj, drugi na sljedećoj, razumeš?
To je true story.
Ne lažem, true story. Stvarno je true story. Desilo se. Tako da ja nikad ne bi ovoliko bio dokon da nisu ljudi u mojem okruženju, u ovom slučaju moj kolega Miloš, radili to. Tako da zdravi uticaj i svakoga ko priča o nečemu što radi dobro. Hope i Kyle igrali samo Lucian, bravo, nema klanci, nema. Evo, bilo dobro. Gume iskren. Jer Hope i Kyle su zapravo baš insane, Lucian Bravo i to su pokazali više puta. I često ga stavljaju kao top prioritet.
Ja znam, iskreno, Guma je kritičan. Nisam siguran koliko mu je pametan plated, Razmišljam, da li bi ga uopšte, mislim da je Svifty samo bolji. Ja mislim da ti ako popiješ stan shotom, pa da, ali kao ti si mrtav bez klenza, ako popiješ stan...
A s druge strane, ako skoči na tebe Azir ili Aurora i dobiješ shuffle ili onaj combo, džabe ti steel caps, bato.
Mislim, Swifties i Pillar baš nemaju neku interakciju, zar ne? Jedino što kao cleanser slow brže kad izađeš iz onog Pillara, ali to je...
Ne. Imaju.
Da?
Slow resistance radi tako da te nešto manje slowa procentualno. Tako da Mercs radi tako, a Swifties bi trebalo da brže prođeš kroz Pillar. Ja mislim da je tako, nisam 100.000% siguran.
Da, slow resist je na bootsu. Sad ću pogledati, mislim si u pravu. Da. Slows will be overall less effective against their movement speed value. Što znači da bukvalno mu je play da igra Swifties.
Apsolutno, jer lakše izlazi iz strandlog Pillara. I ako će Shanks da builda onako kako builda 90% Azira u trenutnoj meti, ići će Riley drugi. Što je isto value. Aurora ima slow, isto na ulti u Brown ima slow. Znači samo Lucian ima slow. A on igra heroa koji voli Swifties. Treba da je Swifties, vjerojatno.
Zašto kasne? Nemamo pojma, iskreno. Mislim, svaki dan je bilo problema, prvi dan je sigurno bilo najviše. Duše, ako ništa, danas je 2 best of 3, tako da u najgorem slučaju je 6 gameova, više nemamo, samo sutra, eto, može biti opet 8 partija, i to zašto je finale best of 5. Uzet ću obzir da je G2 neko ušao u polufinale, mislim da će on biti okej sutra, bar u bici za 3. mesto. Ne znam za koliko je para, ali sad ću naći. Treće mesto, Boga mi nije loše, $70,000 je razlika za 3. i 4.
70.000?
Da, a zato za 1. i 2. $280,000. To je ozbiljna priča,
Ozbiljna pare se vrte.
Does put a trade into Doran, but doesn't get time to really hit the turret. So Doran doing a good job of defending here.
Yeah, he has to adapt now. So what happened now? Because of what happened now, Doran had to stay bot and catch and defend that tower, and now he's gonna have to.
Počelo je, da, ne, draft, mislim kao team intro i to je počelo na vrijeme. Ali onda su malo kasnili sa draftom i onda su imali pauzu. I onda, eto, tako. Da oni to govore GenG. Eto, pobediš jedan MSI i sva publika na tvojoj strani, to nema nikto.
And again, it should be Hope who gets there first with his escalation, as Ghost is going to be popped by Carrier. He wants to swap around for heal. His flash is also unavailable. Hope is going to get pushed in here, and then 1 minute 50, but there's the engage. Magnet Storm, a double stun. Hope in trouble, but they turn the Guma. The Lucian promise is so
ali ne bi trebalo, oni njih trenuju, ne, ali... Šta je, ljudi?
Nije živ. Jeste živ, ne mogu da verujem da je preživao.
Ej, no je.
Ajao, Tivan!
Ovo je game 1 za AL. Ne može se gubi na 2 strane mape, objašnjavao sam to na MSI-u bio. Ajde, Shanks dubije fakera i da idemo kući.
Ne idemo kući.
Aman bre ljudi.
But a power play, and now Trundle is left alone hitting this tower with all those grubs.
Probably
will want to look for the base now as that dragon is spawning, but as we're gonna get back into replay, a lot of small things here that went really well for
Pazite ljudi, Hope je uzeo kvadro na midu. Posljednji put kad je Lucian na MSI-u i sam je izdao game do kraja, sad je dobio 3 killa u prvih 12 minuta, što on dođe isto kao kvadro na midu u midgame. Znači on će imati 2 itema, Jin će imati steel caps i omus.
Ne znam. Ovo je u stvari jedno od retkih gameva da gledamo da je Faker 0-0, a ostatak T1 se raspada, kad malo bolje razmisliš.
Jeste. Uglavnom kad gube Faker ume da ga strče malo.
Yeah, this is the dragon you for sure give as AL. You can look around a little bit. First of all, your Illusion is on bot, split away from your team, so really hard for him to regain. But also Faker TP down that, and combined with the fact Doran had to TP it up earlier because KAL stopped his base. Now suddenly Flandre is left alone top for so much with those grabs as we see the replay here.
Yeah, so they go for the opportunity because he thinks he can interrupt the culling and the...
Ne može, Guma nije smeo da omaši ovo.
The CC layering comes in on Guma, and ideally you want the shorter fight where you can disengage and pop the ult. The longer fight where Jin isn't able to get off his full combo isn't ideal. And Carrier
lepo ga iskaj to baš.
Find it really unfortunate.
Yeah, look at this fight here. I just want to guess
Jest.
Ja, da nismo vidjeli početak ovog fight.
Doran and Owner's minds right now. Look, he reads that they're gonna flash him at the exact same time. You're gonna see 3 flashes at one time right now. 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, look at that Flandre. Just so good presence of mind in this fight.
Flandre!
What T1 was looking for.
Yeah, and unfortunately with the Trundle just there free hitting, getting so much value in that situation.
Insane Flandre flash.
Damage with Flandre doing the setup as well. Now 5-0 in favor of AL. They've got the feats of strength, 4,000 gold lead, and you know, Hope having 3 kills, 1,300 gold lead, gives gold in such good places on top of that.
It really highlights, as we have a maybe gang for by KAL. I wanted to talk about Flandre, but now they're looking at Faker.
Shanks just has the ulti to lay it down.
I on je mrtav.
I don't even know if he needs it.
Evo ga.
He's dead in the end.
Pitu si Sajna da je Faker 0-0-0. Dobro ljudi, ja razumijem da je Faker, ali baš nema gde da ide.
Ne. Odi Doran.
Oj. I tako ljudi, prvi seed Kine protiv trećeg seeda NA-a. Game broj 1 ide vrlo lako u korist prvog seeda Kine. NA ne zna gde bije. Ovo T1 to vam je 100 Thieves, kao nego je skraćeno, razumete? 1 znači za 100, a... Ste razumeli?
To je jedan thief koji je pobegao.
Tako je.
Bilo je 101 ljuti lopova, sad je 100 lopova, zašto je jedan u Koreji.
Dobar subjugate.
Every play you want to go for to get back into this game just ends up backfiring. It's getting worse and worse. 6,000 gold lead now. AL firmly in control. Owner trying to get a Raptor camp. We'll see if he pays for this. I think a Wukong should be able to disengage, but it's a small consolation prize. I say that.
He jumped in. He's going to clone out, luckily, as stun in mid. Baker doing the burst onto Hope. No support there from KAL, but the culling's going to come out. The burst is now down the queue eventually. Baker's about to be stunned up. One more auto in the way. Baker okay. All right, first kill for T1. Finally, something works out.
Ide T1, bre, vraćaju. Sad ga imaju. Sad ga imaju, ma vraćaju. Ma sad ga imaju. Vidim ja to.
Uvo se nazad tebe. Jel tako u skripti piše?
Moguće.
Obviously, it's a small little bit of gold coming over to T1 compared to this disadvantage they have, but they need plays like this again and again to claw their way back into it. I will say,
Kaster iz Liverpoola, šta? Jeste sigurno.
Zašto? Šta?
Zato što je ovo skauserski akcent.
A moguće.
Ma možda i Australija, ne mogu da ih...
You know that third dragon's coming in a minute 15, and AL should be strong enough to fight 2 items here on Hope, and even Flandre at that point might be running into his second.
Zvuči mi kao da krije skauserski blago.
Yeah, AL is just reopening on the map now with all those items, but Faker looks for the TP here. They're trying to look on Shanks.
This flank might mean everything to T1 right before the Dragon. If they can get Shanks, well, they got his ulti. That's a start. Faker, though, no flash available to chase this up, but the Emperor's Divide is now down. Herald will open up mid for a counterplay for AL.
Yeah, with the Heralds coming in, that should take that tower. Really good move from Shanks to disengage. They're looking for a bit more here, but I think they should be able to take the Herald down.
Smart in the end, okay. Still gold play for AL. Remember that Shanks will not have his ulti for the dragon, so let's see if T1 can force 30 seconds. If they move to a third dragon, maybe it's recoverable.
Now you're gonna see a complete map domination by AL. Faker has to catch top, but he decides to drop top wave. Flandre TP is down there with that TP advantage, and now they're gonna send 5-man strong into the bot lane, completely dropping that top side. And I think AL looks like they want to go for bot lane, but I struggle to see how T1 can contest this. Faker is dropping these top waves.
6k deficit.
Ali ja ne vidim samo kako može, ja ne znam kako može T1 ovo da vrati stvarno. Ja čak kad gledamo scaling, njeni ne outscaluju nešto nevjerovatno. Kao...
Jedinu stvar koju T1 ima da kažeš za njih, Faker dobija batine. Prelepo. Jeste što su uzeli dva
kako je
dreka.
lepo ulti. Izvini, molim.
Našao ga u fejzu, mislim. Lepo je, lepo je.
Da, baš je lepo, baš je lepo. Max range, bravo mu ulti u phase rushu, nije lako pogoditi ljudi.
Da, u suštini je poenta da jedino što T1 ima je dva dreka. I kao jedino, ako ništa, AL ne može imati soul brzo, ali mislim da to nije ni bitno. Mislim da...
Ja sam mislio doći da mi objasniš neko novo pravilo da se soul dobija sa dva dreka posle nekog vremena.
Ne baš, ali ako ništa delayaš dovoljno, ali fore što će AL imati... Problem je li sad kada postoji i Atakana, AL će imati Barona i Atakana u 25. minuti pored 15.000 gold leada, tako da jako je neigrivo i dalje za T1.
While Aurora has been pushing all the lanes in the meanwhile, suddenly the map becomes almost impossible to play. And if you gotta recognize that and realize, okay, now we made a mistake, that's okay, but now we have to give something over to them. The dragon and maybe the bot run was the price, you would have to pay for that, but T1, they really, as I said before, they try to squeeze water out of a stone so often, and they're so good at it, so sometimes you see these plays working out.
Sorry, did you say water out of a stone?
Yeah, like you squeeze the stone so much you get all the water out of it.
Is that another Swedish saying?
No, that's not a Swedish saying. I think that's an English saying.
How much butter is there in a stone?
Da, evo ga i Nilay. Tačno, Swifti stvarno imaju value u ovaj AL-u kom. Stvarno imaju ozbiljno value.
Look, at least one take it away. For AL, the play after really impacts deeper though, doesn't it? It's an 8,000 gold lead at 19 minutes. T1's early game has been kaput, and Tarzan is 3,500 gold ahead of Ona. This Trundle is more than off to the races, you know?
Da, čoveče, ovo što kaže ovaj kolega naš, 3.500 golda prednost i Trundle vukom u matchup, ma daj. Nerealno.
And if you need to create a numbers advantage while you're behind, that means dropping one wave. Now, they couldn't find anything here. AL plays very cautious, very comfortably, and now you're gonna see AL see like, okay, our Asir is hitting this top tower. They are panicking. We can look for anything we want here.
He just autos, and Doran has to step up his melee.
A Doran ako ne olina, on će samo biti ispokan. Sad ima 20 sekundi cooldown na tome. Azir možda porta, može se rotira na mid. Atakan je svako njihov free. T1 samo čeka.
On bukvalno radi pressure kako može, bukvalno. Se pojavi tamo negde. Da, on se pojavljuje kod enemy tier dvojke da dočeka wave. Dobra ideja od Ornera.
Hope je dobio batinu od Atakana.
Hope je dobio previše batinu i paničuje s barijeru.
Lep flash od Dorana na Lucionovo Q, ali samo su previše behind. Ovo je čak i bio ok fight od T1.
Da, odnosno više je bio loš od AL-a.
Da.
Dobro je obrnuo i onda je AL primio previše od Atakana. I generalno nisu bili lepo pozicionirani. Ali da što kaže Sajno, samo je prevelika razlika, nije bitno kako pofajtaš.
Scary. I feel like T1 played that fight so well, despite them being so far down in gold. If that's not a 8k gold lead, I think that fight easily goes to
Eto, kasteri se slažu s nama.
T1.
Kao je obično malo spori jer smo mi gotovi, ali znate kako to ide. Dvije dobijene danas.
Kako slušamo ovako prenose sa kasterima, moram da kažem da Sajnin i moje informacije za pažnje su prilično dobre. Poredeći ih sa drugim kolegama.
Pogotovo uzići obzir da imamo u prosjeku zajedno Sna kao prosječan njihov kaster.
Dobro, da ne pričamo o plati.
Nećemo o bolnim temama. Doran je samo mrtav, da.
Ma samo ih bukvalno kao i svaki high-elo solo queue game, da ne jedna ekipa ima mnogo tempa i onda te samo juri po mapi svuda. I rundownujete. Imaju svuda vision. Ali evo, na primjer, sada možete pogledati minimapu. Ono što dobre ekipe rade kada su ovoliko behind, umiju da splituju mapu vertikalno i da postave vision na drugoj strani mape da nema protivnik, kako bi imali vision tamo prilikom rotacija u naredna 2-3 minuta. I onda možete vidjeti da je Carrija postavio 3 varda u svom gornjem delu mape, odnosno jedan u svoj top džungli i 2 u njihovoj top džungli. Kontestovali su skatli.
In those 2v2 stops and those 2v2 bots, that's where just like everything just became so difficult for T1, and they have been making solid fundamental efforts to come back into the game, but AL is not giving them any openings right now.
I mean, at this point, 13,000 goal difference. T1 have
13.000 u 22 minuta protiv T1.
Yeah, I feel like
nevjerovatno.
I mean, here you probably like you have to look for a crazy Annie flank on a side lane, look for big flash tibbers followed by a big mining storm by Rel. I think those are your only avenues. You have those bounties on top side. You see they're trying to send all those members into that to try to get at least one tower, get a little bit of gold back, and maybe get one crucial spike that will allow you to make one pick. That's all you really have right now. That quick one shot into back out.
But it does seem like a cope angle, I think. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, this game you need a lot of cope, and I think
this game you need a lot of cope.
A series of mistakes from AL, like one mistake will start.
Cope.
You need a series of mistakes really to get back into this one. I think Baron up in a minute 15. AL just need to choke the area out of vision, and then, I mean, it would be easy enough for them to take it. But if T1 contest them on it, they can just take a fight. With the state of T1's base, you can end the game pretty easily. But T1 kind of hoping that if they get AL in the pit, that's their best chance of winning a fight. It's not a good chance, but that's their best chance.
Just look at the inventories of AOs. They all bought their shoes from the same dealer. They are so aware of the only comeback mechanic that T1 has. It is that
Jo, šta priča, lik?
Full merc stack here.
They all bought their shoes from the same dealer. Mundo šušok na... Mogo je bolje.
Moving to 500 gold as well. A lot of people have just been saying it's such an impactful change that makes it so much better. And I guess the quality of life on those shoes already were. Guys, we're going through the motions. It's 11k gold lead still. That objective bounty was nice for T1, but AL are looking through another lane. There's an open in hit mid, open bot. Top turret is not long for this world, and AL sourcing multiple lanes right now as Doran tried to get some pressure bot. Owner was there covering as well, but AL are going to return to the scene of the crime and start hitting away. Blow T1's mind.
Mislim, bukvalno je Game 2 waiting room.
Da, baš nemamo ništa da vam kažemo drugo osim ovoga što vidite vi sad na ekranu i kao to je to.
Shanks bije inhibitor, ima jednog vojnika i T1 gleda kako on bije inhibitor. Znači, toliko je loša situacija. Osim ako AL ne devuje fontanu, čak mislim da i da dajvaju kulu na topu i dalje su jači. I da je kula 6 igrač za T1.
Dobro, ovo je lepa, odlična ideja od Fakera. Sjajna ideja od Fakera. Ovo je najbolje što je moglo. Neće biti bitno, ali ovo vam Faker daje u timu. A to je da na 10.000 gola disadvantage napravi dobar play.
Da, to je fair.
I ovaj Eni ulti je bilo malte nemoguće pogoditi inputovati šta god, svakom času.
Iskreno bih volio da vidimo i replay još jednom ovoga.
To je baš bilo teško.
Baš je bio lep fight, da.
I Guma je lepo landovo curtain call shot, što je trebalo da ubije Hope-a, baš je bilo on point.
Mislim, ovo je klasičan T1 fighting, ono, koliko god da su behind, naći će najbolji mogući ugao, ali, ko što si rekao, nažalost, nije ni bitno.
Pa da, jednostavno takav je game. Ne možete protiv bilo koje dobre ekipe da izgubite 2 na 2 na botu i 2 na 2 na topu isto vreme. To je ilegalno.
Nice one, Orcs. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
This is what we need you for, you know?
Glass half full for the situation.
Yeah.
Well, now with the Baron in pocket, I think...
Oh.
T1 never lose to LPL.
Oh, the sign. Well, if that happens, hey, it's just a game. It's just game one.
Well, it's, yeah, specifically talking about series, right?
Yeah.
Not talking about games.
They're talking about series.
Yeah, because
T1 and LPL's fathers.
This game's not looking too hot.
It would be crazy if AL helped break the curse. This team that came out of nowhere, left field, as the #1 seed representative. AL are looking for the final fight of this game. It's between worlds again.
Da se flashuje na fakera, da.
To je to. Opet dobar engage.
Dobar ult. I mrtav je guma. Aj, game. Pa dobro.
Ova posljednja dva fajta T1 su bila je dosta dobra, samo nažalost prekasno.
T1 not used to this, but AL sunk in game one, locked in, and the
Lepo je ovo ispričao naš kolega,
the
neš?
series open to the EWC semi-final.
Convincing start to this series from AL. Felt like T1 never really got started in this one, and you know it's only a best of 3, so they need to get things going quickly to answer back.
Yeah, T1 just gotta shake this one off, go back to the drawing board and try to draw up a new draft. I actually like the draft, but I feel like it is the patience sometimes, the patience to wait for your turn to make a play that
Mislim da baš
Ništa kolega, vidjeli smo T1 koji se muči i to je možda i understatement, bilo je baš napeto. Na njima je da sada vežu 2 za redom, to je T1, nije nemoguće apsolutno i da ih 2 puta u 25 minuta reše. Vrlo moguće da se to dogodi, samo ćemo vidjeti koji je plan, na koji način se to radi u ovom trenutnom rosteru T1-a, šta će igrati Doran, koji će biti priority pikovi. Mi ćemo, koliko pauza, 20 minuta?
Trebalo bi da bude 15 između gameova, 20 između serija.
Okay.
Tako da tu smo za 15 minuta, ostajte s nama, vidimo se u gameu broj 2.
I think one change I'd like to see in League next season is to nerf support. I feel like support you can just be all over the map and not really lose anything. I think he has way too much insurance and you can make a lot of mistakes, and I feel like yeah, you can kind of do whatever you want, so I would say support.
我希望下个版本就打野英雄多加强吧。
If I could make some changes to the current meta, I would probably buff AP Kog'Maw. It's something that's always fun to play, but it's a bit off meta.
개인적으로는 이제 요즘 리그 같은 경우에는 굉장히 팀적인 움직임이나 그런 플레이들이 굉장히 중시되도록 패치가 많이 됐었는데 앞으로는 이제 좀 개개인의 그런 역량도 좀 중요한 그런 패치가 있다면 플레이어들이 좋아하지 않을까 생각합니다.
One change I would like to see in the next year would be, I was thinking about that they remove TP for a bit and see how it goes. I think it would be quite interesting.
我觉得中路的刺客可能需要加强一些吧，因为这版本可能中路刺客都非常弱，就体现出来很难赢。
Next season in League, I would like the Q times to be reduced.
Nếu mình có quyền được thay đổi meta của game thì mình sẽ thay đổi, mình sẽ buff những vị tướng sát thủ ở khu vực rừng.
想要就是可能打野更多的那种野核的英雄吧，因为战士打野这几年玩的有点太多了。
I think I would nerf a bit Drakes, like they remove a bit the fun of the game. Whoever gets 4 Drakes faster just wins, so also getting 4 Drakes is not easy, but yeah, I think I would tone down a bit the Drakes.
I would say it's not a change that I want to see next season, but generally jungle has changed every single year, regardless if it's the map, camps, the actual role. It would be nice to not have jungle changed, I guess. I mean, I don't really mind because I'm used to it, but it basically changed like every single year.
I would personally remove free boots from the game. It's very frustrating as a top laner that I have to run away from like Pantheon jungle and like Lee Sin jungle and these kind of junglers that just rush their item and then just cave my head in.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline.
First question. Solo lanes are the hardest roles in League of Legends. 为什么？
因为站在我上路的立场，现在其实经常要跟下路去换线嘛，所以感觉每一波线要想的东西都特别多吧，所以我反而觉得他中路其实没有上路要想的东西多吧。
中路最难。
Second question. Chinese solo queue is the most competitive solo queue in the world, either super server or normal server, but the most competitive in the world out of any solo queue.
不难，很简单。AL 现在是太强了 ，AG.AL 现在是太强了，很简单。
因为我一直觉得，不管你在哪里打比赛嘛，就算我们现在回LPL打，也是不能够觉得自己已经特别强什么的。我们觉得是不能够轻视任何一个对手嘛，所以我会觉得，不管面对谁，我都会严阵以待吧。
Third question. Yuumi should be removed from League of Legends.
我觉得比起猫咪更应该移除的是诺手，因为我非常讨厌这个英雄。
猫咪没有操作可言，没有操作的英雄。
Fourth question. Games of League of Legends are won and lost in draft.
感觉阵容选的再好，也有可能会输。不可能是，你觉得呢？
阵容选的再好是有概率会输，但是我觉得，如果你阵容选的不好，你就
一定会输，
大概率一定会输。但是你选的再好，也有概率输嘛。所以我觉得阵容还是
一半一，我觉得一半一半吧，一半一半，选手发挥跟那个阵容。
但我觉得还是阵容更重要。就你选手你玩的再好，给你5个奇怪的英雄，你也很难去赢那些。
一半一半，我是一半一半，我是一半一半。
我是觉得阵容更重要，比起发挥。 但发挥也重要。
Next question is, top laners who play ranged champions are annoying and unskilled.
只说我中路，我更喜欢法师纯博弈，不喜欢射手。我是站在中路的立场。
在我上路的立场的话，当我选出来这种长手折磨人的英雄的时候，我必须得打出效果嘛。就是如果我选出来不能够恶心对面，或者说压不住对面，那一定是赢不了的。所以我觉得选出来就代表我有自信嘛。 所以并没有说讨厌这个，我非常享受折磨对面这个选择。
That's all. Thank you.
谢谢，谢谢。
AG.AL definitely putting a stain on T1's record right now with a 1-0 victory, the most lopsided victory so far here at the Esports World Cup. It is a pretty impressive performance by the LPL champions. AG.AL one game away from the grand finals. Welcome back to the desk. Digon here alongside Valdez and Medios to break down that last one. And we're going to be looking at it through one lens because it was very, very one-sided here, Medios.
This was way more one-sided than I think anybody expected. I think these teams are pretty similar in skill level, but this game did not support that hypothesis. It seemed like this game didn't actually have to do with draft or really team fights or anything. It just, the early game went so bad for T1. They lost bot lane. There was this top lane fight where, you know, Owner and Doran both flash in on Flandre. Flandre flashes out preemptively. They get a kill. There's this fight bot lane where T1 goes for the all-in, doesn't quite get it, and just out of laning phase, T1 was so far behind. Not really what I expect. Usually you don't see T1 just getting clapped in all their lanes like this.
Yeah, it doesn't really happen this way. I think that T1 sometimes can get into this mode where they're like, we're better than you, we can just outplay you and take these fights, and we're going to win them. They have that confidence, which helps them a lot, but sometimes, especially when AG.AL are playing this well, which obviously they got they got their ankles broken in top lane, and then in bot lane, it was very close. We were talking about this, like maybe if the Jin W hits, like maybe you kill the Lucian, but even then you're probably like trading 80 carries. It was just very thin fights that they were going for, and they lost every single one, and AG.AL just ran away with the game.
Yeah, T1's not afraid of taking the hand stiff coin flip, and it came up tails both times in both lanes, and after that, it was such a huge mountain to climb here on the bottom side of the map. Guma trying to get the trade, not able to, and then Hope just skirts away with the tiniest bit of health carrier, trying to bait it on out on the rel, getting the flash, and look at that. Oh, just a big explosion. You're thinking, okay, maybe they got it. No, they didn't. Now on the top side of the map, investments already made on the bot side for T1. Doran tries to get on in there, expecting Owner to be able to get in the rage and get a knock up. Instead, the subjugate comes on in. We get to see the power of this Aurora that's surprised you this tournament so far here, Medios.
Yeah, definitely. Before MSI, you know, just looking at regional playoffs, I didn't think Aurora was actually that strong, but she surprised me in a big way. She's been doing really well at both mid and top lane, so that's been really cool to see. And one play that we didn't actually see here was the first gank by Tarzan on top lane. Well, it was on the bot laners, but they were in top lane, where they got the kill on Guma for first blood and got both of his summoners. So I think Tarzan played a really, really great game of Trundle, because in draft, if you take Trundle like this and the other team just doesn't give you really good subjugate targets, it can be kind of hard, since you know, they have like Trundle, Aurora, Azir topside, no real lockdown. They pretty much just have the Braum stun, but Braum stun's great when you have all these auto attackers, so it's kind of enough. But like I mentioned earlier, it didn't seem like the comps or the drafts mattered too much, just because they found so many good early plays, they found a lot of kill windows, and they just snowballed the hell out of this game.
Yeah, Valdez, you know that Owner is the consistent player on this team, if not the one that can stand out when others are struggling. If you stunt him and stop him, kind of like what Tarzan was able to do, it made it so difficult for T1 to operate once they fell behind.
Yeah, it was definitely very difficult. I don't really blame Owner for this loss. I just feel like it was AG.AL playing really well and being in the right place at the right time, and winning those skirmishes just got them so far ahead. Like, Owner
trying to follow up on some of the Trundle areas was, you know, especially in the top lane when it was that 2v2 and they just got their ankles broken by Flandre. That was kind of like the end, and Owner was so far behind. Tarzan got like a couple of kills from there, and he ended up in this game with like that ridiculous KDA that you guys saw, which is like 16. Just absolutely stomped them.
All right, well, we're not the only tournament here happening at Esports World Cup. It is championship weekend, so let's take on a look over at the Dota 2 stage, who'll be crowning a brand new winner for Dota 2.
So I accidentally walked into the wrong MOBA arena again, and it's you, Tsunami.
You just keep wandering in here all the time, and last time I saw you, we were like in the middle of a 60-something minute game. It ended up going 80 minutes. I got quite a long nap there, but it was an exciting finish no matter what.
Tell me what's happening today, because I know you guys have some important matches coming up.
Yeah, so yesterday we had the last round of our eliminations up until our grand final. Now we're getting ready for our third place, fourth place decider, and it's going to be Tundra versus P-Vision. Those are our two matchups. Once we get that out of the way, it's time for grand finals. Best of 5, Team Spirit versus Falcons. You know, Team Spirit, one of the most decorated names in all of Dota, and you've probably maybe even heard of them in Counter-Strike as well. But in Dota specifically, they've 2-time won TI, and now they're going for a 2-time here in Rijadu. They won back in 2023. But it's not going to be easy because they're going up against Falcons. And surely you know a thing or two about Falcons and where they represent.
Yeah, I mean, the club champions will be claimed today for Dota 2. And you going through all the remaining teams, they're mainly European. Are they good at MOBAs?
Oh, yeah. Europeans dominate. Eastern European and Western European. Falcons is Meswa. At least that's where they compete. But, I mean, Europeans are always good at Dota, right?
For League of Legends, we have the exact same format coming up in this championship weekend on the Sunday, where we will have a third place decider and also the grand finals. But we have 2 Korean teams and 1 Chinese team left, with only G2 representing the West. So is this really going to be a debate?
Welcome to the grand final. We'll have to put them head to head. Maybe we run like a gauntlet of like a best of 5 between the 2 games. We'll see which region's the best.
May the best region win, and looking forward to Dota 2's grand final.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Tsunami. It has been great to meet some of our fellow casters over at Dota 2. One of the great parts about the Esports World Cup, just bringing people together from multiple different titles, Team Spirit and Team Falcons going head-to-head for the title of the new crown over at Dota. Now let's turn our focus back on here, because our current returning titleist is on the ropes. T1 down 1-0 in the most lopsided victory here at the Esports World Cup in League of Legends. Valdez, kind of give us some hope. And what's the take here? You know, like, what can T1 do, and what can T1 fans latch onto here?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say, because I feel like when I looked at the draft for game 1, we talked about how it didn't really matter, but at the same time, I felt like T1 drafted a lot of comfort, right? Like, they had the Jin for Gumayusi, they had Annie for Faker, which he's been playing a lot nowadays, even the Gwen for Doran. It just felt like they should have felt comfortable for game number 1. Instead, we saw the exact opposite. So, you know, draft-wise, they're going to be moving over to the blue side, we can assume. And from there, you know, try to get another good draft and just play a lot better than you did in game number 1, because that was kind of a disaster. AG.AL showed up, and T1 did not.
Yeah, I think that while the draft wasn't necessarily the reason they lost, it could be better. I think that when I look at T1's strengths, I would expect them going into this game to maybe try to get top lane to be more of like a tank matchup. With the Trundle gone, it puts a lot of prio on Sion or even Ornn. I think Faker would probably be best on the control mage, because a lot of these like playmakers are gone. You know, Aurora's out, Annie's out, Zir's gone. Talia will probably be banned, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, Victor or Orianna in this next game. So I think doing something like that topside, maybe get Owner on someone who can have a little bit more impact early game, because Wukong, he is a really strong jungler, but he's not that strong early game. He kind of needs to get his ultimate, his items to really be like a big team fight threat. So if he's on something like Pantheon, Xin, Jarvan, I think he could help his team a lot more early, and then maybe getting Keria on something with, you know, more agency, like a Bard or something.
Yeah, I mean, that was the interesting part to me, picking Rel and Jin for the bot lane. It felt like, hey, we want to have some pressure down there, make plays, and when we did the lane swap, they got Dove on the top side of the map, that part of the game went away, didn't give Wukong an opportunity to scale, get to that level 6, and have an impact. So we're about 90 seconds away from heading back on into the STC arena. Pins and needles are the fans here, but also AG.AL. Opportunity to have a huge victory, right the wrongs for MSI. So Medias, I'm going to go to you first. If you are AG.AL, what is the game plan for them to come on back? Because you said if you're trying to get control mage in the mid lane, maybe more agency for Keria, and you kind of have an idea that's the game plan. If you're Coach Tabe, who do you put the proverbial ball in hands to?
Well, Tabe's a great coach. I can't pretend like I know it's going through his head, but I imagine he's cooking something up. I think he's really good at knowing what other teams want to do, and I think he'll try to draft in a way that kind of takes T1 away from their comfort or takes them off a comp that they're going to be really knowledgeable in playing. So I don't think they're too stressed. Obviously, they just won a game pretty handily, so I think they'll just try to get comfortable chance for themselves, maybe throw off T1, and yeah, they can probably do it. Valdez, 20 seconds. Give us the hope.
I'm definitely a bit worried for T1, but they've been in these spots where they are under a lot of pressure. The one thing is that it's a best of 3, so that's rough. You're right up against the ropes right after game number 1, so you just gotta win it from here.
All right, here we go. T1 and AG.AL, the reigning titleists, hopes on the line. Let's send it on over to 2 great blokes in the STC arena.
Oh man, it is intense. It is intense out here. What do we think? Can you clutch up in 2 here?
Yes.
You think?
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, they're gonna win.
Well, I'll tell you what, T1's chances of retaining their trophy here at EWC are in danger, and these fans think AG.AL will win game 2. What do we think? Is it going to be AG.AL?
Well, Ian, if we learned anything about T1 over all these years, is that they do not break, they bounce back. T1 fans, let them hear you!
Fancy. MSI revenge on the cards. A spot in the grand final of League of Legends at EWC. They won it. Let me hear you, fans of AG.AL! That's all I'm saying.
It's best of 3, it's fearless strat. There's still so much room for T1 to come back. One more time, T1 fans, make some noise! There is a chance for AG.AL to make history right here. T1 key at the Esports World Cup has never been broken before. Will this be the time? Let's find out with the castings.
T1 got pulverized in game 1. I'm sorry, T1 fans, that's just the reality. They got destroyed, beaten, battered. Like they were deep fried, pulled out, yum in AL's tum. I can tell you one thing. Game 2 better show us a little bit more because they didn't really get to play League of Legends in this best of 3 yet.
Yeah, now on the blue side, the drafting becomes a little bit easy. You can dictate a little bit more how you want to approach it. Taking out the Orianna, the Nico, and the Vi. My eyes are on that Talia. Will it be banned or will it go through this banning phase?
Yeah, it could be high priority if it does go through. It was Alistair banned by AL on the blue side. That is now being subbed out for a Nico by T1. So that will be available this time around. Obviously, a lot of picks taken away with it being fearless. Cases Zaya taken. I feel like the clear has to be high priority, especially denying that away from Shanks. We'll see if T1 feel the same way.
Wonder what AL's response would be. I would be very surprised if the Talia doesn't come through here from T1. There's no real staple pick that is up and available that can kind of outshine that, so that will be locked away by Faker. And now
evo ga Game 2. Nakon bolno dominantne pobede AL-a u prvom gemu, moramo da priznamo ako bar navijete za T1, vidjet ćemo da li mogu da se vrate. Plava strana je postala dosta pikovanija opet. I zato s plavom uzeli Taliju, što baš nisam siguran koliko je najbolje, ali dobro. Galio verovatno tekave, Galio Talija je dobar kombo. Mislim da on je igrao Zed, ali mislim u Zed ovdje nije pik, zašto ne radi baš dobro ova dva pika toliko.
Ako ti misliš, onda sigurno nije dobro.
Nikako.
Dobro, Korki, ovo je onaj klasičan lagani draft.
Could just pick up the Alistair here if you want to pair up and take that pick that was banned in the first rotation last time around. Although I think picking Alistair blind does have some drawbacks, but obviously a pick that Carrier has a lot of confidence in.
Dobar je Galio takeaway. Fakeru, mada si to vjerojatno rekao dok ja nisam došao.
Delimično da, mada, da, mislim,
dobar Owner kako igrao prošli game, Owner kako igrao prošli game, tamanica da ga stave na ovo.
I don't know about this Corki. What this Corki offers T1 is a lot of early game prior. You can kind of dictate those trades early, and as you highlighted, maybe
Ja imam bolji engleski od ovog lika. I sajna isto.
Alistar, as you said, was banned game 1.
Ne znam, a mislim da EWC forsira njihov arapski talent. Recimo, jako mi se ne sviđa kako Penzi radi ovaj host njihov.
Aha, meni se to prošle godine isto nije dopadalo. Ne znam da li je bio on, ali kogod da je.
Jeste, isti je bio, samo se malo više tradicionalnije bio obučen prošle godine, to možemo tako reći.
Popi ban, solidan ban. Rakan može biti opcija u Alistara kao laganiji malo matchup.
Really securing themselves now, because now they can target all those annoying support matchups. Two of them are already being out.
I čisto, samo da dodam da ne mislite da sam turbo biased, mislim da recimo Kitty je 70 puta bolji intervjuer i radi 70 puta bolje nego bilo ko iz Evrope. Tako da ne bude da sam biased. Kitty smurfuje, bukvalno smurfuje. Znači Likuša, prvo što je fazon Diamond Master igrač, drugo što priča i engleski i kineski, iako je iz Australije, da, mislim, priča i kineski savršeno i engleski savršeno, ne znam da pričaš neki jezik, ali bukvalno smurfuje, tako da... Da ne bude da sam
biased. Mi stvarno nismo biased. Stvarno se trudimo da ne budemo biased.
But Ambessa doesn't really make sense with the Orn ban, so that's why I'm thinking it could be a Renekton or something.
Also, if you pick the Ambessa, Renekton's still up and available, right? And I know it's not always commonly paired with Xin Zhao. You and I were talking about this morning over breakfast, but there are options into it. So it feels like the Galio first pick has cornered T1 a bit, unless, as you said, Doran just goes to that tank matchup and just pulls through it. 5 seconds. What's it going to be? Oh, really?
They end up going back to the Rumble. I mean, it is the most standard pick. It is the meta top laner that almost everyone picks on blue side.
Dobro, Sena Alistar ne bi trebalo da imaju nikakav damage u lane-u. Mislim, aj sad da ja ne preterujem, ali stvarno su low damage bot lane pairingu.
Da. Možda im je to play. Ova 4 heroja prežive, a Yorick lopatom kopa side lane.
I don't know the ability of the Q name, but yeah, with that Q, and together with that W, you can lock down the Rumble inside the cage, and he really struggles to get out of it if he doesn't have flash.
I feel like as well, you know, typically with a Slayer, you have a lot of side lane support, but the Galio's there to match it. You also have the Senna ultimate, so if you play heavily through sides with the Yorick, you have the backing of your team.
So I was going to ask you guys, if you think AL's comp, is it doing too many things at once? Or do you feel like layering is fine? They've got scaling, side lane's been a conversation. What do you think, Finn?
Look, I feel like AL has dictated this draft phase from red side.
They have.
And that is very difficult to do most of the time. Most of the time it is red side responding to whatever blue side wants to do. But I really like what they have done. They've secured a lot of comfort picks.
Ali nekada, ovo sad što priča kolega, nekada blue side bira da igra reaktivno i kao to je u redu. To se dešava u LoLu.
To je legitimno.
Stvarno se dešava. Nekada ljudi biraju da igraju reaktivno. Na blue side-u. Uzmu priority pick i onda raspare neke priority pickove. Red side ne counter pika, nego bira druge priority pickove i tako.
Of T1. Their history in League of Legends is nothing but sublime. Their road has been nothing but impressive. Their players are nothing but exceptional. But anyone's legend, these upstarts put to the wayside, have had to climb up through the LPL, have done the damage in game one. Match point as we head back onto Summoner's Rift. Is it going to be a 2-0? Can T1 pull something out of the bag for this one and finally take us all the way in our first semi-final?
Da, ali Fearless Draft što je jako bitna stvar za Fearless, to je best of 3 je. To je problem. Sad su nas navikli na best of 5 Fearless i best of 5 Fearless je samo 50 puta zanimljiviji.
We need to get, crowd people, organize one person, get it done. If it goes to a game 3, please get it done. Tarzan invade starts with Faker as well. There's going to be good damage here, but 45 seconds, Tarzan can put a defensive board and probably just back away. Okay, it's gleaming crawl start from Carrier, so there's no CC. Shanks also walks it out, and again, it's only a minute into the game, so there is time to back away here if Shanks can get his recall off.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Tarzan doesn't need to reset, obviously sustain this now, but
jungle as well.
Ward just come down from owner there to get some information.
Panovi više nego raspoloženi.
A good early start for T1 is important as well. You know, we've seen this Corky, we've seen it at this tournament, we've seen it sometimes really thrive in the hands of like Ruler. We saw a game from Sven where it really didn't have the impact. I feel like especially in a matchup like this, you need to make use of the early prior it can achieve. And you need to make sure that when you hit that 2-item spike, you're in a position to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I want to see T1 try to look for some early stops with their tempo. I think the sooner you get Rumble out of that matchup when Yorick gets a little bit of levels, the better. When early game Rumble will have that control, probably not level 1. Yorick's level 1 is very powerful with all that healing, but the moment the wave bounces, that's when the Rumble Flame Spitter just starts having all so much poke, and it really becomes about that level 6 spike when Yorick can start contesting. So much damage is just loaded into that Maiden, and usually like when you ult as Yorick, some champions can like poke down across multiple
Sena, jel postoji razlog zašto Sena uvijek ide Ghost kad ide dot?
Nisam siguran. Ja sam igrao ovih nekoliko dana i nije mi Ghost ništa bio specijalan, iskreno.
Rumble kind of struggles with that, I think. He can't really walk up to try to poke her down without getting caught in the cage, so...
It's on theme, he has the pandas.
Hell yeah, I just realized. That's, not uncanny, it's intentional from Flandre. Tarzan's passing top, by the way. If you didn't know where junglers are, they're all heading up towards this top lane, and I think, Finn, with what you've set up, top does feel like the most volatile lane early, that can really run away with the game, that can really control tempo up here, and getting grubbed early on either Rumble or Yorick also, I think is pretty impactful when these guys are menaces in side lanes early too.
Yeah, Yorick getting those grubs really accelerates his tower taking. If he's left alone with a tower, that's dead in like 5-6 seconds with that demolish proc. Doran might look for a little barbecue here.
Čudna mi je meta sa Yorickom, iskreno.
No little pandas
no
out.
Cage. He has 2 points in his queue, I've realized, Flandre. So he's really playing for those later levels, really valuing that sustain it gives him, and probably won't try to fight too much at this bounce because I think his jungler wants to go for the bot grab, seeing how the lanes are playing out.
Thanks to take the heavy chunk, and early on is Galio.
Yeah.
A lot of the time in mid, he just gets chunked out versus range.
Tarzan's in a bit of a delicate position because all 3 lanes of T1 have prior at this point, so he wants to really avoid...
Dobro, mislim, ako ništa T1 znamo da su mentalno jaki, to što su malo pali, to što su stompovani realno prvi game, ne znači ništa. Mislim da i dalje, ono, full legitimno...
Za T1 je to baš nebitno, potpuno.
Let's see, maybe a swap coming out here. No, never mind, they're fighting. I saw both T1 side laners trying to base there on the same wave. I think they were trying to look for a swap, but saw Carrier got stopped actually, or Gumushi got stopped in the bot side, so Doran interrupted his recall, and I think they still want to look for that swap. It looks like that is the play they're aiming for, and they're just gonna have to delay it 1 or 2 waves.
Nice from Shank, shielded Duran. Faker, there's another Justice Punch coming, or rather, pummeled down. His wins were almost up. Shank's really good trade here, and he's gonna get the minions as well.
It's one of these trades where...
Faker bi trebalo polako sad da pokaže malo više impacta.
Yeah, if he stops him be able to recall, and that's actually pretty favorable. But Faker was looking at TP back in. Problem is, because Shanks has been his TP already and is low, he would be kind of stuck with the HP. If he gets the wave in, he'll be able to get a reset off.
Orcs, was it the other day, was it yesterday, the day before, we were casting T1? We're like, oh, Faker's in trouble, where's Owner on the way? Well, he's just moved to Raptor Camp. He's nearby. And he's got to make sure that his star carry is in an okay position. So that coverage is probably really important as Faker tries the back again. On your minimap, he has just actually cancelled his recall. Wave's getting pushed in once more, but Faker's low on mana.
Shanxi just keeping him trapped in the lane.
Galija ne može baš mnogo da bulija. Galija nema toliko veliki base damage. Nije baš toliki bully auto-atakovima. Heroji koji su bully auto-atakovima također vole da igraju u Galija. Recimo Oriana sa Kal startom, Vladimir sa Kal startom, Ari sa Kal startom.
Juče sam igrao Ari sa Kal startom, kad si to napomenuo, mnogo mi smešno bilo. Igrao sam u Kasadina, Bubrek sam mu izvadio. Ari u Kasadina sam igrao sa Kalom. Bukvalno sam u Bubrek, lik je završio 1-10 i 100 CS je bio down, nije mogo da igra.
U Kasadina i u Galija easy princip. Oba heroja ne mogu podnesu kad ih auto-atakuš. Eni sa Kal startom isto može, ima priču, ima bolestan attack range. Kal start eri i good luck.
Nemo, mili matchupe.
Lap cancel.
Samo radi previše dobro.
Now as well, Fondre being flashless, you know, puts him in a really uncomfortable spot, threatening for Ona to potentially look for a gang.
I mislim ono što je problem što Talija prirodno i kako itemizuje ne radi damage Galiju. Jer Talija mora da otvori sa tirom i sa scaling buildom, a Galija može da otvori sa MR-om, a te dve jedna protiv druge baš ne funkcionišu najbolje. Tako da to je dosta veliki faktor isto.
Ne, mogu su mi zanimljivi ti rani matchupovi. Tarzan voli da se bije u ovoj seriji baš. I ovdje mora ovako da se bije. Jači od Onera level 5 sigurno. Oj. Sajna, šta je ovo 2-0 kao?
Pa, boga mi kako je krenulo. Veoma moguće, veoma moguće.
Ovo se nisam nadao. Džabe Kerija.
Faker ima Fizz. Gali ima flash, Shanks nema dovoljno mane za 2 spela. Hopi mora flashuje.
And that's what happens when you use your ultimate on the Rumble to stop bases. Suddenly you cannot take those early game skirmishes that usually would be favored for you. T1 starts the Dragon, 1 ult down, and Tarzan instantly recognizes that this is a good time to fight. All of AL come in, the TPs kind of come in, and it ends up being a really favorable fight for AL. You see Tarzan here, sees Owner, and now you see him think about, wait, he doesn't have ult. We're 1 ult up here. Galio comes in from mid lane, being so fast to follow up, and now Doran is just caught up in a weird position.
Ovo je baš bio dobar skirmish od AL. A najveći problem zapravo je razlika između Skarnera i Galija. Skarnera i Xina.
Da. Mislim, Tarzan zna u ovom delu partije Xin samo radi što hoće.
Obviously, the objective was already gone, but the kills go over to AL, and once again, they're coming into this part of the game with a bit of a lead. 1,000 gold in favor of AL right now. Void Grubs does get picked over, does get taken over by T1 though, so Dragon in pocket and 3 Void Grubs is a positive for them.
I feel like Grubs against Yorick is nice, especially when Finn, you were just talking about how it is so cool to start a Yorick game with triple Grubs, or at least some part of it. So Flandre does get the double kill, but he doesn't have as much pushing power as T1 now acquire with that top side objective.
I think you take those trades though if you're AL at this stage. I'd be quite happy getting a few kills and a Dragon and some flashes on Yorick instead of getting those Grubs. I think now Doran is being left alone here. Tries to look for something. He's gonna get a little bit chunked, but most likely we're gonna see him equalize this wave. Unless Owner will try to come down.
I was going to ask you, Finn, in the 2v1, who do you favor here? Because it feels like free souls for hope.
Volim kada iskoriste ime ultija i stave ga u recimo glagol ili kao što je sad equalize the wave. Mi uvek lepo da čujem.
Match these lanes just because how strong the Yorick is right now. He has so much pressure onto the Rumble, so Doran being able to play here 1 versus 2 is ulting the wave. I think he's very happy about this. Good mismatch by T1 trying to really kind of like get back into the game, get a tempo lead, ulting that wave, gets the base on the Rumble, and honestly,
AG.AL, mislim, trunku manje lead nego prethodni game, ali kad pogledam opet njihov komp, ovo što kažu kasteri, realno nemaju baš toliko snowball ni Igrex ni jak, ali to je manje više to. Tako da ne bi ni smjeli da imaju neki nenormalan lead. Pa da ne bi smjeli ni prošli game, ni to hit koliko su imali pa su ga našli, tako da Gez da nema nešto pretjerano pravila.
Okay, Gleaming Cool not going to stop the back here, so Sundered Sky is picked up nice and early for Tarzan here on this Zinzao, and I remember his Zinzao at MSI. I've seen Tarzan plenty of Zinzao throughout the years.
Yeah, big jungle spike.
Shanks, kako lepo. Kako volim te dodžove sa dashom nazad, to je Faker baš popularizovao na Galiju.
To je bio njegov signature move, da. Ja isto volim S inpute za dodžovanje, to mi je uvek lepo.
Da.
I mean, it's a cat, crazy cat lady Yorick skin, but because with the chroma you just get the pandas, but they still meow.
Carrier goes. He's caught out. He's got no flash available. Look, he's got 5 seconds on his flash. He's going to battle dance away. Luckily, with the quickness, he gets the movement speed. But Carrier almost got punished for that lack of summoner while we look towards top. And Doran is caged for the time being. Flandre gets a little bit low, but Hander Maiden is going to walk away. So, okay for Flandre for the time being.
Yeah, a little rough from Shanks there. Doesn't manage to connect onto Carrier. And
another back cancelled.
Look at the wave though, it's crashing. Go get your wave, Doran. Run from the pandas.
Jeff, I feel like that's something that playing the Rakan into Galio feels kind of bad. Way back in the day when Galio was played support, it was actually a pretty bad matchup for Rakan because you know, it's so easy to land that CC on him. If you channel the taunt, very hard to avoid. So, you know, one nice thing this game is you do have the spellbook, so you can pick up that cleanse at some point and use that as a tool just to, at least in one team fight, evade the threat. But otherwise, definitely a little bit dangerous for Carrier.
Looking for play here.
Did flash away at the start of it, but KAL's covering really nicely. And the Maiden's out as well. Look at the healing even after the
Oni ovo ne vinaju.
might be cheering because he won't die.
Ali oni ovo ne vinaju, nema više damage od...
KAL trying to
Iskreno, Sajna, moram da kažem, owner ovu seriju, i ovaj game i prošli game, nije dobra priča.
Dobro, ovo je giga lepa rotacija od KAL-a, iskreno. Ne možeš ga kriviš, mislim, T1 računa, tako je, rade Drake-a i onda koja je šansa da nekog drugi bude na topu. A u stvari se KAL rotirao na top stage, što je van svake pameti. Mislim, očigledno jako dobar play, samo ne očekuješ.
Ali znaš što treba pogledati kada? Jer to je tempo recall, znači to znači da se on rotirao u sred nekog dešavanja, razumiješ? Da je prediktovao, baš me zanima koliko je rano prediktovao, kad je backovao.
But T1 managed to get away without losing a member, so it was good timing from the AL support to be there, but I think maybe a different execution could have definitely guaranteed them at least one kill.
Definitely showing awareness on the map, thinking about everything, and doesn't want to give T1 a single inch back into this game. As Shanks pushes out bot lane, looks like he wants to look for a recall, and maybe he stays actually. Let's see, maybe he will find.
Ne, jak je te AL, baš je jak.
See if he can. Winds of War would get the range for that, but next objective, just to walk everyone towards where we're angling, is that 1 minute 25 for Herald up in top side.
1000 golda prednosti.
Across the board, and for Hope, that's always good news. Despite the fact he doesn't really have any souls in this game, 23 at 13.
Nije loše, vidjet ćemo šta će moći da urade.
We've seen it EWC so far, but I guess it's just also with the lane assignments that T1 have opted for. Is Shanks nice trade.
So also when you swap against the Senna and you have like a Rumble doesn't really have to walk up to clear the wave. He can just stand and farm with E really far away, and then if they have a big wave they're stacking, just ult it. It becomes really hard for Senna to really farm any stacks on him, really delaying those spikes, thresholds that you really want to hit on the Senna. Gumyushi kind of chilling.
I feel like as well, when you get to this point of the game, often you can farm stacks of the enemy carry in mid, but Corki actually matches Senna quite well in terms of how their trade patterns are, you know, quite short and bursty. So if you actually walk up to the Corki, you can take a heavy trade that you kind of want to avoid if he goes for that burst. So it's not as easy as in some other matchups where you just walk up, you auto Q, you back off, because if you do that to Guma, he will punish you.
think as well, when we're talking about, you know, first items on the board, second on the way, Guma, the one who is actually leading in this game, thanks to the healthy CS lead that he's maintained.
Ja mislim da postoji... Mislim da postoji razlog zašto baš ne daju carry uopšte one njegove pikove. Sjećamo se T1 u Prime-u, pod navodnicima, ko carry Guma su igrali Ash Caitlyn dole. Videli smo i na MSI-u da je lokovo lik Renatu sa... Nemam pojma s čim, s nečim što nije Renata pairing, mislim. Sa Zajom fazom. Jednostavno on je range igrač. Treba mu dati to.
Try to get a little bit of lead as Flandre now looks to TP in there. He wants to seal the deal.
Okay, so it started up for AL. As you said, Flandre coming in, puts pressure on T1's back. Carrier looking for an engage angle. Doran's coming in with equalizer back up and available, but only level 10 here. Wave getting pushed by AL, thanks to Hope, as AL group up as 5. The Weavers all coming in as well. The poke begins as Faker. Ulti's in, but the center ult lines down as AL are going to take themselves a Bernie hot as Carrier jumps in, but he's a little bit early.
Dobro.
The not too bad, but bringing in the Galio, maybe not. Maybe.
Ne baš najbolji equalizer iskreno.
With the Herald down though, a flick back brings the fight into its second phase.
Nemaju ni dovoljno damage, ja mislim.
Faker je toliko stvari ispogađao, ali nažalost igra Taliju. Da.
Kako Flandre chase downuje Dorana, ja bi se uplašio, mislio bi da ću da umrem, svaka mu čast. Kako je lepo trekao cooldownove. Sjajno.
AL playing around their cooldown so well to get the edge in that fight. Will use the Herald on top of that to get the mid tier 1, getting everything they want and more from that fight.
And this is the first team from the LPL really showing why they are so respected in the region with great team fighting, really well poised fights there to take. They were all so ready to turn the moment T1 walked up into that Herald. They were leaving the Maiden to hit it and they were...
Pa ovo nije team fightovanje, ovo je skirmishovanje. Mnogo dobro skirmishuju uvek.
The fights are bound to happen.
I just think it was the fact that they, you know, found a target, used their cooldowns, and then patiently waited for the next rotation.
Jako malo grešaka pravi, mislim. Zaista je nevjerovatno, baš su raspoloženi.
Didn't really give any windows for T1 to answer back.
I really like how Shanks played.
Odličan je early game, it goes without saying.
Went in and really used his CC and face rush well.
Ja ne znam si čuo intervju Zvena, koji je kukao kako su umorni i kako su jetlagged. Kao bro, niste igrali MSI, koji ti je izgovor?
Čekaj, sad sam teo da pitam. Zven nije igrao MSI, ali tako?
Nije, Cloud9 nije igrao MSI.
What do you mean, pa kako onda jetlaggovan?
Ne znam, pa kao, što je? Ne znam.
That finds Doran in the end by the edge.
Doran's caged up by the Yorick, the Galio as well. Like the CC in one place is so huge as Faker did a lot of damage, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, that's the thing. So much damage done by Faker and Guma, and so many low health bars on AL, which is why it's so clear that AL had to play it to that level to win the team fight, because T1 were pumping damage and they used the health bars as resources.
While mid's getting pushed, Tarzan's like down in front of the tier 3 turret, keeping Doran from the wave. I mean, it's another Tarzan masterclass, just like game 1 on the Trundle. Game 2, I have seen this since out before. There is a reason that Tarzan is the best jungler in the LPL, that this guy has consistently remained...
Ne, Tarzan igra i na MSI-u. Nenormalna forma čovekova.
Praise Flandre. I feel like he's had such a good series. That game 1 Aurora Flash, those mechanical prowess that I feel like people can say that Flandre is more like this tank player. He doesn't really play the carry, so doesn't have that high mechanical.
I Flandre igra dobro ovu seriju.
I feel like he shut those people up this series, really showing why he is so respected in Asia and
ne znam baš.
in general. And I think on his signature.
Samo ne mogu setim EDG top lane skin. Koga je birao Flandre?
Ja se ne sjećam. Znaš da ne mogu setim kako izgleda. Koji skinove ima EDG?
Jega, Zoe. Koje su porke, brate, kako ne mogu se setim. Onda je neki enchanter, čime ne mogu se setim jer ga nisam igrao.
On the side lane. You can also go for the Sterax if you really want to hone in on the team fights, make sure you don't die. But I think most of the time we see that Shojin come in here because we'll break him more for solo queue classic, while this is a competitive staple.
Let's have a look. He's got a control ward, but I feel like Flandre would have backed on a little bit more gold than 75. So
Yumi.
Ja sam ti lepo rekao
da... Zato ne znaš, ima smisla. Pije vodu. Felias.
Jest.
Zaboravio sam na sekund kako izgleda cijela linija IDG skinova.
But I feel like this is one of these things when the game is in this sort of position, if they don't establish vision there, if T1 see a window, they are a team who would jump on an opportunity.
Da, Graves je top. Graves je bio top tad.
Ja, da, bre. Zaboravio sam da je Graves tad igrao top, to je ona meta gore drinker.
Shanks, I mean Faker just weeding behind lanes, he opened bot there, looked if York was gonna overextend, and he was around mid, looking on mid wave, now finally catches the wave. Really using Natalia, as we know, like she's so fast on the map and she can really join anywhere action happens, so that's really what he's gotta do in these stages, Faker. You gotta just weave around when you have some downtime.
Hang on, Cage is up as well, and Doran kept in it for a little bit with the Maiden up. Doran is getting bopped around, Flandre is looking for the solo kill with Flash, it's easy.
Pa dobro.
Flandre.
U trenutku kad igraš protiv Jorika, Jorik dobije taj prvi solo kill, samo znaš da si ga ugasio.
Dobro, ali iskreno Flandre je maestralno.
Lepo je odigrao što jes.
Pa mislim, cijelu ovu i prvi game i sad ovaj drugi game, pazi, 20 minuta AL bukvalno kontroliše cijelu igru, samo 6 killova, nije ništa sad kao da ih stompuju. Ali puno, to je ono što si ti rekao, baš ne greše uopšte, prvih 15 minuta ne prave grešku. Prošli game su isto otvorili sa tipa 6-0, ovaj je sa 6-1. A daj čovječ.
Of bonks on the head with that shovel.
And now because of that as well, TP advantage, Doran has to come up and TP as well, but Flandre...
I argujem da je AL scale-uje jednako dobro koliko i T1, žao mi je u ovom game. Ne mogu da igraju na scaling. T1 sad bukvalno forsiran da bije. Savršeno. Jako dobar equalizer. Kako dobar equalizer bacio Doran.
Faker. Možda mogu da izoluje ovu dvojicu dole bar. I on je živ.
Faker zna šta se dešava. Ček, sada, ti si ispred mene.
22:09.
Da, vidio sam, jesi ti rekao on je živa, 5 sekundi si bio ispred. Samo sam refreshao.
Forcing T1 to all kind of scramble and rush to try to get into that pit, but in the end, gaining that crucial advantage, getting that out the con just by that beautiful pick and beautiful engage by Kyle and Shanks together.
Shanks is buying so much time for his team and still somehow doesn't go down. Gumiyushi was pumping damage throughout that fight and still unable to find the kills the team needs, so big boon over to AL there. They get a reward for Flandre's solo kill, gave them the control over that area that they needed, and now Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds, they're moving straight towards it.
I don't know if you saw, but if you look at the inventories of AL, everyone is hitting their second item spike. Meanwhile, T1 is hitting on one components. It's a difficult...
Oh, what a route! Faker caught up, but for now it's okay. Kyle takes
Polako, Kyle. Sad iskreno navijam za AL, čisto malo da pokažu. To.
Lepo. Dobar slow i sad će Flandre da ih izlopata.
W!
Da.
Kako je lepo,
Ma da!
Šta je ovo? Šta je s Tarzanom i Flandreom?
Boga mi Kyle igra na limitu.
I Kyle igra, isto svi igraju bre. Shanks je konzistent, Hope je prošli game bio insane. AL, iskreno mnogo bolji nego na MSI-u zapravo. Ovaj game, ova serija, baš clean.
The amount of times AL members have walked out of fights with slithers of health, it feels like they're using the health bars as resources, able to play with T1, find the fights they want, and being rewarded with a huge lead now. It's already 1-0 in the series, and the reigning champs, they're not looking in a good spot to bounce back in this series.
It was one game that was a statement, but 2 games in a row, that's just class right now from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, look at Kale, he's being engaged on, but that ult gets out of the Skarner ult, and now suddenly T1 are so deep, and now pay attention to Flandre. He's just left alone there, one bonk on the head, and now this little cute side step, boom! So slick, gets the chase, and with it out the con slow AoE, it's just an easy chase down for AL and the Dragon to follow.
Look at Hope was chasing this last kill.
Oh, it does end up going down. Kale goes in on low HP, helps to finish off, but
Ma da. Kako lepo igre.
They're just working so well as a unit to chase down members. And once more, Gumiyushi pumping damage. Most damage in that team fight, but once more, unable to find the kills. The damage is there, but it's just not enough. The coordination's not enough to finish off targets.
Yeah, T1 really needs to find a key engage on multiple members and layering all those AoE spells, that Rumble ult onto the Skarner ult with a Rakan. I feel like they're trying to find these big engages, but AL really like posturize themselves so well around these stroke points.
I feel like the problem as well is the value from the center, that healing that keeps coming in is just gonna...
Ne, mislim da nema problema T1. Ovdje ih Hell stompa, ali mislim da svako T1 nema problema. Jer mislim da za T1 i za Hanvo je legitimno da budu jetlagged.
Čekaj. Stiže Flandre. Bam! Jednom lopatom u čelo. Ma nebitno je. Ovo je isto kao prošli game. T1 je sad našao bolji fight, ali u momentu kad su 8000 goda behind. Kao unlucky. Vidi ga Flandre. Vidi ga Flandre, 4D šah.
4D šah. Shanks mora se paziti da jer Korki... Da, ne znam čemu to, ali ajde. Veliki shadow za gum.
Ne veze. Lagano, svako je gotov game. A, možda je Shanks treba da respektuje to što su rotirali svi njegovi na ostatak mape.
T1's gotta choose one of them. Da, moraju da cipeluju jednog, samo da znate.
Što si bezobrazan? Što si bezobrazan?
Što mi je smešno. Jedina stvar gore je kad govore, kad dodaju R na kraju. I opet je bilo pre neki dan. Nešto su isto rekli.
Dobro, ovo je Tarzanov baron.
A, to se, mislim ono.
Okej.
Za malo, ali vidi. Ne vidi, šalim se. Ne, Dora, ne moš pa, 1-1 umire od Tarzana.
Tebi baguje?
Sad je okej. Tebi?
Meni se baš ispresecalo. Otišlo je 10 sekundi u... Čim je uleteo Tarzan u pit, 10 sekundi si imao 5 frame-a.
Ne, okej mi.
No, sad je fajn. Wow. Jedino što možda vadi T1, prvo, ono što je Sajna pričao prošli game, AL nema soul, a T1 može da farmuje 2 inhibitora, što kao može malo da olakša ovaj game. Ali razlika je 7000 golda i dalje.
4300 na topu.
Ali ovaj Baron može da olakša da se farmuje pa da se isfarmuje ova 2 inhibitora.
And I think T1 have to be happy with what they got away with there. The game is in a dire spot still. Oh, Carrier, no.
What can you get? Carrier bopped on. The Alistar flash in. Carrier alive for now. It's a good impale, but can Rakan go back in? Shanks tanked out. Faker's angle. Not too bad. The equalizer gorgeous too, but Shanks as he goes golden.
Dobar ulti.
A little bit more. T1 are trying to get themselves in for a fight. Kyle's going to die. It gets sketchy, but as Shanks jumps in, as Tarzan runs.
Odličan Shanks. Odličan Shanks. Guma sam vino ovaj fight.
Guma ga lomi. Ja kažem, ne možeš Gumi da daš shutdown tako. I još jedan za Gumu.
Šta je on rekao upravo Flandreu?
Nisam siguran.
Jel on to rekao njemu da je glup?
Što znači nisam registrovao.
Dobro, ovo može bude ozbiljan comeback. Jer se farmuju 2 inhibitora i svi shutdownovi.
Does get focused here, but manages to get value out of it. That quick ult response gets the CC, but throughout Guma is getting the damage down, but this time he is ensuring he is finished.
Tarzan je bio predaleko, pogledaj gde je Tarzan, a nosio mi svaki fight, pogledaj ga gde je. Evo ga kad joina, sad. I to joina vide ga, ovo nije dobro. Vide ga, igraju oko toga gde se nalazi on. Faker je sve landovo što je mogo da landuje. Nešto mi baguje clean feed danas.
And the stone is being squeezed by T1 when everything looks dire. They step
Halo.
up and they find the miracle fight that no one saw coming. They keep getting away with it and they're bouncing back into this game. Now the goal
Čudno je, pošto je to official YouTube feed. Mislim, ja isto gledam isti feed, tako da baš je čudno.
Čekaj, možda ovo da uradimo. Čekaj. Onda pogasim sve, možda mi je nešto do... možda se ramlju.
3k goldly on him alone. He's nearly full build. Everything is on his back this game. He has said, I am not willing to lose this series, not yet. And T1 really relying on him to do everything in this game. They have the CC on the rest of the members. You can see Faker doing work, setting that up. He does have the Rabadons, which represents a good amount of damage, but really it comes down to what this Corki can do in these fights.
Hoće biti nezgodno jako.
And pump the numbers.
Faker ima Rabadon sad. Guma je prejak. Mene uvijek brine scena koja farmuje. 30 minuta 82 solo. Support scena ima 130 u ovom trenutku prvog. Drugo, solovi ti daju damage, generalno scena s ovim buildom nema toliko high damage. Znači scena koja je ranije buildovala na mestu statika, cleaver ili botrk recimo je imala mnogo više damage. Jer botrk zapravo scale-uje njegov damage, a statikov damage jako loše scale-uje i statikov damage je wave damage.
No, istina. I mislim, Korki s 50% krita u ovom delu partije i kako god da krita skine mu sve.
A mislim, pogotovo Hope-a bez barijere. Legit ga ubija double-ove, RFC, Phosphorus bomb i ulti, to je to, mrtav.
Tarzan ima steel sigil. Kao to mu je ceo armor na Ksinu. Jorik, ajde Jorik ima Jakšo. Zonja na Galiju mislim da nije dovoljno za ove Korkijeve iteme. Mislim da po jedan armor item za Korkije ovog nije dovoljno.
Da, definitivno.
A moraju da builduje MR jer Rumble Talija rade posao.
I da ne pričamo o tome da Korki svakako i dalje ima true damage. Ko je spasiv. Tako da... Još je prodao Cloak of Agility i kupio je BF. Ovo može bude Shojin, može bude GA, može bude BT. Može bude Essence River u nekom univerzumu isto. Ako hoće full damage. Mada jedan mislim da je RFC bio dobar u scenu.
Možda je samo uzao BF da ima više statova u fajtu. Guma je dobio kill, ali je pao. I to je to, mislim. Ako izgube Gumu, oni ne mogu da igraju, mislim. To je to.
Pao je, da. Pogledaj ko, ovi ne mogu da ubiju Flandrea, njih dvojica.
Da. Samo Guma je igrao.
Ovo je 2-0, to je to.
Doran je pao previše behind. Faker igra Taliju, ne radi ništa.
Unlucky. Mislim kao jako mi je žao, ali ne možeš da igraš tako i to je to. Tako je.
Lepo.
Maestrale, ne, jel idu u finale? Svaka čast, momci, svaka čast. Tarzan, Flandre, AG.AL, Hope na Lucianu, Shanks, overall consistency njegov je vrlo visok. Vrlo impresivan kineski roster, moram da priznam. Vrlo impresivan.
Lepo. Lepo, dominantno. Finale će sigurno biti banger. Pitanje je ko još ide u finale, da li će biti G2 ili GenG. Vidim da publika u chatu veruje itekako u G2. Vidite, ovdje su dobili BLG. Dobili su drugi sit Kine, a Kine je ovdje solidna. Ne vidim što ne bi moglo da se ponovi tako nešto bilo kako bilo. Idemo na pauzu, pauza 20 minuta verovatno. Tako da smo na pauzi i vraćamo se za 20 u seriju broj 2.
Their key crushed by AG.AL with such a dominant statement performance.
A stomp, a slaughter by AL. I don't think anyone expected it to be this one-sided. A little bit of oopsies here and there, but in general, they had control from the game started till the game ended.
I think everyone, regardless of which side you're on, the expectation was a 2-1. I think that's safe to say because both these teams, I mean, when we saw them in EWC, it went the distance, and T1 always have that clutch factor, so AL really had that number today.
I feel like AL, you know, came in as underdogs just because of T1's standing. Obviously because we've had recency in a best of 5. The level up's been insane, but I think overall AL impressed the hell out of everyone. T1 eliminated. They will not be able to return or hold on to their title as we head to the stage where Shanks is standing by to crush a winner's key.
Welcome back to the stage. AG.AL head to the grand final. They take their revenge. It's a historical moment at the Esports World Cup. I have Shanks with me for our Amazon winner interview. My first question is, you just killed the unkillable Demon King on a global stage. How do you feel?
首先，恭喜你们赢下了今天对阵到 T1 的比赛，这其实是一个历史性的时刻。然后，首先第一个问题想要问到你的是，你其实是打败了一个不死的魔王 Faker， 然后在一个国际性的舞台上，你现在感受怎么样
呢？我现在感觉真的太好了。首先我们 MSI 输给了 T1， 然后又在这里复仇，这种感觉再好不过了。
I have to say, I feel amazing right now. We lost to T1 at MSI, and we took the revenge now. I just feel amazing.
Absolutely, you deserve to go ahead and crush their key. But before we do that, just one moment, I want to know, what was the difference between what happened here and what happened at MSI? Because you were able to take them to Game 5, but not quite take the distance. But right here, it was just a sweep 2-0.
在我们可以压碎他们的钥匙之前，我想问到的是，你觉得这次的胜利和 MSI 相比的话有什么区别呢？因为虽然在 MSI 的时候你们和他们对阵到了第5局，但是此次你能够拿下复仇，对，你觉得区别是怎样？
其实我觉得我今天的团队做的真的是太好了，对，就是我们团队一直在进步，一直在努力训练，对。
I feel that our team performance today is absolutely epic. I feel that we are always improving and just pull it out today.
Absolutely, going from being the rising stars of LPL into the grand final of the Esports World Cup, that must feel great. But you still have one more step to claim this trophy. But before that, this is a historical moment in the Esports World Cup history. There has been never a team where they crushed T1's key. Would you like to do the honor?
在拿到最后的王冠之前，这是一个历史性的时刻，从未有一个战队 曾经压碎 T1 的钥匙，你愿不愿意做这件事情？
我很愿意压碎。
I would love to crush their key.
Please go ahead. There has been never a team that could do what AG.AL is about to do right now. AG.AL and Shanks head to the grand final and destroy Team 1's key. We will let you enjoy this moment.
everyone, Kitty here for the post-game interview. By my side, T1 Faker. Unfortunately, you guys weren't able to top AG.AL in today's best of series, so what went wrong?
일단 페이커 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번 AG.AL전에서 좀 아쉽게도 승리를 가져가지 못하셨는데 온 패배의 요인을 좀 말씀해 주신다면 좀 어떤 게 있을지 궁금합니다.
그냥 전체적으로 저희가 오늘 경기에서 조금 부족했던 것 같고 준비했던 만큼 성과가 나오진 않은 것 같습니다.
I don't think we met our overall standards in the game, so I think that's why we lost.
I see, and of course, this is going to be the first time that T1 is officially eliminated from going to front running in the Esports World Cup League of Legends Champions. So I was wondering, what do you have to say to the next title winner that will be proceeding into the grand finals tomorrow?
이제 이번이 T1이 EWC 리그 오브 레전드에서 처음으로 좀 탈락하는 장면이기 때문에 이제 새로운 챔피언이 등장을 할 텐데 그 새로운 승자에게 혹시 해주실 말이 있다면 좀 어떤 말이 있을까요?
저희가 안타깝게 이번에 좀 탈락하긴 했고 뼈아픈 패배긴 하지만 그래도 충분히 배울 점이 있었다고 생각하고 다음에 있을 경기들도 재밌는 경기들이 많이 펼쳐졌으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, it's a really heartbreaking moment that we couldn't bring it all. That being said, we are trying to overcome this heartbreaking loss. And I think in next games, I think all the other players or other teams will have a fun games.
Thank you so much. And of course, we have a lot of T1 fans in the Riyadh arena and of course behind the screen. So what do you have to say as now you are in contention for third place?
이제 곧 3-4위전을 내일 또 치르시게 될 텐데 지금 또 경기장에 계속 남아 계셔서 T1을 응원해 주시는 또 많은 팬분들이 또 계시잖아요. 그래서 마지막으로 팬분들 위해서 한번 해주신다면 또 어떤 말씀이실까요?
팬분들께 좀 만족스러운 경기 보여주지 못해서 되게 안타까운 마음이고 다음 경기 때 열심히 준비해서 3, 4위전 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I'm very sorry for all the fans that we couldn't bring it all. But that being said, we're gonna prepare our best in our next match, which is gonna be a third place match.
Thank you so much, Faker. We'll see you tomorrow and back to you guys at the desk.
And for the first time in the history of the Esports World Cup, T1's key is destroyed by the hands of Shanks and the rest of AG.AL. The title defender's key, the special notation that T1 had, could not withstand the crushing defeat that happens at the Esports World Cup. Faker and the rest of the squad still have one more match to play tomorrow in the third place match for club championship points. But in this series, there was only one team dominant enough to close it out in a 2-0. And especially in that game number one, that was so one-sided. AG.AL here, Valdez, came up huge.
They were just a better team today. Like, it was very obvious. It didn't matter what the draft was. It didn't matter what the game state was. There was a moment here in game 2 where AG.AL kind of dropped the ball. But even then, even with T1 given the chance to come back in the game number 2, they still could not do much at all. AG.AL just much better today. I was very impressed by Tarzan in both games. I think that he was absolutely running the Rift. I think, in my mind, the most dominant player. But really, it just, shout out to the whole roster. I think that Flandre ran Doran around the Rift. Shanks had a fantastic series, and same for the bot lane as well.
I was definitely surprised with this outcome. I was expecting T1 to win, and honestly, in that game too, it kind of looked like the magic was about to start happening for T1. They were down, 10, 11K, and then they just got, Baron Steel into shutdown, and I was thinking like, oh, I've seen this one before. Guma was super fed, but AG.AL didn't let it get away from them. They managed to bring it back. Even that last fight we just saw, I was really surprised they were able to kill Guma there. It was like Alistair and Senna kind of just rolled up on him and assassinated him. So really great play by them. That was a super fun series. And it's, just kind of shocking to see T1 go down like that.
Yeah, let's breeze through some of these highlights here. We start off with the early lead that AG.AL was able to make, as T1 constantly trying to find fights on this Talia, trying to land the rumble ults, but they never really lined up here, Valdez, and AG.AL able to parry the initial charge and then punish afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked a lot of parts of T1's drafts. Like, they had so much damage, especially with the Rumble choice for Doran. They elected for even more, but it just felt like the equalizers were used and it hit members, but it was never used in tandem with CC, and it kind of felt like a lot of times they were trying to scramble into some of these fights. Like in that one, it's like, well, we got to fight this in the river, so he just kind of throws out an equalizer. It wasn't really like T1 were playing as a team and AG.AL were just punishing every time.
Yeah, and then after that, Meteos, this was going to be the exclamation point here in our second highlight for AG.AL, where another fight in the mid lane starts off with the catch onto Owner and Faker. And you're thinking Kyle's going to get caught out here, but he lives with just a sliver of health on the Alistar, and the rest of the team's able to punish yet again.
He was super patient with the Alistar ult. I think it definitely baited T1 into, you know, maybe committing more than they need to onto him and stepping up a little farther than they should. I think one of the things that impressed me the most in both of these games was Flandre. He did really well against Life Esports, and then again today against Doran, he gapped them hard, especially on something like Yorick that most people don't think of Yorick as a team fighter. He's kind of known as a split pushing champion, kind of like oppressive in some lane matchups if you can get a good one, but Flandre has been team fighting so well on this champion. It makes me rethink, you know, like, is Yorick actually good at team fighting? Because he gets the really good W's. He just does a ton of damage. He's tanky. I don't know. He just made that champion look so strong.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a tournament without a little bit of sprinkle of some T1 magic. Let's see it here as they were down, 11K gold. All of us in the green room were like, what is Keria doing? He knew exactly what he was doing.
I love this buffer by Keria. I didn't notice it the first time around, but he was doing this intentional to bait them. He reacted to the Alistar's flash combo with his ult, which then made it so the Pulverize didn't go through. So he actually got headbutted out. And like we were mentioning, it kind of felt like the plot armor was kicking in for T1. They did win this fight pretty handedly, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't enough. I feel like, you know, beating an LPL team into a choke point is a classic, right? But it was something like 8,000, 9,000 gold they were down at this point. Now, the issue was the follow-up, right? Because T1, they did a good job baiting them in. It was like, oh, they're maybe going to come back in this one. And then, well, they kind of threw on the next fight.
Well, at this point, Gumayushi had a 3,000 gold lead over Hope. He's the main target that you got to jump onto if you're AG.AL, and just this eagerness to get into the fight here just gets him into headbutt pulverize range.
Yeah, I didn't think Guma was going to go down. Looking at the items going into this fight, he was the richest guy in the game. I think he was something like 3.3k gold up on Hope. So this was kind of his game to carry, and he just got comboed by Alistar, he got comboed by Galio, and then taken out by Senna. So probably a little bit of over-eagerness by T1 there. I think they, you know, understandably probably thought they were more behind than they were, even though it kind of looked like they were in a decent spot to take that game, because Zhao doesn't scale very well. After you get 2 items, he kind of plateaus. I'm not sure about Yorick. I think he does fall off at some point. So it seemed like T1 were doing well in the scaling department, but obviously that fight didn't go their way. I think they forced a little too hard onto a Zhao who had ult, and they just ended up with a bad positioning.
And you can see how much it means. Shanks with the pop-off, Coach Tabe with the pop-off, and AG.AL right the wrongs of MSI in that semifinals. It was the lower bracket finals over at MSI, and will be here for the grand finals. LPL still representing, has the opportunity to win their first ever Esports World Cup League of Legends game trophy. And with this victory over the previous game title defender, they can have a special notation called the Champion Slayer inside the totem if they're able to get the victory in the grand finals. So the Champion Slayer of the defending titleist is what AG.AL is playing for. Goodness gracious, it must feel so, so good to get over the hump, get that revenge, as we've seen some of the other teams like G2 be able to get earlier in the tournament. And not even a flinch here as Shanks goes ahead, and that special key notation there, the defending titleist key, is crushed under the weight.
That was cold.
The win.
He had no emotion. It's just another day, you know, crushing T1's key. You know, I do it all the time. You know, he was expecting this one.
He really is a stone cold killer. I do think that Shanks did outplay his opponent today. He had a fantastic day as well, and I like that he was given the honor there. I love his interviews as well. He's so well spoken, and has been a really nice shining light and a nice story for the LPL, just leading this team to now a finals for them after MSI, which was disappointing. You know, they really wanted to make it to the MSI finals, but couldn't do it there. But at least they're able to do it here at EWC.
Right. Champion Slayer player AG.AL over defending titleist T1 in that last match, but we're not done yet. We've got to figure out who else is playing in the grand finals. We have one more series for you. It is G2. It is GenG, the former kings of Europe, trying to climb the mountain back to their home of glory against the best team in the world. We'll have that for you and set you up for that pre-match in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Man, I'm getting really bored. Do you know any mobile games that I can play on my phone?
Oh, definitely. You're asking the right person because this is my turf. Maybe you could try MLBB.
MLBB, like Mobile Legends Bang Bang!
Yes, indeed. It is the Bang Bang game because right now we are having the semi-finals match right behind us. And hey, it's all women.
So you're telling me that I could play a shorter version of League of Legends on my phone and potentially compete in the stage behind me?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I mean, I guess if you start now, you could join next year, you know, who knows?
Girl, do you think I have the talent?
Everybody has a talent.
All right, she approves. I'm gonna grab my phone right now because I gotta start practicing, guys.
Here comes the Western Goat Caps and the rest of G2 as they go up against the Church of Chovy and GenG. They are arriving thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. It is a rematch of something that happened over in the bracket stage over at MSI, a matchup that we don't get too often, but G2 flying high after defeating one of their huge nemesis over the last 2 years in BLG. But GenG, they are perfection personified. 25 series in a row dating back to the LCK. They have been on a tear and have given no team any quarter. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Tigon here alongside Valdez, Medios, and joining us is the general manager and also heartbeat of G2. It is Roman. Welcome, brother. How are you?
Thank you very much. Super stoked, super excited to play today. First because we finally beat BLG 2 days ago after 3.5 years of trying. I insist on the word trying. We were not doing, sadly, so done. So from my perspective, this tournament is already a success. And now we're going for the spice, you know. We want to be the one taking down GenG. And 25, you said? It's a lot, but it's okay. We got that.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot. Here's the thing, though. Like, I want to know, how's the team feeling after a victory like that, and knowing that they are going up against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, but with that, like, house money since they defeated one of their ghosts.
It felt really good to beat them, and then everything on top is extra, you know. We're super happy for AL to beat T1 because it turns it into kind of a win-win for us. Today, either we beat GenG and then we play a final and we beat GenG, or we lose and we have T1 tomorrow, and it's always super exciting to face T1. So, and as well, we're happy for Shanks. We've done a bit of content with him at MSI. He's such a nice human, such outgoing and stuff, like, and Caps beat him at arm wrestling. So we were just happy for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really high matchup, this one, I think. If GenG are going to be taken down, maybe it's in one of these best of threes at EWC. Is there anything you've seen specifically from your opponents today in GenG that you think you can potentially take advantage of? Any vulnerabilities on their side?
Yes, at least 2 or 3, which obviously I'm not going to disclose here, but I can tell you the coaching staff had a great night and we're super excited this morning, like doing a lot of cooking and brainstorm, and so we think we found a bunch of plot armor, like weakness in the armor, so let's see.
What do you credit G2's turnaround with? Because coming out of MSI, not the performance they were looking for, and I know fans on social media were not happy with it. You know, there was so much people just anywhere from flaming to like coping about their region's strength, and it doesn't seem to have got you guys down. You came back swinging in this tournament and you're doing absolutely amazing.
It's okay, you know, like the fans are for sure overreacting, but they're also passionate and they love us. At least we are privileged because we have crazy fans. I know some teams where it doesn't matter if they win or lose, no one's going to care online, you know. For us, it's a drama every time we lose, and we've had 2 years of absolute success at home. We only did double top 2 this time, so it's a bit disappointing for us. So we got a lot of extra pressure. I think we are slowly scaling. It looks like it's a big acceleration because we were losing a lot more than usual at MSI, and maybe we finally beat an Asian team. But to me, it's just a slow acceleration. The goal is still Worlds in 3 months. So this is part of the process right now.
Yeah, I think we heard Broken Blade earlier say we really want to defeat an Eastern team. Obviously, the ultimate goal is become the game titleist here for League of Legends, but a sub-goal would be defeating an Eastern team. Able to do that against BLG. What is the goal now? What are we looking at now?
LPL check. So now we need LCK, you know. I don't have the stat. I don't remember the last time an LEC team beat an LCK team. It's probably been a while. It was probably G2 last time, so we're just looking to add another check in our prep list for World.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually very impressed by Caps' champion pool so far at this tournament. You know, a lot of us are just playing Talia, Azir, Victor, you know, Annie, the common stuff, right? But he's brought out the Syndra, he's brought out the LeBlanc, which was very impressive up against BLG. Does he have anything else in his pocket? And how is he feeling as a player? Is he very confident in himself, and that's why he's picking those, you know, they're not really off-meta, but like slightly off-meta picks?
Caps' love for the game is unmatched. He's been doing that job for 10 years, I think now, maybe a tiny bit less. He's so old meta. He played all champions. So if you ask him, he can play anything. Is it true? Is it true? We're gonna see on stage. That's gonna be the interesting part. But yeah, like his Ocean pool is unmatched for sure.
I mean, he did play the LeBlanc against Knight, so I think that's a pretty good indicator of where he's at and what he's able to bring. But he's not the only player, I think, with a pretty good resurgence and bounce back. I'd say Broken Blade in the top lane. After that, you know, everyone keeps focusing on that Furia game, but he still had some good performances, but then was able to put it to the test here against Bin, one of the best in the world. This solo kill must have done wonders here for not just him, but the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, BB, our captain, didn't have the best MSI. He's having an excellent EWC now. And when you're a top laner, those one-on-one kills define everything. And sometimes it's just 0.1 little click, super frustrating and stuff, and suddenly it's gonna define your entire tournament. So it's frustrating for sure. It's in a way more punishing than being a jungler, for example, because your impact on the team will seem less obvious from an external perspective. So for a top laner, those solo kills are incredible, huge boost. Super happy for him.
So real quick, it seems like we have, since we're talking about top laners, we have Keen standing by right now at the stage with an interview. So take it away, Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview for GenG versus G2. By my side is Keen. I wanted to ask about your reflections from MSI because a lot of people have actually been having the conversation that you had a very FMVP worthy performance. So how would you reflect on that yourself?
이제 긴 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI 때 좀 모습을 한번 좀 되돌아볼게요. 특히나 결승전에서 좀 파이널스 MVP 다 왔던 파이널스 MVP가 좀 어떻게 보면은 기인 선수에게 돌아갔다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 정도로 어떻게 보면 기인 선수의 활약이 정말 대단했는데 그 점에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
파이널 MVP를 못 받은 거에 대해서는 되게 아쉽게 생각하고 있지만 사실 저희 팀 모두 잘 했다고 생각을 해서 누가 받아도 딱히 뭐 이상하진 않았던 경기였던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's a bummer that I didn't get a Finals MVP, but I think my teammates also played very well. I think they deserve all of that, so I don't mind it.
We do have a grand finals coming up and you are currently in the semi-finals, so maybe another FMVP potential for you, Keen. And of course, for my final question, I wanted to ask about the team's overall performance and form right now because you guys were able to win the previous day.
이제 두 번째로는 이제 곧 파이널까지 이제 또 가실 텐데 어떻게 보면 그 전에 이제 세미파이널에는 또 그 관문을 넘어야 되잖아요. 그래서 이제 G2전과 또 앞에 있을 만약에 가시게 된다면 결승전에서의 또 팀의 활약을 좀 어떻게 기대해 볼 수 있을까요?
사실 뭐 저희 팀 자체가 이제 약간 모든 선수들이 다 POM을 받으면서 올라왔어가지고 이제 딱히 어느 선수가 활약할 거라기보다는 그냥 다 같이 다 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So I don't think we don't have any kind of special performances, but I think if we do what we do like we did before and we play our best in our forms, I think we can do our best in our finals as well.
Thank you, Keen. Looking forward to your match against G2 and back to you guys at the desk, Egon.
Thank you very much, Kitty. Let's see if Keen is able to do what they do against G2. That was an accident. As we've got a lot of talent on the opposite side. It's just so many champions, whether it's LCK champions, MSI champions, all of them now, and a world champion as well. Like, you just look up and down. I feel like one of the guys I want to start with is Canyon. He's been so good, and I feel like a key for G2 is going to have to be Skumon figuring out how to get through it here, Medios.
Yeah, I was going to ask Romain while you're here, how's Skumon feeling about this matchup? Because he is not as experienced as a lot of the other people in this tournament, and I know that when he played against Inspired back at MSI, he said he learned a lot from him, and then he was able to beat him this time around. So how is he feeling going up against Canyon, who by most people's count is the best jungler in the world?
Nailing it, because MSI was a interesting tournament for Sku, first international tournament, and he had to fight Canyon into Inspired, and I think he got a bit outplayed on both those matchups at MSI, which made him feel really sad. So he's coming with a big revenge arc, and I can tell you, if this time Canyon decides to invade early level, we're ready. Sku's gonna be ready. He has a revenge stake, so really looking forward for that matchup.
Another player that has stood out here since MSI is Ruler here, Valdez, because when he slotted back on into this roster with Duro, wasn't exactly sure what to expect as he returned back from the LPL, and then was probably the standout player from MSI and has been dominant here at EWC.
Yeah, it's a good point. When you were saying there's another standout player, I was like, who's he going to say? Is it going to be Chovy or Duro?
You can pick anyone.
I'm like,
pick anyone.
Ruler, though, I think is a good shout because he definitely was kind of the big standout amongst his peers on his team. He was just very consistent. He wasn't getting caught out very much, and it was just a great time for him. They had some crazy fights against FlyQuest. I think generally we can see that GenG are a very consistent team. They don't make a lot of mistakes, but certainly FlyQuest kind of threw them for a loop at times, so I think that's going to be something they're going to have to clean up today because G2 are looking very strong at this tournament.
Yeah, this was that.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, this was that fight that we were talking about yesterday, the heartbreaker for NA, where it felt like FlyQuest had it, but you know, GenG is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, Ruler just pumping out the damage there, able to dodge away from Whippo on the engage on the set. And I think we've never doubted the hands, but it was about some of the positioning for Ruler. He was a little bit too eager to dish out the damage and min-max, whereas now I feel like he's right place, right time, and squeezing out every auto attack, every ability possible, and punishing even the smallest mistakes here. So Rahman, I mean, Hansama has been one of your long-standing members here in G2. He's had the ups, he's had the downs, he's had the international experience, he's had the overseas experience. I feel like you can't ask for a better representative from EU to try and play against a world champion who's playing like it in Ruler.
And Hans is having an amazing tournament so far, so he's really, really excited to, same as Q with Canyon, to take his revenge on Ruler today. So yeah, looking forward for the jungle matchup, looking forward for the bot lane matchup. Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really exciting, Sari.
Yeah, the players are getting ready on stage, should be there in a couple of minutes. But just going back to it, Valdez, when we look at this, right, you're like, oh, are we talking about Kenyon? Are we talking about Ruler? Who jumps out at you? Which matchup jumps out at you the most as the key matchup?
I mean, certainly one that we haven't talked about just yet is Caps versus Chovy. I do think that Caps is having a phenomenal tournament so far, and Chovy, while he was good and, you know, he wasn't making mistakes, he wasn't really standing out in a big way. You know, a lot of us were saying in the green room, like, oh, you know, he's doing well, but he's not the shining light so far. So I think if there is an angle, it's kind of weird to say, but maybe Caps can just throw Chovy for a loop and find an angle there, because there's a lot of weird picks up his pocket. Chovy himself can do it, but he hasn't really done it yet. So does Chovy wait this whole tournament to pull that out here against Caps? I think he might have to.
It's definitely going to be probably the ultimate test for G2. I mean, anyone playing against GenG is going to get tested. And part of what makes GenG so hard to beat is that you can't really just beat them in one lane or win one fight against them. They're just such a calculated team. They play fairly slow, and they just get these small advantages against you, and they don't give you many openings. So I think G2's got their work cut out for them, for sure.
Rahman, I know, and for those of you that don't know, but most of us know, that you can give some of the best speeches and pump-up speeches. So we're going to give you space to do that. But before we get to that moment, what is some of the preparation like for the players before they go up on stage and have one of these big matches?
To remove the pressure on the result, you have to focus on the plan. And today the focus is beyond that, is having fun. Having fun, of course, the plan. I think today a big part of the game will be played around vision. GenG really impressed us when they beat us at MSI with the way they play around their wards and the amount of pink wards they buy. For example, if you check the stats, pretty impressive. So we've been doing some work. I think we are going to challenge them there a bit. But at the end of the day, we're just here to have fun. We're playing GenG. The odds are against us. I checked the betting quote is like 1 for 8 or something. So if we win, we're legend. We shut down GenG. If we lose, we play T1 tomorrow. So today is going to be a good day. We're going to have fun.
Today's not only a good day here in League of Legends, but it's a good day across all of EWC. It is Championship Weekend, and so we have the Championship Weekend update with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational with Kitty standing by right now.
Hey everyone, I am currently at the MLBB Women's Invitational Arena, joined by Rose once again. I heard that it's your grand finals today.
Yes, Kitty, thank you so much for having me once again. And yes, our grand finals for the MLBB Women's Invitational will be starting very, very shortly.
That sounds super duper exciting. Please introduce to me what type of teams you have for tonight.
For tonight, we have Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality. Now, Gaming Gladiators is the representative of the NA region, and they are considered the underdogs this tournament. Nobody expected them to make it this far. However, Team Vitality is definitely a title contender. Although they have lost last year, they did ended up as the second place, and they have 2 MWI championship under their belt. So they are the most decorated women team that we have.
Super duper exciting. We are heading into our championship weekend. I can't wait to see who comes out on top as a winner tonight, Rose.
Thank you very much, Rose and Kitty. That sounds super duper exciting. Just like this matchup here, Roman. It feels like anytime you have the opportunity to play a reigning champion, this time the MSI champion in GenG, you got to bring your best. So as we get closer to the start of this match, let's hear some of the words that you would give the players before they head out on the stage.
So to be really honest, it's BB's job most of the time, and he's our top level waffler, as we say. So if we need something, you put a camera on BB, you're giving him a mic, he can go and on and on and on. He can even switch language. He's gonna suddenly be fluent in French or something. So he's quite a character, and it's a blessing to have him in the team. But from my perspective, yeah, today let's have fun. You know, can they bleed? I'm not sure. Like the 25 last guy tried, they all failed. So. We're really looking forward, you know. We're gonna try some crazy stuff. Is it gonna work? Is it not gonna work? I don't know. I don't care. As long as the boys can leave this stage being proud of themselves, smiling, and we're gonna get as much experience possible today, and maybe a ticket in final, you know.
Medias, you've been a part of some huge upsets and big moments across North American League of Legends history and League of Legends history. When you guys were the underdogs and had to come into this type of matchup, what was your guys' mindset before?
I think the mindset that Roman shared is pretty accurate. You know, just try to have fun, play your best. But I think that G2 are in a kind of a unique spot because they just took down BLG, one of their longtime rivals, that in a way you have to, you know, remind yourself that the job's not done. You still have more of this tournament. And sometimes you can get a little too excited, celebrate early, be like, oh, we conquered what we set out to do. And maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You're not quite as motivated for the next round. So I think that's something that G2 needs to be aware of. And yeah, just do what they did again.
Brenda, I'm going to put you on the spot with a tough question here because we still have a little bit more time before the players get themselves on stage. It is, when we think about the last several times that GenG have lost a series, you go back to Worlds, then before that, it was the finals for for the LCK Cup and first day in qualification. Then you go back to Worlds. And then before that, the LCK Summer Finals in 2024. Is there a through line that you see maybe? I mean, it's crazy that it's only 3 big standout series, but other than that?
Yeah, it's very hard. I think that, especially at LCK Cup, Chovy definitely wasn't 100% on his game. I think the issue nowadays, and part of the reason why they're on this long streak, is that he is on his game, and everybody seems to be on the same page. And even when Arnold's like giving him compliments, Chovy's like, no, it was all of us. Like, we were all great. It's hard. I don't know. There have been many teams that have taken games, so you just got to get one, and then it's a best of 3, try to make it into 2 somehow. It's not going to be easy.
All right, well, in our first semifinals, we saw a new title be claimed. It was Champion Slayer by AG.AL, who will have the opportunity to try and slay the Champion Slayer in the grand finals. Will it be G2 or will it be GenG? Let's find out as we kick off our final semifinals.
I think for GenG, they resemblance a lot of what we want to do and what we believe in terms of like the gameplay and like how we play the game. GenG is kind of like a big mountain that we have to like climb, you know, in order to beat them, and it's not easy. They don't give us easy victories.
G2가 이제 앞 경기에 이제 경기한 모습을 봤는데 생각보다 이제 MSI에서 보이던 모습보다 더 약간 팀업도 그렇고 이제 되게 잘해줘서 온 것 같아서 저희도 준비 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
For us, we already did change a lot of stuff to beat one of the Eastern teams, and I believe we found a very, very good recipe to, you know, beat a lot of these teams in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to play against any opponent, and in this case, GenG, who is right now perceived as the best team in the world. We obviously want to beat them.
아무래도 확실히 좀 뱀픽적으로 많이 준비를 많이 해야 될 것 같고 이제 조합 그런 거 신경 많이 써야 될 것 같습니다.
They play very controlled, very slow. They'll choke you out very slowly, you know. And winning against them, you need to be very crisp and sharp.
이제 아무래도 좀 작년에 이제 EWC에서 빠르게 탈락했었다 보니까 올해는 이제 결승으로 올라가게 되면 작년에 좀 못했던 것들을 만회하는 그런 기분이 들 것 같아서 이제 올라가는 게 되게 중요할 것 같습니다.
I haven't played against Keen a lot. Last MSI was the first time, and I also don't want it to be the last time. And today we will challenge ourselves and see who will have the edge.
Tomorrow, we will crown brand new League of Legends at the Esports World Cup winners. AG.AL just wiped out T1 to secure their spot in the final and are now watching, waiting, and studying their next potential opponents.
So here's the question. We have so much to look for this match, but with all the twists and turns happening right here in Riyadh, will the favorites be victorious? Or will Europe's finest rise above and crash the party?
Last week's MSI champions won back-to-back trophies in rapid succession. Europe's former kings want to rule the world.
Absolutely, it's another MSI rematch with so much on the line, with a golden ticket to the grand final, our final spot. So let's welcome the teams. First, Europe's bravest didn't come all the way here to bow down. They came for the throne. It's G2!
Their opponents dismantled the world at MSI. Now they're back to do it all over again. It's GenG!
It's time to officially lock in our grand finalists. One will make it, the other, we know what happens. Another key crushing is coming. Let's start our second semifinal.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that introduction, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we're here to bring you our next semi-final. GenG looking to make it 25 series in a row, and G2 looking to continue their streak of revenge after dispatching one of their opposition that was pretty dominant against them in MSI. Another one now is in front of them.
We have seen two LCK representatives eliminated already. Hanwha Life and T1 taken out by AL. And GenG is the last sole representative here. We saw G2 already conquer big rivals in BLG. Momentum looking really strong for them right now. We saw on the other side of things, GenG playing with their food a little bit. And their last matchup against FlyQuest, they were ultimately still able to dominate and take it in the end. But this is a really important matchup. As we saw in the pregame interview, Keen mentioning how important it is for him to make this finals. They were knocked out incredibly early, you know, tainting the golden road last year for those who remember when they lost in the first round at EWC 2024. Now looking to make that finals, now looking for a title here. If we have a victory for G2, there'll be no LCK representation after being defending world champions, first stand champions. GenG now MSI champions. To have no LCK rep in the finals would be insane. So for regional pride, there's not much more you could say in terms of stakes for both of these teams.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll also give GenG a date with T1 tomorrow if they lose here in this best of 3, which is kind of crazy. I imagine the final prediction would have been GenG versus T1 in a lot of people's minds. Now that moves on to GenG versus AL. But G2, they could be the team that's up against the LPL first seed tomorrow instead of them. GenG, absolutely formidable, like you were saying. They did drop the first game against G2 in their bout at MSI. It was actually, I believe, the only 3-1 that GenG actually put up.
I think you're right.
Outside of, it's like since the road to MSI, which was 3-2 against HLE. And then there were, you know, they played 10 games against T1 at MSI as well. For those who really like GenG versus T1 matchups, you've already had enough, okay? We didn't need it here at EWC. As well as let's jump into the draft for game number 1. G2 on the blue side, which is a big deal.
I think one of the really big stories for G2 this tournament has been Caps' flexibility. Is LeBlanc that got them here in the first place. The amount of pressure Skumon is able to play with when Caps has that mid-prio, and Hansama's consistency on the late game carries, especially the Xayah. We'll see the Talia, the Annie, and the Aurora taken away here. The Aurora strong pick for both Chovy and Keen. I love the, you know, setup.
I evo nas nazad. Najbolja ekipa na MSI-u protiv očigledno najbolje ekipe u Evropi, uzeći obzir iako su drugi seed. Došli su dalje nego bilo ko, uključujući NA.
Najbolja ekipa na svetu i najbolja ekipa u Koreji.
Fair. Mnogo ljudi veruje u G2, što mi se sviđa. Ali...
Pa nego šta nego da ću da verujem kad su izbacili... I kad su sad izbacili BLG, mislim, to mi je sasvim dovoljno razlog da verujem, ne?
Legitim. Igrali su Maokai u seriji protiv BLG-a. Nije ništa spec radio, ali...
Romain je rekao da će svašta nešto kao da testiraju, dao pošto ovi 25 puta. Slušaj se.
Ponovi svako za publiku, da. Ako nisu bili tu bar.
Pošto GenG nije izgubio seriju već, ne znam koliko, 6 meseci. Ja, cut through sa Caesars, ne, kolega, možeš bolje kolega Casteru.
It could be an opportunity here for BB if he wants to go for it. There are some other matchups into the Gwen that people have kind of liked. Ambessa was chosen, I think, by Doran yesterday, and it didn't really work. Quite a few things have been experimented with. One of them is, I guess, theoretically, Mundo. We have seen it hovered a whole bunch, so I don't really want to talk about it. But the lock-in is looking like a Jace, and there it is.
Jace is so commonly picked with Maokai in Korea as well. It's so easy to land your accelerated shock blast or punish a target that gets caught by the Maokai Nature's Grasp. So a strong combo, which also is great when you outrange the Gwen. You win the lane early. You just sit there with the range advantage in range mode and just kind of pew-pew the Gwen away. So you get prio with it.
Skarnera sad viđamo sve češće i češće. Doduše, ja ne volim što to su radili na MSI-u. Često su stavljali Canyona na tankove, što meni lično nije mi cool. Mislim da je igrota imati Canyona i stavljati ga na heroje koji su toliko defensive.
Slažem se. Najbolji jungler na svetu doguje.
Pa mislim, naporno je.
My expectation is that it's likely going to be for Chovy here.
I think so too. I think they're just picking their champions, Wolf. I think that's what's happening.
The reason why is there are so many picks, like there's just too many in game 1 of Fearless that shut Smolder down in lane in the bottom 2v2. Whereas in a range versus melee matchup into the Yone, you could stack incredibly well. Ziggs getting taken away. This is kind of tricky because obviously there is some element of AP damage missing here. Yes, Maokai will build AP, but it's not the same kind of oomph that you're looking for. But it's also strong into Smolder. So this is a little bit tricky here for GenG, saying we might still play this in the bottom lane. We don't want you to have the Ziggs into the Smolder.
No, možda malo rano za Smoldera, šta znam.
In general.
Yeah, and also going back to the whole LCK likes to play Maokai as a tank thing. You don't see
Svi pričaju da je Caps jedan od najboljih HD igrača ikada. Na midu. Ali Sign uvek to kaže, ali AD range-eva.
Da. Trenutno AD range-eva. Nije mu loši on do duše. Tako da vidjet ćemo šta će moći na njemu da uradi.
The Nico ban here means you probably just go for something like an Alistar ban as GenG. Don't necessarily want to be looking for that pick in this bottom lane. Also would kind of reveal that you're not playing Smolder down there for sure. Yeah, I don't think you ever want to be playing a Smolder Alistar lane in almost any scenario. So this final ban is really tricky for G2. You know, something like a Leona would be seen.
Ovdje je GenG rekao mi idemo na hard scale, vidimo se za 40 minuta, radimo ono što radimo najbolje, tako da to je
which can be decent into both the Yone
legitimno.
and that Jace pick. And now we're going to find that reveal. Might just be a support pick here to keep it a little bit open-ended.
Yep, could be a bit ambiguous here. Is Duro, what is he going for? I feel like Blitzcrank's about to happen.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but they're going to look for a different hook in this Nautilus. And this Nautilus is so flexible here, like the Leona I was mentioning, because if you do end up playing that Smolder bottom lane with the roots for the Nautilus, it's hard to dive, especially with a Maokai composition. You know, it's just not really easy to go down there and punish that Smolder, so still incredibly open-ended. Remember, picks like the Victor are still up if GenG want to go incredibly heavy on that late game scaling in this draft. They already have strong late game with the Smolder and the Gwen side lane power.
Yeah, and this I actually kind of like this amount of flexibility that GenG is sitting on. The Rel does fit into this very divey style of composition.
Is this going to be Rel MF here to try to dominate the lane and have a lot of combos set up?
Dosta heavy engage-a. Malo me čude, mislim tipa Jace nije toliko visok prio, Yone nije toliko visok prio, yet again, G2 to uzima na plavoj strani u prvom gemu. Ne znam zašto je bio za Korki ovdje, Smolder te outscale-a svakako. Oni te outscale-uju sa Smolderom i Gwen. Zašto nisi uzeo Tristanu, ono, ili Dravena i skakao im po glavi?
Ne znam, iskreno. Ne znam, GenG, ako ništa mislim GenG izdraftovao baš onako kako bi trebali, kada 300% žele da pobede game. Tako da, sviđa mi se ovaj draft GenG, iskreno. G2 s druge strane, ne znam, single AP će im biti Maokai koji mora da builda malo tank, mislim da se neće lepo provesti kasnije.
And we'll see what runes he does go for, because we have also seen a ton of grasp smolder to just get additional health stacking and be so difficult to deal with later on in the game.
Chovy really likes grasp as well on basically anything that he plays, so we'll just have to see what he is going to be building here. Likely going to be sticking into that mid lane for a large portion of this game, and that's kind of what he's been doing here at EWC.
To kaže moj kolega, GenG je pulovao ono što im je crveno dugme. Dugme za sigurno pobeđujemo game. Iskreno, G2 ako pobedi ovo i počne sa 1-0, ja stvarno imam ozbiljne nade za pobedu.
Slažem se, to je legitimno. To je legitimno.
You know, being required to be the sole AD carry, and that hasn't worked here at EWC.
Mislim, jedino drugo što onda GenG možda proba je da proba da igra neki heavy early u G2, ako im ovo ne bude prošlo. Ali ne vidim kako im neće proći, osim ako baš ne izgrifaju, tako da vidjet ćemo.
Whether it's going to be once again heartbreak for GenG at the hands of G2, or whether this time is going to resemble the most recent outing at MSI.
We have an incredibly full crowd today. We have had pretty full crowds throughout this event here in Riyadh, but it has been really cool to see, despite the fact that you have a massive.
Pa dobro, mislim GenG G2, naravno da će crowd da bude u svom piku.
You also have, so many Korean fans who have traveled just like
mislim, ljudi iz Saudijske, mislim, generalno ljudi, šta je to, Bliski istok, bi trebalo da prate evropski LoL, je nastupaju na Masters.
So awesome, Atlas, as we are good to go here in this first game. So much of this game to me is going to come down to the angles Keen can find in these mid-game team fights, because if he's just simply rooted and locked down and can't actually close the gap onto this Corki that's very mobile or this...
Keen je igrao, to treba istaći. Keen je bolesno igrao na MSI, ali bolesno. Znači, Keen je bio baš insane na MSI.
To je istina, to je istina.
Especially if you remember, the old GenG memes where they were the most boring team ever and just only played defensively, did nothing for as long as possible, and then won the game. That is likely what they want to do in this one, because the mid game that G2 are representing is kind of terrifying. With the 2-item spikes, even the 1-item spike to come out of the Yone is massive. Hansama with a Trinity Force is going to be very, very scary. And GenG are just going to have to take what they can get, play
Publika isto veruje,
manage to
to je
get
good stuff.
cross-map stuff happening. And just weather the storm until there's a couple of items on Chovy, until there's a few stacks on this Smolder. And he's going to get a ward down as Caps comes in. This is something that Chovy hasn't worried about too much.
Sajna voli, let's go G2.
Volim. Ja volim kad je publika u hajpu svakako, tako da ja sam nekako okej sa tim. Šta znam?
Respecting Caps a lot here in this matchup to go for the fleet footwork, set up the grasp, just trying to build some additional distance and be able to trade aggressively and try to get those stacks up rather than trying to...
Ne znam si vidio vesti da Handa Thieves napušta LoL. Da. Mislim, znaš kako su...
Neki uticaj u poslednje
godine. Imali su oni su imali onaj guest spot. Ako se sećaš da je malo su promenili, Riot je promenio kako Amerika radi, pa su Disguise Toast u DSG-u i Handa Thievesu dali guest spot. I sad su našli neku orgu koja će ostati tu i kao... Onda više...
Handa Thieves je izašao zato što su skontali da neće igrati LTA.
Pa mislim, da, izašli su jer je Riot odlučio da da full spot nekome što je fair, mislim. Oni su svako imali privremen spot. Tako da to je legitimno.
Ili izlaze iz LoLa ili iz esporta?
Iz LoLa.
Dobro, legitimno.
I onda svaki komentar dole je Reginald kupuje spot. Tako da to je dosta interesantno. Mislim, ne kupuje, ali...
To je bilo jako.
Bilo bi.
To je bilo preko. Kao protiv Chovija, nije lako.
13 stacks online. Once he hits that 25 break point, that's when this really starts to get rolling here for the Smolder in terms of the lane matchup and the wave clear.
Yep. Full clear now, almost finished for Canyon and Skimon. Skimon needing to get on towards his blue buff pretty soon, but that Gromp will be dead momentarily. So we've got a bit of an engage here as Duro just trying to keep his 80 carry safe, but down to 100 is Ruler. One more auto attack would do it, but it doesn't actually.
Što Han samo nije flashovo?
Čekaj, imamo samo da li će... Aha, ti si opet ahead u odnosu na mene. Jer ja čekam kad Han sama treba da flasha. Da, ja sam sad na 3... Ali ja ne mogu da refresham. U smislu...
Klikni bilo gdje na sred streama i onda klikni live dugme.
Ma, to ne mogu, to je cijela poenta, morat ću refresham.
And Ruler is only able to pick up his brown bags and a refillable off of the back, so definitely not an ideal situation. Not exactly what he was looking for here in this early game. So big win for G2, a massive CS lead, a tier plus longsword buy for Hansama. When you're playing Ezreal, when you're playing Cork, you get that 2-item spike. When you can get that extra longsword off your first back, you feel amazing.
Yeah, you really do. And there's also the fact that GenG loses an entire wave. They weren't actually able to get Keen down towards that bottom lane in time. And so an entire wave is going to be sacrificed to that turret. That does mean a little bit of an advantage as far as the money is concerned going over to G2 in this early game. They probably want that lead to be extended, but not just yet, right? Like, this isn't the timing. Mid-game is going to be where G2 are really, really formidable. So right now just need to fill their wallets as much as possible.
I Duro je igrao solidno.
As comfortably as they can. Speaking of which,
ali Keen me možda najviše iznenadio.
Fighting it out, and every time Chovy lands that Q, I feel the dopamine, Wolf, as LeBron moving on in here looking for an angle onto Ruler. The captive audience is going to be there.
I mean, he got 6 stacks off of that exchange. You know, like with the minions there as well, he went from 25 to 31 right off of it. Can flap Q, a chew. And I mean, he is just stacking so quickly. Is
Hook coming on through there.
Not
sure about that one, Duro.
He will flash.
Duro
get himself out of there, but
you're fine.
He just was not interested in fighting this at all. He's like, no, you just tank this up, and I am just gonna make sure that I get down towards this time.
There are times as the support where you need to do something like this to guarantee your 80 carry gets the back. I don't think this was one of those times, unfortunately, for Duro.
Yeah. I don't think this was one of those times.
As a result, and now it's just Ruler laning into Broken Blade on the bottom side. Keen having a tough time there on the top side as well. He's not having a tough time. He's like, yeah, you want to trade into me early? You've got your Vamp Scepter. I'll just keep hitting you. I'm stacking, baby.
Yep, 43 stacks already.
Mene, to je Koreja. Kina je AL. Oni su igrali prošle sezone.
Points, right? 225 is what we're going to be looking out for later on in the game. Around 20 minutes.
Neozbiljni ste chat, morate da pratite.
Does not have level 6 here. They're going to have to TP for the defense. Duro going to come over here. This should be able to stop the dive, but it is going to be matched, in fact, by Broken Blade. They want to double down.
Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy, though, because now Broken Blade has used that teleport to get towards the top side, and no one is going to be there to defend against Ruler, and he knows it. You can see continuing to shove up.
Yeah, they just decide to go back for the swap. I thought perhaps Broken Blade was going to force the dive before they swap, knowing that Ruler has that extra push, but it's just going to be a delayed response here in the bottom side. Ruler may be able to put significant damage into that first plate, decides to back here. Actually, we'll get away with it free. Still some damage going into that plate, but he won't secure it, but a lot of CS lost here, really evening up what was a
G2 malo vodi, partija spora, mislim vode malkice golda. S tim da kažem, Han samo je lagano mogu da uzme first blood, samo nije teo da baci summonere.
Da, ali pitanje je da li će iskoristiti, mislim, po svemu sudeći nije iskoristio, tako da je pogrešio. Jer ima još 30 sekundi da napravi play i manje u odnosu na Rulerov flash.
And with the Swifties, it's going to be helping out here as Duro is going to try and hold Lebrov in place momentarily. Trophy's like, stop trading. I need to kill minions, please. As he sneezes on caps. Does get knocked up this time around, but he's just been using the flap every time the soul has been unbound. And
as he sneezes on caps. Boga mi, dosta se šale. Dosta zbijaju šale naše kolege kasteri.
Žurka za kolege kastere.
Yeah, +3.
Seeing the big, like the 100 come up as he kills all of those minions with a Q as well feels pretty nice. As the Chovy glazing will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and focus elsewhere as much as we can.
Yeah.
But the dopamine of number goes up is just too much.
Well, I mean, when you look at the gold lead being so significant,
okay.
So
Bijemo
insignificant,
se oko gore.
a bit of a fight here.
Oko gore, okay.
Through there as they're looking to turn it on to Duro.
Duro je dead. Nije dead. Oj, oj.
Down goes
Dobro, I guess da može da igra bilo kog heroja, da bude carry igrač. Kaka je faca, ljudi moji, Kenyon, to nema nigde.
And they will just, I was about to say trade ultimates, which I guess is technically correct, but not real, because it's Jace. But still, Keen going aggressive, looking for a bit of an angle.
That's
GenG looking for even more.
And that's a grub set up here for Gwen in a side lane. Feels amazing for GenG, who already got that first dragon. And, you know, Chovy on the Smolder, it's again, we're not glazing Chovy so much, just talking about what the champion could do as he grabs some additional gold here. He is deceptively Smolder strong in the early fights if there's any sort of setup with his ultimate and the AoE he can provide with his Q, with his W, these types of skirmishes. Kenyon, it's level 60, he's like, we win these, by the way. More stacks, more fighting.
Combo as well was like absolutely
ridiculous. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's like Zeri, deceptively strong in early skirmishes as Keen looking to fight this one out.
Yeah, Dura not quite as strong as Keen without the needlework. Going to be backing away. Broken Blade looking a little worse for wear, but has his Rel alongside him. So
Broken Blade
get this wave shoved in.
Has flash, so I just don't think Keen has any angle here to look for a flash Q to try to win this one out. Just going to have to play respectively instead.
Yeah, hasn't stacked that one up just yet. GenG just fighting for some tempo. And having a look around the rest of the map.
GenG koji hoće da ovaj game traje sat i po vremena.
I što duže traje, njima je veća šansa za pobedu. Nije im čak ni bitno.
Da.
And Keen just going to eat this wave, so it's just felt pretty dicey as once again.
Ali što oni rade? What? G2?
Hey, no way! Ali game je išao fine, čemu ovo?
Big disaster. Chovy now the target here, but he's going to be totally fine.
Jako diskutabilan razvoj događaja.
And this is what I was talking about earlier about how dollars could be used defensively in a lot of situations under turrets, man. Like, if you go for that dive, you don't get the kill instantly, you're not getting out. Duro was 100% ready for that. He was just sitting there going, oh, there's no way they try it. I have the high ground.
Yeah, exactly.
And, like, King gets engaged on here, and Lebrob's in
Ovo je baš grif.
Nisam siguran da su smeli ovako nešto da napravi iskreno.
And Broken Blade on the other side is feeling real rough here. Dylan Falco also frustrated because the deeper and deeper you pull into this quicksand of a composition for GenG, like the faster you sink because it's got the smolder that's stacking. By the way, Chovy sub 12 minutes, he's gonna hit it at like 11:30, that big break point of 125, and then this smolder just flies towards the big 225.
Well, this is the thing, yeah, it's the last 100 that is so much easier because you get so much extra AoE. You're exactly right.
Chovy ima blagi gold lead, svakako igra range mele, 125 stakova, 11. minut.
I u posto govori da ne. Gde vidite ne u polufinalu, molit ću lepo. Ne znam ja.
Chat, nemojte da pravite problem. Da ne moramo ja i Šomi da rešavamo.
MSI je drevna istorija. Možda se nije dogodio pre 3 dana.
Kako je?
As Chovy is going to back here after hitting 125. Look for that Trinity Force buy. I mean, things could not be better for GenG.
Nope, this is precisely what they wanted. In fact, they could have been a whole lot more even than this and still be feeling like they're absolutely winning as Mom comes down in this mid lane. And his soul is going to put him back here, whether he likes it or not, down to 100.
Oh,
was not in the air though. Down to 100 health, but will survive. And
Zamalo solo kill.
Still wants more, sneezes over that wall and he's going to
Au, dokle više sa kijanjem, brate, znači jasno mi je, sniziš, okej.
Absolutely gets smashed by Chovy there. Did not respect the smolder damage. Chovy TP's back with Triforce, crushes him there, pushes him out of the lane, grabs plate gold and some additional stacks. Like, he actually looks like he's gonna get 2 plates here, because remember, he also has 3 grubs.
I didn't know that the Smolder Yone matchup was just unplayable.
It's just really tough, especially when Chovy's playing it this well. Like, Caps went for those early trades and Chovy avoided everything with the flaps, and it's just, like I said, it feels like quicksand. Like, the more you struggle, the more you try to force. If you don't actually make that headway, you feel so desperate to do it, you just fall further and further behind. And 2,000 gold is not an insurmountable lead for a lot of compositions, but for the setup here, it's not like the game is unplayable for G2,
Game je unplayable za G2. Game je jako
It's not like that, it's exactly like that.
Da, bukvalno je apsolutno unplayable za G2.
Looking for BB here towards his top side as he just walks up, looks for the auto. The hook is not going to land. Does almost get the passive, but doesn't actually get it as the heal going to come out. Actually played so well here by BB as they're looking for Duro. They will take that as the first kill. Can BB survive? That's the question as Keen is untouched. The flash to follow here from Keen as the needlework is out and they're not going to get
1-0.
on to the rel.
Da. Samo je nešto pitanje, da li će GenG da bude u fazonu igramo late game, igraju polako, ili će samo budu u fazonu ako možemo dobijemo early game, daj samo da stompamo.
Pa ako su dobili Smolder's Corner early game, ja ne znam. Jedino da probaju K ili Kassadin neki komp, ono.
I actually watch how Broken Blade plays this. He sees that Duro's looking for the
Čekaj, ko? G2?
Dredgeline connect, and so he decides to actually get the knockback.
Ne, mislim na GenG.
Aha, okej.
GenG da proba da igra nešto još gore od ovog gejma i da probaju challenge da naprave.
Another Dredgeline goes through, he's held in place for Keen to come over here with a big lead to take him out. I feel like Broken Blade played the early part of the fight though super well.
Aphelios, Yumi, Kassadin,
It's against the flow of play here for G2 though. They need every positive that
Kale i... Ne znam šta Skela još u džungli, nenormalno. Kane, on je useless bez forme. I to ti je super.
Yes, it is. Doubling up on control wards in this brush. Oh yeah. Ruler is not going to get caught as this is just going to be a turret to go down here. Feats of strength were already GenG's, but they get the first turret as well.
Oh dear. Okay, never mind. There was no one there to follow up on Hansama. Bit of a check-in on Chovy, who's at about 170 stacks right now. 15 minutes. Does have, 50 odd to go before he does hit that
the fastest possible for a mid lane Smolder is usually around 17 to 17:30, and he's kind of on track to potentially hit that. If he's left to his own device, if he gets to get.
Hoće da obori rekord, da.
Trade a turret back, by the way. And he has Skumon here to help him get out. I don't think GenG will be able to punish, so that's a big win. Finally looking for that first item. Caps has been behind Chovy for so much of this game. Spent so much time on the side lane just trying to catch up. Hasn't backed for a while. Should be able to pick that one up here, but I think G2, what they really need here is an insane combo where Skumon catches somebody.
Pričamo o kopiju. Ja bih volao da G2 dobije, mislim da je...
Ali ovo je nerealno da bi volao. Mislim, ne volao, nego da može da se nade.
Slažem se, da, mislim da bukvalno, ne znam. Ne vidim šta sve treba da se dogodi da se G2 vrati.
This has to be really G2 winning a swimmingly, convincingly winning fight.
Šta? Convincingly, swimmingly win a fight? Šta priča moj brat kolega, brat?
Convincingly, swimmingly?
Kako plivanje?
But Canyon is now going to be in a pretty awkward position. He's just so tanky, though, as the Dredgeline comes on through. Skumon going to get rooted, and they're just going to collect the jungler. He does take his way out, though, as they decided Smolder dies first.
Ceo G2 zonovan od Smolder ultija koji radi 270 damage-a. I to u sredini, 140 s polja. Sad sam već malo besan, iskreno. Sad se već tiltujem, znaš.
Nemoj se tiltovati, kolega, nemoj se tiltovati. Biće bolje. Ne ovaj game, ne ovu seriju, ali biće bolje.
Ne ove godine, ali...
Ne ove čas.
It looks like instead he wanted to just threaten that side lane. The top turret's relatively vulnerable. If he's able to interrupt Keen's TP, for example, there's ways that this could be played out for G2 if they play it slow, but it's the worst possible scenario, right? Not only do they not get the fight they're looking for, they lose the fight, they lose the dragon, and I think that was their best chance to get back into this game, and they missed the opportunity, and GenG are just coasting. Chovy is not going to quite hit the 17.5 minute 225, but he is 13 away.
Yeah, 19 minutes ain't bad as Broken Blade going to be able to get the boot back as Keen tanking up this turret momentarily.
Ko je nevjerovatno da uzmu ovakav hard scaling komp. i da budu 3000 golda ahead. Baš je nerealno.
Now GenG feeling like they will be able to utilize this man advantage as Chovy's flapping in there. Does sneeze on.
Mene zanima koji je gameplan, koji je izgovor.
And the Brov just going to be backing away. GenG unable to.
Da verujem da su oni igrali toliko dobro da ti ne možeš da nađeš play. To je jedino što je pada na pamet. Ali ja ih bi ovdje našao play sigurno. I Minky isto.
When he hits 225, he gets an execute marker like an Elder Drake, as we're going to have to talk about it later because Caps is dead.
Yeah, Caps is dead. Maybe you can talk about it now, as the fate is indeed sealed.
Opa! Odličan TP, nema šta.
Does do a fair bit of damage here to Kane.
But look at Chovy, he's like, all right, cool, now no one's answering me.
And also, BB has to...
Ma da, mi smo gotovi do 3.
And cops a boulder to the head, but not going to be dying.
Ja se nadam, kolega, ja se nadam.
He's got a huge wave. It's sort of like you just want to not look at the minimap and just not allow Chovy to really be on screen while he's taking stuff. While GenG are also fighting what feels like even fights.
He's waiting for that minion wave. He's like, where's the next minion wave? I'm going to hit it.
He's going to be hitting like 20 minutes, which is like pretty standard actually, so the stacking isn't as fast as we
He hasn't been in a lot of fights, which really slows it down.
It sort of slowed down towards the end, right? Because there was no one in the lanes that he's been farming.
So that does affect it, obviously, especially if you're able to sit in the mid lane against multiple people and just keep stacking those Qs on the AoE. It goes a lot faster, but
ja se nadam, kolega, da si u pravu.
Sometimes you're like, oh man, we really need to hit that because you're so far behind. You really need to hit that 225. Then maybe you can catch up in this game. That's how the smolder goes half the time, where you are actually behind because of the weaker early game.
On je dobio 225 u 20 minuta.
By the way, he still hasn't gotten it.
He needs one. He needs to just like last hit a minion with the Q.
Just WQ that wave, Chovy. Okay.
So manages.
There we go.
Okay, never mind. 28. 228. As GenG are going to look for the Otacon here. Teleport to come in for Keen as well. All 5 committed. As Caps, I mean, there is just no information here for G2. They throw a sapling in, that might be able to help try and steal it away, but it's just not something that G2 are even going to attempt. As Canyon blocks that one up. And GenG, 4,000 gold in the lead.
Takva je situacija, pa mislim.
As Canyon looks for an impale, does not quite get it, but he's going to be able to steal away the enemy Gromp.
They are able to, deny.
Kao GenG ovo dobija, samo je pitanje kad.
Ma, meni je najveći problem to što Chovy... Očigledno lik ne može izgubiti game na Smolderu, nevjerojatno je. Kao izašao je heroj, lik je bio u fazonu, ja ću da budem najbolji na ovom heroju ikada. I niko nikad neće biti ni blizu.
Really your best hope on that Otacon was a faster group, or maybe GenG looked to turn the fight a little bit too early. You're hoping for a mistake, and they group and they go, well, Broken Blade, just keep pushing. This is all we can really do right now. As they know they've been checkmated in this game, but they've been checkmated for quite a while, and you're just hoping and praying for some sort of big mistake. I mean, Hansama is slow on the stacks here, but will hit 2 items fairly soon. He has the only gold lead, as minuscule as it is here for G2, but they need more than that to win this game. They need to blow up multiple threats. Like when you get to this point of the game with GenG's composition, it's not just kill the Smolder. There's a Jin, there's a big Gwyn who is 4 kills.
Massive, 2.4k ahead.
So, there's just too many threats. It's a triple threat.
Yeah. And I actually didn't feel like this game was a Keen div, right? That's not what I was sort of feeling, because...
Ne znam, sve se nadam da će sljedeći game GenG bude u fazonu, ajde, bolji smo 70.000 puta, daj samo da se uozbiljimo i da igramo. I da pikaju nešto malo agresivnije. Ali postoji šansa im se obio glavu, mislim. To je uvek flip.
Shock blast going to give away Broken Blade's
baš su u nenormalnoj formi, iskreno.
Out of vision right now. There's the hook to start things off as Canyon just gets amongst it, finds the impale. It's a decent magnet storm, but they just don't quite have the damage. Hansama's going to get exhausted and then rooted up and taken down. It's a double for Keen as the root comes in yet again from Ruler, and Canyon just looks immortal. Ruler's going to get another kill. That's a double for the Jin. And GenG can do no wrong. They're going to look for a soul.
Yeah, I'd love to see.
I think it's looking like we're on the verge of the game being over and G2 needing to just focus on what's happening in game 2.
And I hate to say it for all those European fans out there, those LEC fans and those G2 fans who've watched this team perform against Korean teams, against LPL teams for years and years and years, and have never stopped doubting, never doubted, never stopped cheering. But I think this game was over about 6 minutes ago, and in truth, like, I want to see the team fight damage in that one, because guess what? Caps and Chovy didn't show up. You know, that was a team fight win without Chovy scaling, without his stacks coming through. Yes, he was there at the very last second and got like one rotation of spells off after the fight was already over, but Caps didn't end up getting there at all. And it was just the Gwen and the Jhin getting it done with Canyon, setting them up there with Duro. It was just straight up a 4v4 fight without your massive, massive late game win con. And imagine what happens, what the fights look like if Chovy is there. And it's the really scary thing to visualize in your brain when you think about what's going to happen on this upcoming Baron in a minute's time here.
Yep, that's going to be the target, as everything else has been taken here by GenG. Chovy just sneezing on some minions here on the top side. We'll be able to shove that wave forward. G2 haven't lost, you know, an inhibitor turret yet or anything like that. The base is still intact, but maybe not for too much longer as Duro going down exceptionally low. Magnustorm comes in, Hansa will turn up to this fight as the
Kako nisu uspeli da njukuju ovde?
Mom not doing necessarily too much. It's actually
Zašto niko ne kolepsio na Rulera koji je u užasnoj poziciji? Pomozite Han sami, molim vas. Nemam komentar. Han samo zarobljen između Dura i Vuka. Ajoj. Ojoj.
Nema šta.
Oh, desperate plays.
Actually, as he really just did clean up on that, as actually Ruler doing most of the work at the early part of the fight with Keen. And that's it. A 25-minute game here in the first one. Who needs late game scaling?
Is it a pentakill for Chovy here at EWC? I mean, it could be. There it is!
Šta? Uze pentu?
Uze pentu na Smolderu, wow, okej. U 25. minutu, neverovatno, neverovatno.
Faca, ozbiljna faca, ozbiljna faca.
Chovy just crushing the mid matchup against Caps, playing with
Nema šta, ozbiljna faca. GG. Ne izgleda kao da G2 ima nade, ali ajde vidimo. Ovo je bio najkomfort mogući draft za GenG. Tako ćemo da vidimo da li može bolje od ovoga. Pauza između gameova je 15 minuta, tako da mi se vidimo za 15 minuta u Champions Selectu Game broj 2, jel tako sad?
Tako je, samo što da, pauza je 20 minuta pošto između serija, ali tu smo svakako. Možda će čak i biti malo duže, znajući njih, znaju malo da razvuku. U stvari da je 15 minuta, izvini, my bad. Mozak mi samo ne radi danas, očigledno.
Nema veze, u redu.
Mada, možda sam bacio neki Oracle Predict, tako da ko će ga znati. 15 minuta, to znači 26. Smo tu. Vraćamo se nakon pauze.
Go forward in time just a little bit, and the penta is actually achieved there as Cody picks it up here in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. It's a best of 3. G2 have a chance to come back, but it is looking dire here after the first game.
Welcome to Agree or Disagree. I'm with Caps, I'm with Skewmond, and the game is simple. I'm going to say a statement and they're going to hold up agree or disagree. If they disagree with each other, I'm going to get them to yap to each other about why. You ready? It's simple. Let's play agree to disagree. Teemo can be played seriously and in competitive play in League of Legends. Agree. Caps,
you agree? I agree, yeah.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Yeah, I mean, when there was one patch last year, we almost played it. It can happen again quite easily.
Yeah. Europe is a better region than North America. Good. Now tell me why, and don't hold back.
Maybe they did better at MSI, maybe they did better before. But right now, and looking forward, you have a mega stomp in there. Alright?
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. League of Legends would be more competitive if there was more than one map.
I mean, like, for sure, right? There will be like a lot of possibilities. Maybe like jungle camps here, like maybe they will bring some new monsters and new way of like ganking or just playing your lane. Like even if the lane is different, your trade patterns will probably be different as well. So,
Caps is the greatest Western player of all time.
If you say disagree, which player do you think greatest than?
I remember growing up watching like Bjergsen, watching XPK. These are like the mid laners that I looked up to when I was growing up. I know that I played like a long time now, and I also have done well, right? For sure. It still feels like weird to compare myself to what what people have before me.
The achievement speaks for themselves, and being on top for like so many years just is really incredible. So
let's go outside of League of Legends. This one's strong towards countries. France has the best pastries worldwide.
What?
I mean, I disagree because we had a pastry on the way here. And it was not that great. From France, we were at the airport. Compared to the Danish pastry I had.
Sure. And like the one he's talking about, it's not from a bakery, right? Like if you go to a real bakery in France, you will see that it's like unmatchable by how tasty and how like we have so many pastry as well. So like you have the choice to take one or something else, right? And I think you can for sure find something that you will like. And if you go to a good bakery, it's gonna be like not even close.
Just a general one that people have been in conflict for ages. Pineapple belongs on pizza.
What? No. Like
it's a classic, right? The Hawaii pizza.
Wait, actually, did you ever try one?
Of course.
You actually like it?
Eat it many times, yeah.
Okay, so I cannot. I don't know. Like for me, it's just like some cheese, tomatoes, maybe pepperoni, stuff like this. And having a pineapple it just seems wrong.
Berlin has the best doner kebab.
I mean, the thing is, it's a bit of a tricky question. I never maybe to Turkey to actually try other donors, but for sure, comparing to France, like Berlin's kebabs, I mean, donors are just like absolutely insane. Like I just like it so much. We went once with the team, and it was just like magnificent. It's like a piece of art. So,
thanks, gents. Appreciate it. Caps, Skimond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Fancy it, Simon.
I think Fearless Draft has been a great addition, especially for our team. I think we are very adaptable in draft, and I think it creates a lot of creativity in draft and like randomness that people need to adapt in each series. So it's pretty cool.
全 GBP 感觉对我们来说感觉是一个很好的一个吧，然后感觉打的时候也是很有意思的一个思路吧。
Fearless Draft thì đã giúp cho bản thân mình và team mình đã mở rộng bể tướng cũng như là mở rộng cái lối chơi rất là nhiều. Và chơi đến thời điểm hiện tại thì mình nghĩ là team mình vẫn đang làm tốt trong cái Fearless Draft này, và mình nghĩ là nó cũng ảnh hưởng tốt đến meta, tại vì nó sẽ làm cho những trận đấu mà nó hấp dẫn hơn. I think Fearless has been good for us in some ways. It's enabled some of our players to play champions that others people don't, or it's allowed us to avoid handshake matchups in certain roles. You know, things like Gwen and Yon are good for us, so that's been good for us. But I also think sometimes in game 4 and 5 we have some bad drafts, so it goes both ways.
Fearless draft has been a really good change for our team because we like to play many different things, and not only that, I would say we're also really good at many different styles of the composition, so I think so far has been a really great change for the game and for our team.
확실히 이제 피어리스가 도입되고 나서부터는 되게 많은 팀적인 전략도 필요하고 다전제를 준비하는 데 있어서 좀 더 전략적이 된 것 같아서 그런 부분은 굉장히 재밌는 것 같고 저희 팀에 있어서도 저희도 항상 이제 변화를 두려워하지 않는 팀이기 때문에 긍정적으로 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think for sure Fearless Draft has been great for our team because we have Baron who plays a lot of very niche and unique champions, and also I think I have pretty good counter picks now too, so I think everyone has a pretty wide champion pool that we can pull out in game 4, game 5, and other teams don't really have that edge, I feel like. So I overall enjoy Fearless. I feel like as a viewer it should be more fun too, not seeing the same champions every single game.
I think it's impacted the meta by making it so teams aren't that practiced on everything they're playing. So like in games 3, 4, and 5 in a best of 5, the players aren't that well practiced on their champions and also the comps. So it kind of just leads players to have to play more naturally and just use their intuition to understand what's going on and problem solve in the game, because you haven't practiced it 1,000 times like you would have done without Fearless.
It was slow and methodical, but it was step by step, just like GenG does, just like GenG likes. And at first strike, GenG struck first against G2. They are up 1-0 in our second semifinals as we try to figure out who will take on AG.AL to become the second ever game winner here at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. Welcome back, everyone, to the SDC Arena. Degon here alongside Valdez and Finn. Y'all, you heard Finn in that last series give a good cast. Give it up for Finn, everyone. All right, so Finn, you wanted to dive right on into the draft, so let's do that here as GenG had a pretty solid plan against what G2 had.
I mean, I feel like GenG just drafted what they used to do in LCK. If you watch LCK, you've seen these drafts thousands of times. And I feel like G2's response wasn't really adept. I like the Maokai pick. I really enjoyed that for Skumon, one of his best champions. But I have questions regarding the Jace pick. G2 was criticized for not really playing Jace all year. And now, when Jace is kind of fallen out of favor, now they decide to bring it back into the Gwen. When the tools like Jax, who's, I think, BB has been very good on this tournament, was up and available. And I feel like the Jace didn't really accomplish what you want that champion to do. He was kind of getting pushed in early, and then he was kind of playing catch, kind of getting dictated by GenG's tempo usage and the early game swaps. And he was really struggling to find a foothold in a game that was severely GenG dictated.
Yeah, I think they just really didn't have that much pressure on the side of G2. And then you look at the Smolder in game 1 for Chovy. It's one of his key champions that he always brings out. And it was just free. He was sitting there farming the whole time. Wolf was talking about it. He just got to do whatever he wanted. They had oodles and boodles of damage as well, with the Gwen getting super fed. The whole draft was very classic LCK, as Finn was talking about. And GenG just looked awesome there.
Yeah, let's take a look at our first highlight here as both junglers kind of waiting till level 6 to have the type of impact that they wanted. The Maokai, the Skarner, and it was this huge 3-man impale by Canyon, the former world champion, setting the stage for the first blood.
I mean, really living the Scorpion dream, catches Yon at the back end of that ult, and here G2 just went for play after play. This 2v2 top lane jungle didn't really end up working out. BB, you see, he wants to dive this. Labrov is about to walk out, so he's a little bit late, and in the end, Duro cancels his recall, and they don't have the damage quite yet, not quite the item components that they need to really get that burst damage onto Keen.
And Valdez, this is the type of thing we see teams attempt against GenG, but as soon as there's a moment of hesitation, they are so good at punishing against them.
They punish better than any team in the world. They are just so crisp, so clean. You give them an inch, they identify it immediately. It's almost robotic. They are right on you immediately. And G2 never got an angle in this early game.
Yeah, let's take a look at our second highlight here. Again, more GenG taking control of the game as you hear G2 step onto the stage.
Yeah, so here G2 really wants to contest this dragon. They want to use the Maokai saplings, but they get baited by this Herald on mid. Canyon drives it in, and the Deadly Flourish connects onto Skumon and then gets CC chains. Labrov tries to kind of angle to help Skumon, but ends up being the target of the Engage himself. And now when you lost your Engage support, you just have to give the dragon. But that was really the point. G2 wanted to get a dragon. They wanted to use the Maokai saplings to kind of poke them as they walk into their control, but missing that opportunity, I think that was when the nail really hit the coffin.
Yeah, let's put the exclamation point here on it in game number 1 with our third highlight here. GenG really in control of all this, and they're able to absorb the pressure that G2 put around the Drake.
Just a beautiful surround here from the side of GenG. Canyon's right over the wall. He knows how fed and how tanky he is. He just tanks everything, allows Keen to get the perfect flank, and immediately you just have the damage follow-up. Jovi's not even there for the beginning of this fight. It just doesn't matter. GenG are so far ahead, and it was just lights out once again from GenG.
G2 now select the blue side here for game number 2. Finn, kind of give me your thoughts here, given the fact that they went a little unorthodox in the top lane. They went Maokai in jungle. I feel like there are things up here.
Okay. Yeah, we hit pause.
Okay, pause.
Take a deep breath.
Deep breath, everyone. G2 side, deep breath.
And we'll look towards the future.
Okay.
A lot of the power picks are still up and available. There was a lot of mid lane bans, and I expect us to see a really similar draft phase with all these mid lane bans being taken out this year. The Talia, I don't think they'll get through, but I think most likely what we're going to see G2 hone into Skumon and try to find him in early skirmish jungle, because I really feel like he needs to get a foothold in this game. If the jungle is not really facilitating the lanes, it becomes really hard to play the map and really hard to really propel the game forward. And we need Skumon to be comfortable. The Maokai didn't work out, so we gotta try one of the other picks, like the Xinshao or the Wukong, I think.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when these junglers that dictate the tempo don't get going. We saw it in last series. Tarzan was able to stifle Owner. Here, how does GenG slow down G2 and book their ticket to the grand finals?
It's, I think it's GenG are in the driver's seat right now. You know, I think for G2, they need to pull out something. I'd really love to see Caps on something like he's played earlier, like a Syndra, like a LeBlanc. Try to throw Chovy off, because Chovy, again, he just got the free laning phase, the free game. He needs to be pressured. They need to do something about Canyon as well, as Finn was talking about. There are a lot of questions to be answered here.
Now we're standing next to the game trophy here for League of Legends, but this isn't the only one that's on the line this weekend as we send it on over to Free Fire.
Hey everyone, we are currently at the G2 Esports Arena where I've stumbled across Free Fire. Please introduce yourself to us.
Hi, my name is godišnji. I'm with Free Fire. I'm one of the panelists for the show.
That's super duper cool. Nice meeting you. And of course, talk me through today's games, because I heard you guys were in the semifinals right now.
Yes, we are in the semifinals. Players are going to be battling out to try and get as many points as possible for our championship happening tomorrow, our very own grand finals. It's just to give them a little bit of edge before we get into it.
And of course, because it is the championship weekend, we have both the semifinals and grand finals for both Free Fire and League of Legends. So keep your eye out for it, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Kitty. It is game winners to be crowned here, and it will be a new one in League of Legends, as it was T1 falling earlier to AG.AL, already waiting in the grand finals. Valdez, is it going to be a GenG AG.AL finals here?
I think based off of what we saw in game 1, you know, just like T1 unfortunately fell super easily to AG.AL, I would say that G2 might suffer the same fate here. I think GenG have their number, and it should be a 2-0 tonight.
All right, GenG fans, let me hear you. 2-0 for GenG. Finn, you got 20 seconds to get this G2 crowd riled up. 20 seconds.
G2, you have Europe behind you. Play with confidence and pick your champions and play your game. You are better than them, and you can beat them.
G2, let me hear ya! The STC Arena is rocking as we get ourselves to game number 2. Will it be GenG or will it be G2?
Thank you so much, Tigon. I loved the little rhyme, or is it a rhyme when it's like rhyming two with two? I'm not entirely sure, but it was very, very cute nonetheless. It is time for game 2, and we'll see whether GenG can make it a 2-0, or whether G2 can come back. Man, there are so many twos in all these sentences. It's kind of ridiculous.
You love to see a smile on Caps' face after a crushing loss like that, where you know, he got outranged by Chovy. Chovy just outplays him in the early game, and then he gets free stacks. They had that really cool skirmish with Canyons and Pale early. Things went really well. I think we're going to have to see a big change up here in draft. Remember, against BLG, Caps pulled out that LeBlanc pick, right? And that was series defining. He crushed Knight so hard in the lane that Bejuan couldn't even play the game, right? Something like that is what we might need to see here from G2. They have blue side now. The Azir was
they
not
had blue side in game 1.
I know. They have blue side again.
All right. So they now also have blue side.
But like, some of these picks are gone, right? So picks like the Azir stock goes up quite significantly. See if the Talia is
Game 2, G2 GenG, G2 birao plavu, izgleda da sad svi biraju plavu nakon što izgube gema. Vidjet ćemo šta će G2 ovdje da radi, jer nakon onog prvog gema stvarno se čini kao da nemaju odgovora.
Da, kao da plava strana stvarno ne radi dovoljno. Pustili su GenG u njihov comfort team komp i stvarno je imalo nijednog trenutka nisu mogli da pomislimo da G2 možda pobedi.
Vidjet ćemo šta će radi ovdje, mislim, imaju opciju. Interesantno je da G2 stvari recimo banuje Lee Sina, ok, igraš protiv Canyona i kao realno svi želimo da vidimo Nidali. Ali kao plaše se da GenG ode na early game stomp, što je dosta interesantno. I onda ako blindaš Trundla, jao Canyone, molim tu uzmi Nidali i prelomi ga.
Mora.
Zašto bi GenG draftovo Sejuani, šta pričaju? Ako GenG drafta Sejuani, Kim i Helper are not helping. I nekimuju također. Zamisli pa kaš Sejuani u Trunda, mislim, to je onda samo disrespect ili grif, nema treće.
A možda im je dosadno da pobede sa Nidali, šta?
Fair, ok. To je legitimno.
Teško da će Nidali biti pikova na Sazirom.
Istina. Pa Viego.
Ma nešto luđe mora.
But it is strong elsewhere. The Vi
pa Vi, da.
Affected by that subjugate and works really well with so many different.
Ne, neko je zarobio Canyona. Oni njemu ovo namjerno rade, posvađa se sa Helperom i sad mu odmaže, ne pomaže.
Okay, so now G2 are going to show us what they had prepared. When you pick the Trundle this early, you do have the opportunity to go towards whatever tank you would like. Towards that top side, it's going to be the Annie in the mid lane, and there is a Renekton. So in fact, no tanks to be picked up here by G2. They are going pedal to the metal, keeping up the aggression, as the Renekton has been pretty good this tournament, I have to say. Gives a little bit of that Shuriman flavor over to G2 as well. And GenG, they are staying in the deserts of Shurima themselves. As the Keen Sante looking to be honest, coming in.
I feel like a lot of people would be shocked to see the Keen Sante because the Trundle is on the other side, but
and in fact it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen, but I actually thought that's what he was going to pick because it's just so safe into the Renekton, and in the laning phase you're not going to be interacting with that Trundle anyways. It was pretty good into the Annie, but they pivot, and this draft has a lot of power with the Vi. There's a lot of really strong mid game here. We talk about the late game Azir, the side laning Azir all the time, but because of his ultimate, it can be quite powerful in mid game fights with a composition like this where you can cut the team in half and split somebody off. The Vi follows up, the Aatrox follows up. Picks like the Kai'Sa, I feel like are really strong, even though we haven't been the biggest fans as the LCK casters here at this event of the pick for GenG, because you already have a ton of magic damage in this comp. You could go into the AD variant, you could follow up on the mid-game power of this draft so well.
And there's also the fact that, I mean, the cease and desist, very single target, right? The Kai'Sa is able to follow up on anyone you choose to go in on. But I think that the combo that they are already representing with the Azir and the Vi is just
mislim, G2 je dobio counter. Dobili su da biraju matchup na midu, a GenG je u zamjenu dobio da bira matchup u džungli na topu I verovatno da counterpickuje supporta. Kao mislim da je G2 samo izgubio draft. Već ovdje.
Pikovi mnogo undervalue, to me nervira. Jer kao, Annie nije ništa spec, Renekton nije ništa spec, Trundle nije ništa spec. A znaš kako kažu? Dinosaurusi su umrli od ništa spec.
Istina.
Tako da nije dobro, nije dobro.
And a cow is a possibility, right? And Alistair is definitely a big one, but I think just picking an R4 Rakan just feels so good for GenG because it goes so well with so many things. There's so many different options here for GenG.
Alistair je dobar u Trundle, to je u stvari decent.
For the Rakan, if you go for even a Kai'Sa, like all of these things work well. The Alistair gives you even more robust mid-game power because of how tanky he is in those fights, and you now have a front line.
Brown?
Everything else of this draft is relatively squishy.
Brown Lucian, za kan samo ilabro.
The Alistair is just going to be happy to go into the front line of this Annie, happy to eat a Tibber stun so that the rest of the...
Ma da falim engage, mora se igra Rakan.
And that's the one tank that
doesn't
get worried about the subjugate as well. As the Zyra Khan is given over, and this is the danger that you have
Dylan Rastko
on the side of GenG, is that you are staring down the barrel of a lovers duo, which is understandable. That's a Zeri for Rulers. That'd be a fun one.
Iconic Zeri. Azir so much late game.
Zeri je baš šta god. O?
Najjači. Zezate, Miloše, nemoj se primaš.
Sranga bilo. Sivir je lokin.
Dobro, GenG opet u fazonu, ako potraje 1000 minuta, mi smo pobedili.
Dobro, s tim da sad imaju malo bolji early game, zar ne? Mislim... Ne znam, Aatrox je dosta jak u mid gameu, Alistar je uvek solidan. Ono, imaju priču.
Da, nije loše.
Get prio on objectives really easily when it comes to setting up later on for 3rd, 4th Dragon, Barons, Otacon. So while I think if you cover GenG's comp and you look at what G2 have, there's a lot of synergy here. It's not a great Trundle position. I think GenG, because the Trundle was picked so early, we're able to play around that incredibly well. Renekton in a similar story here. I think if Broken Blade can win the topside matchup, if there's some attention there and this Renekton becomes big early, then the Renekton can eventually just get on top of this Sivir, can be a big threat for Chovy's Azir. It's a lot of ifs, it's a lot of maybes here. And after the performance we saw from GenG in Game 1, I think they're pretty confident with this draft. They're going to close it out and head straight to the finals.
That's what they're looking to do. We'll see whether G2 can find some of that magic here as we load onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Do or die here for G2. We'll see whether their key can survive one more game.
Šta je, Tara niste stavila?
On their way to the final against AL. AL, they have been on a bit of a tear. They are no strangers to crushing the keys of LCK representatives. And GenG gonna certainly have to study up before that one, but they do need to make sure that they dispatch of G2 in this second game first. And here we are onto the Rift for that second game. Maybe G2 can catch them napping. Maybe they've got a bit of a plan moving into this second game. We'll see. Otherwise, it's a date with T1 tomorrow in that best of 3 to decide who picks up the 3rd place. And that is an extra 70 grand. Wolf, like that's it's not small money that they'll be fighting for.
That's right. We do the big money at EWC, and we have a massive prize pool, and every single step up you go, the more you are going to get. So you want a Broken Blade here, playing aggressively.
Koliko me maltretira kvalitet ovog, ne znam zašto. Kao trenutno mi je samo to upaljeno.
Ne pada ni meni ništa na pamet, iskreno. Zašto bi ti bagovalo?
Ne, šta mi uradi, prepolovim mi kvalitet u jednom momentu. Stavi na 360p. Onako, voli.
They're going to look for a play here, and GenG just playfully letting G2 know that there ain't anything happening at level 1.
Ruler also giving us a bit of a history lesson, which is kind of cute. Of course, one of the JDG flares there, and then Samsung Galaxy. Kind of cute. Just, you know, the teams that he managed to pick up international titles on.
So they are going to try to utilize this extra pressure here that GenG has to relinquish with the level 1 Alistair to set up some vertical jungling here and invade for Skumon, as he is going to take away the blue buff here of Canyon. And GenG very well aware that this is happening. And so we'll see what Canyon does respond with, since he is starting topside on that red buff. Has vision, of course, of Skumon's blue, so he may just simply cross and we have that vertical jungle.
Oh, LeBron not able to give that heal over to Hansama, but I guess he was at full health, so he doesn't need to worry about it too much. Like we were saying, it is indeed just vertical jungling here between these two junglers. Skumon coming on over though, and just feeling like he can do battle with Canyon, and he absolutely can. The chomp is so valuable.
Skumon really going to get a huge lead out of this. Canyon
doesn't
have to flash.
Yep, batine.
Does manage to vault break over the wall. Okay, I thought he queued already, so he's fine. Doesn't have to flash. Still massive. And
no, it does not.
Izbacio onu zbunjenu mačku.
Sad ga juri, mislim nema šta igra Trundla. Trundle, Duel King, bukvalno.
G2 playing around this early prio so incredibly well. Weren't able to make a level 1, happen to where they get a picker in.
Caps, boga mi istenkovo. Previše beskorisnih basic attackova.
Now Canyon's looking to cross over into this quadrant here and take the red buff of Skumon.
Yep, spots the fact that Skumon is just going to stay towards that top side and take his red. So Canyon not going to be... well, actually, no, because Canyon started on his red. Never mind. So that red is not actually going to be consumed. It's the Krugs that are going to be the next one. So experience advantage still there for Skumon, but it's not going to be too much of a big deal. It's Canyon pathing exactly where he needed to there to make sure that he stays alongside him as far as camps are concerned. Nice little headbutt there from Duro. He's going to get a lot of damage on the Prov. Wasn't exactly hoping to be in that position, and now Canyon possible gank angle as well. As there are flashes, everything else is available here as Canyon looks for the angle. Doesn't get too much, and there's the flash forward to block the Vault Breaker. Beautifully done. Gonna have to go in, make sure that he keeps his jungler alive and actually flashes out of the way.
Nije teo agro da flashuje, da flipa.
Play here from G2 to make sure that they're capitalizing on Skumon's early pathing.
Yeah, and Skumon should be able to turn this into
Dobro što GenG nije overcommitovo. Rundowno bi Skumon.
But I don't think there's really an opportunity here, but grabs this bottom side one. Is gonna try to force
Nije završio krabu lik, neverovatno.
Yeah, can turn this at least into some Gromp pressure as the wave crashes through. This is going to be
really
challenging to pull off, though. Duro doesn't have flash, but Ruler does have his and a barrier.
I mean, it's already a win for G2. I don't think they necessarily need to continue putting on too much pressure. As Canyon is going to come on over. Does have the level 3 alongside Skumon as Duro goes in. The bottom lane are trying to rotate up. They should be able to get here. And Skumon will be able to secure that blue buff as well. Canyon continuing to be pretty far behind.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes will give you so much agency.
It was the Gromp, actually, and the Gromp got uninterested. I need to identify which camps are being attacked.
That's fine. Gromp will go over to Canyon here.
Naravno, GT igra lepo, ovaj bar prvih nekoliko minuta ove partije, ovo izgleda solidno.
He's just going to go straight through mid and go take that upper scuttle and look to clear the top side of the jungle, but decides to instead really put that pressure on. Pushing Ruler out of the lane is a big win. Even though they don't end up getting any kills, they don't get the Gromp. That pressure means something, as it's a 10 CS advantage here for Hansama, who has generated a lot of leads this tournament on Xayah from 2v2s, but this time playing to the fact that his jungle had that early control. The Alistair early game, and then that leads to Caps getting mid lane prio,
Lepo si istridao Caps.
That's eventuated in this early game.
Ku auto attack I damage input od EA. Za Electric proc.
Scheme with the Darkened Blade is going to be able to even things out relatively nicely, and it's going to be trading CS here between these top laners. Skumon going to be able to get that double scuttle that you were talking about, as BB is going to be not pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Gets a nice Q to get that health bar back up again, as ulti's traded here between these top laners, but BB's gives him a bit of extra health back alongside it, so it feels kind of nice to even just press the button even if nothing happens.
Yeah, that was a really good judgment there from Keen as well, knowing the level 6 was just around the corner. Even they had 6 advantage, he knew that one extra minute was going to take it over, as here comes Skumon in the mid lane.
Yeah, back actually going to complete here from Chovy, as Duro doesn't have flash, but he does have legs, so that gets him out of there.
Sometimes that's all. He's also got a mouse and he's got a right-click button on it.
And a keyboard, baby. Worked real well.
And you will get away there, but it was a really nice timing trying to punish a potential split back. As TP is going to be committed here by Duro, and Hansama, I think, is just dead. He's got flash, but I don't know where he's going to go.
Yeah, looking to try
the trade
here as he flashes forward.
Oh.
There is a barrier available.
Jedan.
Dobro. Ali Labrov je da nema flash.
Ovo je malo flipi. Šta rade? Pa to kažem da je flipi. You don't do that. Šta?
Wow. Ništa mi sad već nije jasno.
Mislim na kraju 1 za 1 nije strašno, ali...
Nije 2 za 1 je.
Da li je execute bio?
Ne, mislim 2 za 1 jer su obvezali kill pre toga, ceo play overall.
Da, okej, ali mislim ovaj int, da kažeš na kraju, je bio kind of? Mislim, nije bio... Čekaj, Rakan je ubio rulera, a Canyon je dobio kill, tako da... Samo baš nepotreban dive, mislim se razumemo, no ne... Nema razloga to da rade.
Be able to come over here and look for another potential stun onto Chovy. Duro having to stay in this bottom lane, which means Ruler is just landing straight up here into Hansama on the bottom side of the map. We're going to go back to this play here again. Hansama's judgment in this moment is actually so incredible because he's like, all right, I've got my feathers set. I have to kite back here. And Labrov is coming back over, right? Hansama knows, okay, gotta flash this is where we're back alive.
Yeah, in the meantime, another fight is starting here as Hansama taking so much damage. And didn't really have any way out, so he's just going to die.
Dobro, on je dead. Labrov je out, dobro. Mislim, sve što je bilo u malom mekanu i preko replaya, nismo vidjeli kako su došli u ovu poziciju.
It won't just be a win for GenG that doesn't have any return, as Skewmon will be able to start up those grubs. Has that topside prio there with Broken Blade, so they will be able to get, looks like, all 3 of those. So not the end of the world there. We're not entirely sure exactly how that eventuated, as we just saw Hansama getting engaged on there, obviously flashless from that previous play as we came out of the replay. But that's a big win for Ruler. Now pulls ahead in that bottom side matchup in terms of gold. 3 grubs. Do go over, as I mentioned.
Oh dear, cease and desist here in this mid lane as they pull the Annie out, and that is Feats of Warfare over to GenG and Chovy picking
I na kraju krenuše opet.
Gets back to taking plates. Oh dear, Canyon, this is a little greedy, isn't it? As Hansama in the
To je to. Canyon grifuje, ima flash do duše. Ali Labrov čuva double za flash. Faca.
Just had no vision there, and obviously it just used his ultimate. Chovy just used his, so if anyone shows up, I don't know what he expected was going to happen, but I guess he found out. A lot of greed there from Canyon, and that's a massive swing back. Like the pendulum of the bottom lane.
400 golda je fine, mislim.
They trade kills in these moments, and
u GenG opet okej da budu even, tako da realno gledano nije im toliko strašno.
But at least they kind of tripped over their shoelaces right afterwards, and we're right back in it. So for GenG, very proactive play, but perhaps a bit too proactive in the aftermath.
Yeah, a little bit of a blip coming on through there as Labrov looks for a bit of an angle that didn't have the quickness, so Chovy.
Dobro, G2 pritiska.
Caps here on the bottom side, just dealing with Ruler.
Second Drake is spawning here. Ruler is going to back away with the prio that Hansama rather has picked up in the mid lane. May see a big skirmish here over this that G2 can control to even up the dragons. Broken Blade doesn't have TP. Keen also had to trade that, so it would be a 4v4 at most.
Duro just playing with his Hex Flash, just enjoying himself.
Try to feather call back me. Jump those.
Mislim, scaling je na strani GenG-a, meni je žao.
Da.
Sivir i Azir su veći, Hyper Carry.
I Atrox je bolja verzija Renektonova.
Atrox je bolja verzija Renektona, da.
Jedino Trundle outskilla Vai.
Da. I Rakan lepo skela, ali Alistar ulti lepo skela također, tako da...
Prvi stvari Trundle Malkice gore skela zato što nema pure tanka s druge strane. Tipa nema nekog Orna da ulta u late-u.
To je tačno.
Hansama looking a little worse for wear, but Skimon getting that pillar down, making sure that he knows exactly where GenG is. try and fight back. Teleport in from Caps top lane, wanting to punish Keen here. Does have his flash available, uses it to get out of the way, but Tibbers comes down, and there should be the burst damage available.
Caps flash Q, pametno, vrlo.
Dashes away. They should be able to get a fair bit of work done on this turret, but the Dragon should go
Flash za flash.
That's Dragon, and I just don't think that's worth it here. You're going to pick up some.
Ali Capsov flash prvo je huge za fajtovanje za skirmishe iz Foga, ali ajde, oni su uzeli kulu. Tako da napravili su neki crossmap play za Drake, nije ovo bilo što naša strana G2.
Trying to engage now onto Duro. We'll see how well this goes.
Yes, Skimon taking a lot from just the boomerang blade there, as well as Ruler is doing anything that he wants. Does get the subjugate off, and that is going to give him a bit of his health back, but already, even on one item, the Sivir is getting scary.
Solo play-tovi dolazi Čovija.
Play on the Ruler, and he spell shielded the knockup. You know, Hansama was already losing out, and the mid lane was significantly low, as this isn't done yet up here. Oh man, Caps. There's no ult for Canyon. Caps does not have flash, though. He gets chained.
Well, everything kind of misses, except for that Q2, and he's still, I think, going to be dead. Voltbreaker to finish him off, but Skewmon is going to kill Canyon. So a 1-for-1 is exactly what they were looking for on the side of G2.
Ok, GenG traduju.
A to je okej za GenG, ja ne znam, mislim, casteri su u fazonu kao G2 voli 1-1, ali 1 za 1, ali nije baš. Nije baš, mislim.
GenG je fajn sa 1 za 1.
Da, uvek u ovom gameu. S ovim draftom uvek su okej.
The points of attack here are for GenG, because if he doesn't see that, if he's not
Kin
towards the
uzima
top
dva
side of the map
plate-a.
there, and Caps just dies for free, it's a disaster. I think it's still a big win
I sad je
here for
gold
GenG,
even.
He's going to get a demolished proc here and pick up a
I
top
GenG
plate
srećan.
gold. Caps is pushed off the map, doesn't have TP, so at the end of the day, still a massive win. But, you know, you've got to give credit where it's due. Could have been worse for GenG, or for G2, excuse me, and maybe he sticks around a little bit too long here. Doesn't look like it.
Keen is not the one that's doing the overextending. That has been other members of GenG, so he's just going to back away and play this one respectfully.
Like, every time G2 lose somewhere on the map, they're finding some angle, right? Like, Broken Blade picks up a little bit of plate gold. They got that split plate gold on the top side. You know, 4 out of those 5 plates do go over. That gold does stack up. Like, G2 have a gold lead in this game for sure. My issue is the fact that the farm here for Caps is very low. He doesn't have that much farm. You know, he's significantly behind Chovy here. This scaling Azir is going to do more damage in team fights. So the lead that G2 has right now is small, and that's problematic because they want it to be big. As oh boy, this
Empress
isn't it.
Divide delivers Broken Blade to the turret. He's down to 300, has to flash. And yeah, not exactly too happy about how this one's going, as another mid laner is going to get dove this time towards the top side of the map. The exhaust goes down onto Caps, as Tibbers was trying to help out.
Duro radi posao, jako lep posao.
Dole? Dole neko mrtav isto.
1 za 1 na ovakvoj rotaciji. Sad će da padne duši.
Samo Rakan sami se ostavi kill.
2 za 1 dole i 1 za 0 gore.
2 za 2.
A šta je s gornjim kolom?
Ono nas ne zanima Observera. Observer smatra da nije relevant.
Ok, dobit će
Kill. Vjerovatno, da.
I to im je i Fitz.
Da. It's not like a 1 step forward, 2 steps backward. It's like 1 step forward, 1.2 steps backward. But
it's like they're doing the June sand dance.
Yeah,
like, no, make sure the sandworms aren't coming over. It's a bit confusing understanding where the legs are supposed to go.
But ultimately, you know, GenG, it's not a lead to where this game is over by any means. Hansama is still massive in this one. But the map reads here have been pretty good for GenG, and now with those additional stats from the feats of strength, looking for a potential Herald fight here. GenG have Keen on the top side rotating over. Chovy also has TP and his ult coming back up.
Seen this one before, as Broken Blade taking a lot of damage here on the return to his turret.
And they give it up.
Just getting angry.
And looking for another turret instead, saying Herald would get me that, but we'll just take it here instead and look for potential crocodiles. Lebrov's coming over for the defense.
Yeah, going to be a trade of some Qs, or at least a Q for a W, as the exhaust goes down onto Canyon. They're going to try and burst him out, but he does create a lot of distance.
Uleće s loketom da Canyon ne umre po 7. put ove game.
So GenG, good defensive play this time around, and even a teleport going to be invested here as Kane really wants to hit someone.
Yeah, Caps
because he pressed a pretty important button.
Caps is like, all right, cool, he's out of here. I'm going to try to push as fast as I can on the top side and get a turret, and I think we should be okay down here on this bottom side. good rotation here from G2.
Yeah, Dura actually canceling that one. Not sure about that, as the pillar is going to make things a bit
Ima ulti, ima heal.
Can Dura buy enough time? Is the
Ima flash.
finally going to get pressed?
Paušano. Sad bi mogo da re-engage još, ali nema zbog čega. Traduju se kule.
I feel like on one hand, this game has been incredibly action-packed. We're already 12 kills in at 16, nearly 17 minutes in. But on the other hand, it's also been a thinking man's League of Legends game. It's been a macro game of trades constantly, both teams making the best decision possible. Again, I feel like GenG has gotten slightly the better of G2 every time, but G2 are not going to roll if they're not making any big mistakes. They're not actually overextending on one side of the map to where GenG win on both sides.
Han sama kao ima solidnu količinu golda na sebi. Generalno Hon i Labrov igraju ovaj game. Canyon mnogo agresivno igra.
Unfortunately for GenG, they're just not grouped up in any way to fight for this, and Duro's going to get pushed away. Chovy has TP, but
Duro doesn't have ult. He's actually looking for a bit of an angle here to try and answer his, oh dear, yeah, Hansama going to be able to at least get an assist. I thought that they were going to try and leave him the kill, but the Drake
G2 ga vraća.
and a kill onto Duro.
Možda.
Ruler ima sve.
And now Skewmon doing that I'm gonna walk at you thing, and now Ruler is just going to get eaten underneath the turret. Lebrov comes on over.
Dobro, Ruler, čuvaj ti tvoje samonere, blago meni.
I think that's 100% worth. So many angles. No, it's fantastic here for G2. As Caps is really
Dok je pametno od Capsa, lepo je sačekovao, ne znam li mrtav. Ima flash king, tako da.
Ima flash Caps. Chovy stiže prvi. Dolazi Labrov.
And Hansama gets a turret. Now, I mean, before I was like, okay, G2 are not giving up things on both sides of the map. They're always matching. Now they're taking the driver's seat. They're 1,000 gold ahead. They win on both sides of the map. They end up shutting Chovy's push down top side. They get the dragon. Caps is able to flash away there on the bottom side. They get the play in mid. And yes, Skewmon has to flash to kill Ruler, but Ruler uses both summoners. And Sivir's flash is way more valuable than a Trundle's in a situation like this. And G2 really pulling ahead after what was, you know, kind of absorbing a lot of the pressure, a lot of the punches here from GenG, making all the right calls, waiting, biding their time for the right moment. And that right moment did occur as, once again, Duro in no man's land.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get a stun. There is the pushback on Lebrov, but he's just dead. Duro just misreading the state of the map right now. Things are certainly turning more in G2's favor. I mean, cannot be pushed that far up.
Going into this series, you know, I said Lebrov had a pretty good time against BLG, obviously, and we talked about Lebrov's improvements, but I told you, like, I don't know, man. I feel like the support diff might be big in this one. Like I was telling you before the broadcast, you know, off stream, like, I think Duro's going to have his number, but in this game, absolutely not the case.
Dobra igra Duro dosta dobro, iako to skor ne pokazuje.
Igra. Duro Alistar je uvek manje zahvalan za igru, tako da...
Find out these rotations from G2, but when GenG are behind on the tempo, which is rare for this team, mind you, since Duro has joined this incredible streak, he keeps getting punished, and G2 just get further ahead.
Caps now looking to clear out this minion wave, but there is a Keen looking for him. The world ender coming on through is down goes Tibbs.
Dobro, Labrov. To je Thunder proc za Atroxa. Ako ga basicuje.
Caps able to move himself back. They don't kill the Aatrox, which would have been nice, but he doesn't manage to get his
GenG trole, da im bude zanimljivije. Ma jako ma to lagano, nek chill.
Flash na Atroxa. Zašto za prešli na tier 2?
Now G2 just keep winning on both sides of the map here. They're going to have to get a teleport from the Alistar, look for a pick, and I don't think it's enough.
Yep, cease and desist coming on through there, and somehow Canyon actually lives. He flashes out of the way as Chovy gets the Sand Soldiers
together, and this game
little
tempo.
Učite od Chovija I Dura kako se igra.
This in a turret eventually going to be falling as the trample will come on through, and Canyon gets the vault breaker and breaks the enemy. Well, that was a lot harder than I thought it was. It was successful, but it was still very hard. I thought it was going to be impossible. It was hard, but GenG still making
Imao sam 10 frame-ova po sekundi u poslednjih 10 sekundi.
Evo, to baš nema smisla.
Goes over and trade for only the top side inner for G2, and GenG strike back and will take a gold lead. Watching this again, I thought for sure this is a step too far, but with the combo of the Alistar here into the ult from Chovy, the flash to secure the kill, it's just the cherry on top there. It ends up being a win for G2, or sorry, for GenG. They follow there and get that kill onto Caps as well before his flash comes back up. And now it's 1,500
Kako klikće čovara.
GenG. It's just the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth as now GenG are looking for an Otacon start here. The arm guard has been bought here for Chovy. Such a great timing here as
prevelika razlika na midu, pa pogledaj ovo.
but not quite ready yet.
Yep, Broken Blade does spot out that this Otacon has been
Slažem
started.
se,
The pillar
slažem se.
goes up. And let's see what
Mislim od ovog sad počinje downfall. Ako Hans sama i Labrov ne odigraju sami.
Will be able to secure it for themselves. Nothing lost on the side of G2 because they give this one up, and now they're just going to look for this outer turret towards this bottom side, try and get a cross map happening.
Yeah, Hansama should be able to get this turret here uncontested, so that's going to be some extra gold in his pocket. He has a very large lead over Ruler in the 80 carry matchup right now. Is looking for that IE purchase on his next back. He's got to be close to it. That's going to be a huge win.
Ne, pa Chovy ga lomi, nema šta, mislim. Da Chovy je zadnjih nekoliko godina uvek u top 3 mid lanera. Nekad je prvi, nekad je drugi, nekad je treći, ali mislim da je uvek u top 3. Najčešće u top 2, realno gledano.
Tu je Redemption.
Šta je Skewman ulto?
Let's go G2. Skewman ulto Kina. Let's go G2, let's go G2.
Game 3, GenG pika Kasadina. Samo kolam odmah.
Ma nije ovo i dalje gotovo.
Dobro, a ako bude Game 3, GenG pika Kasadina.
Caps je odigrao dobro ovaj fight.
This means with the airborne here from Cannon with the charge Q, he has to flash for the kill. And it looks like, okay, it's going to be a trade, but then Locket comes through. Redemption comes through. Caps doesn't quite get hit by the healing, but everybody else does. And Broken Blade and Lebrov can peel. Lebrov gets a knock-up. That sidestep was beautiful from Caps. You mentioned it in the play-by-play. And GenG overcommit, find themselves 2,000 gold behind.
Oh man, that was almost a pillar of death for Duro. He is able to walk far enough up in order to get out to safety. Is G2 keeping up this pressure as they take down this blue sentinel. Chovy, you could see adjusting his seating position.
I mean, right now,
sure that he really locks in for this last half of the game.
So much of this game, Hansama has cleaned up these overextensions from GenG. He's gotten the last hits of the kills, right? Like, he's gotten so much money from actually securing the kills, but we haven't seen him rip through GenG in a straight-up front-to-back 5v5 that much this game. It's been so much skirmishing. It's been so much scrappy fighting where we haven't seen 10 players walk to a Dragon or a Baron and say, let's go. This is the fight for the objective, right? We haven't seen that gentleman's agreement type of fight yet this game, but because this Xayah is so massive and is so safe in this draft, Hansama, I feel like, has yet to play his biggest role in this game. He's just kind of been getting bigger.
Da, mislim, Xayah je baš insane u ovom gameu. Ja čak razmišljam o tome da li ćemo ovaj Nunk Weaver postati shield bow, a ne LDR.
To je pitanje. Caps je mrtav, okej. I sad Milion jedno pero.
Sad je Caps mrtav.
Sad ću samo disengage-ovati nakon killa, ali... Op. Skewman flash pillar.
Oh.
Just in the nick of time. Ruler wasn't there. 0 damage in the team fight. That's 6,500 from Hansama. The charm from Lebrov, amazing there on the peel. They just cannot get on top of this Xayah. I mentioned Hansama had a role to play, but GenG played right into his hands. 9 kills now on this Xayah. Watch the fight again as Caps is the initial target. Look at where Hansama is though. Miles away. Lebrov comes in, drops the redemption here, gets the charms and the knockups. Hansama ults here to avoid Duro, and they just cannot get close to him. Skewman peels, Broken Blade comes in. It's a blender, as you said, and Hansama's damage just stacks up. Sure, you got the Annie, but you didn't get the real carry. You didn't get the big threats, and getting away from this Renekton Trundle is just not going to happen. And Ruler has to watch from the other side of the map as G2 look like they are going to bring this to 3.
It is looking like it. I just don't know what GenG were really thinking. Maybe they thought that there was an angle and that there weren't all the members of G2 there around the blue buff that was taken. Teamfight damage absolutely gigantic, as we were talking about before, and Hansama didn't even need to flash.
in that last fight. And his ult's almost back up. So good luck catching this guy again. Or, I mean, you didn't catch him last time. Good luck trying again, I should really say.
Yeah, Duro making use of the exhaust that he'd picked up with his unsealed spellbook, but it just didn't really do enough. And yes, he killed the Annie, but it doesn't even... It just makes Tibbers angry, you know? That's what it feels like. As once again, Ruler on the other side of the fight here as GenG look to try and defend their inner turret. The Baron starting to stack up. A lot of extra money. Currently 1,600, but we'll see how much more it's going to be.
This is not the greatest sieging composition here for G2. Like, they need picks to really break open the base, as Ruler is playing Sivir and can clear these waves so incredibly quickly. The Xayah is low range, right? And they're still playing Annie. You know, you're not pushing a Victor into the mid lane or anything like that. As speaking of Annie, he's going to try to annoy Keen here, but we'll shut down his push. But this is not the greatest Baron that we have seen in terms of damage just yet, as Labrov is gonna double down on that.
He's battle dancing, it's fine. He's just able to get himself out of there as Keen may not be capable of the same thing. The Ruthless Predator has found him, and he is looking to sink his teeth in. The flash over the wall there from Keen will get him to relative safety, but now doesn't have that tool for the next fight.
I think GenG are not happy with the game state, but I think they're pretty happy with the limited damage this Baron has actually done to them overall. You know, we saw
let's go G2.
From Duro.
Pa ovaj game bi morali da ih imaju, osim ako neko baš ne uđe u žbun iz Zagrifa. A Ruler, smac. Ruler misli da oni prave pik kad su u stvari oni ti koji su pikovani.
Smo je sad ogroman lice G2 već.
Yeah, that was potentially game losing here. I mean, the game was definitely in G2's hands, but I think that's the backbreaker. No more Sivir, no more wave clear. And G2, now the base is open. That's the first inhibitor to fall here. They will back grab a second. That bottom wave, though, is at the midway point, so there's no wave to crash through. Baron fades away, and they'll be happy to take a third Cloud Drake. That will be Cloud's sole point for them, but they have so much additional movement speed in this game to chase down targets.
I like the let's go GenG, and then just the cover up the sorry G2. I like that. Respect where it's G2 having a phenomenal game too here. Brilliant bounce back.
Yeah, it's interesting that Caps is 1-5 this game. He's 1,200 gold behind Chovy, but I feel like in every Caps death,
da Caps stvarno čudnu partiju igra.
You know what I mean? As Chovy is now dead, maybe.
Okay, this is a very weird one. Yeah, Chovy is extraordinarily dead. Couldn't even use his Zhonya's to keep
extraordinarily dead.
As G2 looking a little worse for wear, but not really too worried about it, as they will take down this inner turret and look for another.
Previše lako su pick-offovani igrači GenG-a, ništa mi nije jasno.
Ne, ovo je samo Kasadi me igrom. Kasadi me igrom, da. S tim da, mislim, ne znam, opet, svi biraju blue side, ne bi me čudilo GenG samo uzme plavu i da samo pikaju scale, ali vidjet ćemo, ne znam.
He's trying to make sure Ruler can clear this wave, and then they could potentially look for the collapse, but they're just a little bit too desynced, and I think this was a greedy attempt, but when you're this far behind and when the Baron is pushing, you want to fish for stuff like this. Chovy ends up being caught, but I want to go back to some of the trades we talked about in the early macro game. Like, I feel like if G2 hadn't played the map as well as they did to keep the game as even as it was, this game would look very differently. And then Caps kept getting picked in size, right? They focused him down so much, that's why he was 1-5, and now he's 2-5 after picking up the kill into Chovy. But his sacrifices were not in vain, and G2 stayed in the game. Hansama was able to clean up so many of the fights, punish GenG so significantly that I just feel like there's no way back. And Ruler is dead again.
Labrov je na rampage-u, a Ruler... Jel Ruler neko poslao? Priznajte chat.
Da, Romain pola svoje plate dao.
A verujte nam da Romain ima plate.
This game is all but over.
That face
ozbiljno plat.
Did want to play a 3-game series and wanted to get into game 3 as quickly as possible, Wolf. That's what it looked like to me as G2 looking to take down the last remaining inhibitor turret. That is going to fall. Inhibitor soon to follow. As GenG waiting underneath their Nexus.
GenG može samo da čeka. Mislim, Chovy igra lepo, ali...
And G2 not pushing up more than they necessarily can, as Labrov he can, because he's...
Ne može bez Sivir.
And now Duro...
Jedino što je dobro sad za Ništa nije dobro, jer je Baron za 15 sekundi zaboravio.
GenG not wanting to give up without a fight, as 1 second ruler is now up.
So playing around vision so well. Like GenG are like, I think maybe there's an angle here, but there just absolutely isn't. And now they buy enough time for this Baron to respawn. Double super minions across every lane means to get to the Baron is your toughest challenge, and they just simply will not be able to do it. Caps holds the line here. Super fast with his shield. He's just like shields himself, and he's
Hvala za grafiku. PP reached level 18.
The game goes that long, 2 minutes until that goes over. You drop a bear and just run across the finish line. As Ruler here just has.
Šta je ovo, molim te, Sajna? Šta je ovo? Evo sad kad pogledam mapu, nigde nije ima vision. Šta je, loš izračun tempo, ne razumijem.
Ne, kažem ti.
Hoćeš da mi objasniš da je jedan najboljih KD carry-a ikada, loš izračun tempo.
Lag, zalagovo, pa mu je frame za jedan.
Yeah, G2 just getting the waves in order, getting things pushed up. Hansama dealing with that bottom lane, and G2 not giving GenG any ways.
Kao Ruler ima 4 itema, on može da iznese, čovi isto. Bruzeri su im na 3 itema.
Your get out of jail free card here, but it is helping GenG buy space for maybe one more attempt, one more flank fight, one more jump onto the carry, but Hansama's got flash and ult, so best of luck to our last LCK representative. I think GenG is probably thinking about game 3. One more fight, one more chance.
Possible, but they'll need an absolute miracle if they want to hold
Let's go,
on to this one. I think they need to do it about 3 times.
I mean,
Moji osjećaj mi govori kao da će G2 da izbrifa ovaj fight.
There is no holes in this game plan.
Well, Keen going to ult and flash. Was looking to try and start something, but yeah, G2 take the invitation. They're just going to eviscerate GenG. It's a double already.
Mislim da je čovjek odreagovao na flash ult od kapsa sezonja.
Moguće, ali Duro je pretopljen, Hansamu niko ne dira, tako da...
Ovo je 1-1. Castle invading rooms, Castle invading room.
Da.
Ništa, poslednji game dana će biti G2 GenG, game 3.
Eto je
ozbiljno.
Penta iz druge strane. Lepo.
Prelepo.
Pazi, postoji neki ugao, ko zna. Postoji sve da G2 dobija, da.
Stvarno su jako dobro odigrali... Hansama i Labro, baš su lepo odigrali. Tako da, dosta impresivno.
Radio ozbiljnu priču svakako. Imamo još jedan game za danas, tako da nije bar turbo dugačak program, to je uvek ok. Nažalost nije bio ni pretarno kratak, svako idemo na pauzu pa vidimo da li G2 može da napravi istoriju. Reklo bi se, mislim, EWC je u pitanju, ali opet pobediti GenG i breakovati im seriju bi bilo insane, 15 minuta pa smo tu na finalnom gameu dana.
I stick with being a mid laner because I feel like it's the most impactful role of the game, and I feel like it's just the most legendary role of the game. For example, you think of Faker, now you think of Chovy.
So for me, I've always been playing mid lane. Ever since League came out, it's just a solo lane. It's also in the middle of the map, so that makes it fun.
因为我刚打劫的时候，可能玩中单的时候上分比较快吧，然后可能中英雄玩的都比较好，所以就选了中单位置。
To be a mid laner is very important in terms of being a part of the game itself, because you're in the middle, so you will always be involved in every play, and you need to make sure you help top, bot, and jungle as well.
因为中路是连接各个位置的，所以中单要打得很好。You have to be a strong laner if you want to play mid lane at a professional level very well, because if you are losing prow often versus better mid laners, it's going to be very hard to play the game. So.
Mid lane kind of takes the role of like the third jungle almost, like you have the support as the second jungler, the mid laner teams up with the support and jungle a lot of time and just roams either top or bot wherever they can be more impactful.
可能就是练习，其实大部分还是打排位吧，然后还有训练赛，就多关注自己这位置的细节吧，就多看别人选手的路线。
Spam solo queue, get a lot of games in and playing the game, and of course watching better players or other professional players.
Scrim, and I watch VODs and I play solo queue, nothing that crazy. I just practice every day. I make sure if there's some matchups I don't know, I'm studying it, or I'm watching team fights, or I'm watching LCK, LPL all the time. So either that or I'm scrimming.
And my goodness, the boys from Europe are finding their way. They kept it close throughout. And we're sitting in the audience being like, man, G2 are unable to shake them. They're unable to put them away, but we've seen them been able to punish mistakes. However, G2 did not make mistakes. They forced GenG into bad plays in the top lane. That 5-0 changed the tide, and they are one win away from their first international finals since 2019. Welcome back, everyone. Degon here alongside Finn. It is the Valdanalist and Meteos after that last one. The West has life against the best team in the world, Finn.
It's just like a standout game from a lot of the players on G2. I feel like everyone just kind of stepped up. A lot of individual highlights created this game, and I feel like that's the only way G2 can compete with GenG, because I feel like GenG as a whole is stronger than G2. I can admit that, even as a G2 biased a little bit analyst. But I will say that, I mean, G2 stepped up massively. Stand out by Hansama, Labrovsky, even Broken Blade. I think so many people stepped up.
Now, we do have championship weekend this weekend. This next game is going to be who is going to be in the finals. So we do have an update from one of our other games from EWC. Let's send it on over to the Dota 2 stage.
Okay, I think I'm in the wrong venue. This looks like a lot smaller than the League of Legends venue.
Absolutely.
Over there.
Absolutely. Welcome, Fancy. You have wandered, yes, into the Dota 2 venue. It is much smaller than League, but it is still here. Yes, indeed. Don't forget where you guys came from, all right? I know you guys are watching your League games right now, and you're thinking to yourself, is there Dota 2? Does that still exist? Yes. Yes, it does, my friends. EWC has asked me to convince you guys to stop watching League and watch our grand finals. And Fancy,
why should I watch the grand finals of Dota?
Well, you're probably not going to. If you're a League of Legends fan and you're enjoying your game, you're probably not going to watch Dota. But I will try to convince you. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
Fancy.
I'm listening.
Our games last more than 20 minutes. Thoughts?
Our games last around 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Our games last 60 minutes. I'm not trying to tell you guys exactly. It is a gigantic waste of time.
What's up with your patch notes, though? Like,
we got plenty of patches. We got plenty of patches. Do you want to know why? Because our game is actually balanced and it can survive for more than... I'm not gonna... They told me not to flame. I don't want to upset you guys. I know you League players have a lot of tasty windows to lick, so we're going to get through this really quick, all right? You guys enjoy your game. Better marketing. Just as much money. Very voluptuous heroes. We ain't got any of that. But if you guys want to grow up and come back home to us boomers, come on back to Dota. We're having our finals right now.
It's just been interesting to watch.
I'll go and sit down and watch.
That is so unfortunate. Guys, we're going to miss Fancy. Thanks a lot for watching. Goodbye, League fam. I'm coming for you one day. I'll be hosting one of these. Enjoy yourselves.
Thanks, Slacks, for trying to convince League players to watch Dota by comparing how long you last. That's a very convincing argument. Let's take a look at our series here, though. It is G2. It is GenG, the reigning back-to-back MSI champions of the greatest esport in the world. And it was a fantastic game. G2 starting off not so great. It was Hansama getting ganked here, able to turn this one back around. Didn't look good. GenG gonna dive and punish. However, LeBron plays this one perfectly here, Finn.
I mean, not even LeBron, the presence of mind of Hansama to kite not towards his tower, not towards the proposed safety, but to up in the lane, because he knows Labrov is in the river, and he actually managed to get that extended range on the dash and kind of trade 1-for-1 in the beginning there. Well played by Labrov as well, trading under tower, but for me, like, the standout there was Hansama. The presence of mind to know that walking towards the enemy base was the correct choice, that was impressive.
This was super hype, that G2 won. I will say, though, watching this, it felt like GenG was for funning or something like that. It was the least GenG looking game I've seen them play ever, especially from Canyon. This dude was the entire scoreboard for like the first 10 minutes of the game. He was just diving and trading 1-for-1 all over the place, which, I mean, it's awesome to watch, but I feel like that's not usually how they play. So it was definitely a departure from that, and it felt like they were playing more on G2's tempo, which was great for them.
Another update that I've been told currently, it is a new title winner over at MLBB Women's Invitational. It was Vitality winning 4-0 over Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators, the former C9 roster being signed under this, and the first Western team to make it to the finals of MLBB Women's. So congratulations to Team Vitality for this victory, picking up 1,000 EWC championship points, which is the dream of these two squads here in League of Legends, G2 and GenG, if they can get themselves the win and get into the finals against AG.AL. One more time, Team Vitality getting the victory 4-0 over Gaming Gladiators. All right, so we got to see one highlight here from GenG and G2. Maybe we'll get to see a second one here from GenG and G2. This one in the top lane, and this was the big moment where G2 were able to battle it back, and all of us in the green were freaking out here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, as Medius was talking about, it was a very back and forth kind of game because GenG were certainly throwing it back and forth, and G2 were willing to go for blow. I mean, they love to play that kind of style, and GenG took it one step too far. They tried to dive here in the top lane. Caps just broke their ankles, and Ruler wasn't able to get that kill.
With good angles, yeah.
Yes, had the angles, you know, it was actually pretty impressive. It just felt like G2 were playing really well, and all of those like hype trades we had early on just felt much better for G2, whereas it just looked like GenG were getting tilted on the opposite side. So it was kind of like GenG were playing G2's game, and G2 ran away with it.
Yeah, I love that, though. I love the way that you kind of break it down that way, as GenG have been able to solve each team, and G2 just kept hanging on. And then maybe this was the fight that we would that would break it open for GenG. However, take a look at your minimap. There's no Sivir here, Medios.
This was a crazy fight from Skumand. Like, GenG committed onto Caps, and one thing that I thought was super noteworthy was Caps kind of had a rough start to this game. He was, 0-3, 0-4, having trouble side laning, but he didn't build defensively at all. Sometimes you see Annies go for the, mask build or getting in early Zonias, and Caps just said, nah, I don't want any of that. I'm going to go Malignance, Shadow Flame, Storm Surge, just do as much damage as I can, because if I'm going to die anyway, like, I might as well, have a big Tibbers. So I thought it was cool that he opted to go that route. And then in that fight, we just saw Skumand was absolute beast. He just ulted the Aatrox, and he was just pretty much 1v3 in the backline, just beating everyone down, chomping them, and just doing so much damage while not dying.
Yeah, and then finally here, from the pro view, the eyes of the man himself, it was Hansama getting the unofficial penta here.
This is Steven Liv in his prime. Look at him, full build Saya. He is just a shredder. Anything that is within his auto attack range just dies within seconds. He's so strong. This game, I think, is on his back. He did so well in the early game, and I think he is rewarded with his beautiful unofficial pentakill to finish off the game. Just amazing play by him, and it feels really nostalgic seeing him on Saya. Something that he was criticized for, actually, not being able to play just a few years ago, but now it is kind of his main champion, and something internationally he's really relying on to secure G2 these hard carry wins.
I mean, he was making the feathers kind of rain cats and dogs there, making sure it was all over the place and coming back to him. Hansama putting an exclamation point on this game number 2 as they've got the STC arena rocking here, and the G2 faithful, the Samurai, are just absolutely filled with hope. And I think the West, Europe, just filled with pride here, Finn, as we have 45 seconds before we head back to the stage. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling optimistic. After game 1, I will say I was a little bit worried, but seeing now that G2 has it in them, they have the fire and they have the hope and the confidence to go blow for blow with GenG. I believe they have what it takes to do it. G2 has reached international finals before. They can do it again. They can knock down Korea and make a non-Korean international finals happen.
All right, well, we will see what happens here on the line again. The last time that G2 made it to a finals of an international event was in 2019. 6 years later, can they write their name in the history books here at the EWC? Let's find out as we send it on over to Ian and Fancy.
We came expecting fireworks for this series, and this series has delivered. 1 for 1, one more game to the grand final spot. GenG fans, where are you at?
Oh, they're there. But as Degon just said there on the desk, it's been a long time, 2019, since the G2 fans made it to an international grand final. And now they are just one game win away from making it to fight for the trophy. What do you think? Who's taking this? Is it G2?
GenG fans, let's show them what you got. One more time, GenG!
The G2 army is here, loud and proud. The players are sitting right here. They can hear you. G2, make some noise! This final game is worth $320,000 alone, and of course, that spot in the grand final against AG.AL to fight for this trophy in the center of the stage. One game, one winner, one key crushed. It's GenG versus G2. Let's finish the fight.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Man, the crowd absolutely electric here for the final game between G2 and GenG. And last time around, I want to remind everyone, this series between G2 and GenG at MSI began with a victory for G2. This time, it began with a victory for GenG. After that first win, the other team, that team did not find hope in the series. Maybe that is going to repeat itself. Maybe Europe is going to have another representative in the grand final.
And, you know, Atlas, 2019, the last time G2 was in an international final was, I believe, the last time we didn't have an LCK team in an international final. And G2 might lock out the last of our 3 LCK teams here if they can win on red side this final game of our semifinals. Varus, Pantheon gone again. The Senna taken away here by GenG. Broken Blade won't get his hands on that Jax, and we'll see what this final ban is going to be here for G2. Interestingly, that Talia is still up.
Yeah, this is some eclectic bans to come through from GenG to start us off. It will mean that there will be a fair few things left up and available. Not the Aurora, though, which has seen a lot of success here at this tournament. And now, what is Keen going to be picking first? Lucian, just insta-locked.
Ruler wants revenge.
Yeah. And Ruler did not look very happy in that last game, both on the Rift and in the player cams. You can see very, very vocal right now, as Duro feeling a little bit stressed after that one. I mean, the butt gap was just massive. Ansama and Lebrov had an absolute day out in that game number 2. The Zyra Khan has been great all tournament, but man, I haven't seen G2 perform as well as they did in that game 2 in a very long time. There is the Ezreal lockaway. Ezreal versus Lucian has been a tale as old as time here. As Skewmon, what are we going to be taking away next?
I mean, some of the big mid picks right now are, you know, obviously the Victor that's still available. You know, you do have that Talia as an opportunity for if you're looking for a big pick-based composition and rotational power there. The Rise still available. So these are some high-profile picks. Now, I was wondering if they would look for the Karma here to just shut down this Lucian lane. This doesn't come without a cost, though. It will cost you a lot of engage potential. But we've already seen what Lebrov could do with Locket, with the Redemption, and with the shields he has here. He might be able to bait GenG into some unfortunate fights once again, as we saw in game 2. Yeah. A strong rotation here from G2, but not necessarily going to give us a ton of information about what this comp is going to look like just yet.
Well, Lucian Braum has been very, very common, something that has been pretty powerful, at least over in the LCK. I'm not psyched about Ezreal Karma. I feel like whenever I see it, just feels lukewarm. You know? Doesn't make me excited.
It comes at a heavy cost, like I said, in terms of engage. I think it's going to do fine into the Lucian Braum, but the Braum and the Lucian will have a lot of value outside of the lane as well, as Xin Zhao actually going to be played way late in this series.
Taman sam stigao da napravim hranu, dođem na draft. Sad je vrijeme da se jedi, da se gleda kako G2 pobeđuje, ali tako, kolega?
LOL.
Ne veruješ.
Ko si ti? Ajde, idi zove Sajna da dođe da kasta.
Let's go, G2. Ja sam Šajno koji ima hranu. On mi je doručak u pola 4.
Huge.
Tako da sam jako srećan.
Da imamo i doručak i ručak.
To je bi lepo.
Boga mi je nije loše, da. Iskreno, ostaviti Lucian Braum za Ezreal Karmu nije ni toliko loše.
I feel really good about this Wukong pick because they needed some engage because they have the Karma, and Karma also helps engage and is very strong with him when he is getting on top of multiple members there. The Victor I mentioned is gone now. We may see Rise to follow.
I think the Rise is a big one.
You know, the Talia.
Ne, polako. Imaš još uga.
With both of these compositions and will impact side lanes quite substantially. Because if you ban the Rise and the Talia is left open, then, you know, one team gets that massive.
Zato su uzeli Luciana. Kao tekave i da Kaps ne može da igra Luciana u Kasadina. To je IQ 1000. Samo da znaš.
Čekaj, uzeli Luciana da ne mogu da igra Luciana u Kasadina na midu kao meča, to misliš?
Da, IQ 1000 draft, IQ 1000 draft.
18 seconds to go. See how long they're going to use to think about it. And is it just going to be On and Sion? Get rid of the two tanks.
Jer realno ovdje moraju da blinduju Kasadina, što niko nikad ne bi uradio. Ali onda naš, Barbano i Lucian.
A neki Kapsadin?
Ne znam, možda.
A Kapsadin?
Možda, ali ovi mogu fleksiju Luciana na mid. A dobro, možda ga last pikaju u stvari.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was going to be a Sion ban.
Kapsadin.
But now it's really a Sion. Yeah. Unless there's a checkmate that they're thinking about, right? Maybe there's something that they wanted to get their hands on.
Zašto bi bio banuju ove...
Wukong has been very, very powerful.
A, bi bio banuju blindove, misli da će on blindovati, da će Kaps da counterpika, što je reasonable.
Okay, never mind. The Rumble going to be the decision here.
Really strong position here for G2 in this draft.
Oh yeah.
Rumble je ostao open over
Ja ne znam što bi banovo Orna kad imaš Braum, ali ajde.
A Rumble or a Sion in this case, and I'd probably be more scared of the Sion personally.
It is going to be a choice that G2 will make will define this draft.
Well, it's a Sion. We kind of knew that was going to happen, so now the answer has to be there.
There's no Cho'Gath, there is no Rumble, there's no Jace to answer this pick right now, and it's just such a tough lane. And Sion is
Camille Galio. They just play Camille Galio.
But that's what I was mentioning earlier. It's great
I was so tunneled on G2 playing Camille Galio.
It's kind of hard to play that into Wukong. You know, it's not impossible, right? But it is tricky. I actually kind of prefer this. Because it has a little bit more of a safe engage path. You know, the Camille can be shut down.
S ovim overlayom ako odemo u Game 5, Banović će prikrivati pola ekrana.
And access to a backline at a larger range than a Camille can necessarily give you. And if you play the Galio, you're blind.
Dobro, Galio bez Zin, dobar engage. Mora bude... Joooo! Jesi sećaš ovoga? On namjerno ovo coveruje. Kapsio ga da go Dylan...
Gimme Vayne.
Ili komu je već bio... Da,
Dylan.
Mislim da je Dylan bio. U ovoj fanatiku se rekli sam igrao. Ako loka Vayne, to je baš cool. Ne! Oh, smor.
Syndra u Galija.
Pa, I mean, imaće prio, zato što je Syndra bully, ali neće biti fun.
Well, these are your compositions. Chovy is very famous for his Galio play, but I feel like this comp doesn't have the same amount of cohesion that we've seen from others in GenG's past. This on the side of G2, pretty stock standard team fighting composition, and I was worried about the lukewarm nature of the Karma, but like you're saying, the Syndra, a bit of fun here, can throw some orbs around. Broken Blade can be largely unkillable on that Sion, and Skumon, if he continues the form from Game 2, it is going to be gigantic, because this Wukong could really run away with the game.
Meni se mnogo ne sviđa Syndra. Prvo Syndra u Galija, drugo Syndra u Brauma, treće Syndra u Xina. Ne radi u 3 od 5 pikova.
Bukvalno ne radi, baš je loš pik. Baš je loš pik.
Baš nema razloga da se pika. Ne razumijem zašto su uzeli, iskreno. Baš ne razumijem zašto su uzeli.
Tournament defining for them, and maybe what actually sends them to this grand finals. I like their draft better, if I'm totally honest with you, Atlas.
I like it too, but I think that Lebrov was such a big part of G2 in Game 2, and Karma just doesn't have agency, right? Like, you're not going to be making those big plays yet again, so the rest of G2 needs to step up. We're going to have another one of those incredible days like yesterday for BB, right? Where he can really take the bull by the horns, make things happen. His on was so good. His Sion could be the same thing as we go into the deciding game. Remember, guys, GenG have won 24 series in a row, and a lot of the last few went the distance, so it's not a surprise that they drop a game. It would be a surprise if they drop a series. We'll see whether G2 can be the first team to do that since what, road to the LCK Cup?
Ne znam li Ari bila banovana, ja bi Ari pikao.
That was it. In Game 5, when we were at that time praising Hanwha Life for the Game 1s and the Game 5s, how things have changed.
Indeed.
It's a long year of League of Legends, and some narratives feel like they'll last forever, but they don't last half the year. And for GenG, they came into this tournament as massive favorites, MSI champions. The streak continued, an incredible resilient series against Life Esports.
Ajde vidimo.
Road to MSI.
Znači ja imam dve opcije. Jedna opcija je da gledam u 485, druga opcija je da kasnim 5 sekundi u odnosu na tebe.
Sure, they'll drop the game to FlyQuest, but the drafts for GenG and the play, if I'm being totally frank with everyone, and sure, I'm an LCK representative, so I hold them to a higher standard.
Evo, sad sam ga namestio, ne diraj sad ništa.
Evo ti.
Pa bravo. Bravo, brate. Kako se to radi nisu setili?
Problem rešen. Nemam pojma. Kao obično nemamo direktan link za YouTube feed, a lakše je da svako sebi namešta to, ni to, ali...
Like Ruler already had a tough time in the previous game. In this game, there's, so many threats. You're going to have to deal with the Wukong potentially get on top of you. Broken Blade can flank you. You have to deal with the Scatter the Weaks. And the follow-up is just so easy for an Ezreal.
Yeah. And this lane, not going to be easy. Of course, lane swaps exist, and so that will help GenG here, but the early laning phase is going to be very rough against Ezreal Karma. They are known for being able to shove in the lanes. I think similar things can be said here for this mid lane as well. Broken Blade also going to have a fair bit of control on the top side, so I think eyes are going to be glued to the jungle to see whether Canyon can put out some of these fires.
Ja sam malo tiši dok ne doručkujem, ali čisto da znate, tu sam gledam samo treba se jesti. Doručak, jaja, malo neki lim, salame, paradajz i malo sira.
A gdje je tvoj čuveni miks? Jaja i tunjevina.
To sam sinoć jeo. To sam u stvari pojeo sinoć i to mi je bila zadnja konzerva tunjevine i sad nemam tunjevinu. Ali kupit ću je sad posle streama, tako da sve lagano. Nego moram sad jedem, pošto imam teretanu za sat vremena, ne mogu, ako jedem posle ovog gejma, neću moći treniram.
Let's see what Canyon can get done here. Looking for an early gank onto Caps. They can get a flash. It's a big deal, and they do manage to get it. Can they get more? Is the scatter so good? When becomes lightning, no time here for Canyon. They're going to be happy with a flash, a return gank. A very scary thing here now for G2.
Very, very powerful. Keen going to sidestep and do a little bit of damage there.
Now going to be able to take a cannon as well. Made me nervous just for a couple of moments, but is able to lock that one down. Obviously, the most important thing on the Rift is getting as many cannons as you can.
You can see Skumond has taken a bit of a lead, obviously, because he didn't go for a gank in terms of the farm, and now could potentially look for a gank here on the Chovy, who is flash.
Keen je dobio solidan pik da može da mu tretira.
Okay, does back away now. Skumond not quite able to path over fast enough. If he's just a little bit quicker, maybe there is an angle there, but we'll just try to look for a tri-brush wraparound. Sees there's no ward there, but there is one outside of the pit.
Labro pokušava. Volim da vidim agresivan heal.
Meni ovaj Little Tempo Nezu toliko gote, znači video sam od Hunt same, krenuo sam da ranujem sad svaki game, samo Little Tempo Nezu igram, predobro je.
To je dobro osjećaj, definitivno mogu da zamislim, jer brzo ga, pogotovo što ga rano brzo prokuješ jer cancelaš sa Q.
I pasivna plus Little Tempo, level 1 Ezreal način hero u igrici.
Bivi vaši creepove, nazgodno je ovaj ga maltretira. Keen je u preozbiljnoj formi.
I feel like Keen is not going to bite off more than he can chew, and with that ward there, certainly going to be able to make all of the right choices, knowing exactly where this Wukong is. So Keen will be able to get the shove, and the teleport is going to bring Broken Blade immediately back in. Does have that red rock and a cloth armor, so he's going to be absolutely fine. As Duro coming forward, shows them the door up close. And the flash to come on through here, not able to break those chains is now Ruler in
No, Lionel Messi, no. Moglo, ne znam, zato što mogao je možda da ostane do kraja, da ruta Rauma, ali pitanje je da li bi on Doon umro, a pitanje je i da li bi Ezreal dobio 1-1. Mada Sanja se kune u Ezreal.
Ne, Ezreal ne gubi to. Ja ti kažem, 5 stakova Essence Flaxa plus fully nastakovan Little Tempo, dobijaš, skoro pa dobijaš Kalistu na levelu 1. Ne baš, ali skoro.
Caps and Chovy facing off here in the mid lane. And we'll see what's going to happen. No flashes available, but we can also see what's happening around EWC as well, as it is the championship weekend and the MLB.
Ovo je Mobile Legends ženska disciplina. To je bilo na nekoj pauzi.
And they clean sweep Gaming Gladiators 4-0.
Congrats to Vitality.
Yeah, that puts Vitality actually at 1,500 points as well in the club championship as well. But we've got to fight here towards the top side of the map as Arula and Canyon are going to pay a visit as well. That is just going to buy some space for the GenG bottom lane to kind of keep themselves in it. You can see about 11 CS behind, something like that here for Arula. And they are just sort of licking their wounds, trying to get what they can in this difficult matchup. As Chovy, yeah, like you say, could be in a little bit of trouble here as he sidesteps the scat of the week, finds the taunt onto Skumond eventually. Caps does avoid it, but more of these orbs just sidestepped gloriously by Chovy here.
I mean,
him PC, Wolf, I think.
For some people, Chovying means just getting a lot of farm in CC. And sitting in the side lane, you know, that's kind of like the Hanwha Life Esports Chovying moniker was. But for me, it's Chovying meaning something like this, like generating a significant lane lead as Galileo.
Oni pričaju o tome što znači Chovying.
First strike syndrome, having perma prio and forcing jungle resources in this matchup, sidestepping scatters like that and just walking out like it doesn't matter, like he saw it coming 2 minutes in advance. That to me is what Chovying means.
He really did just not get hit by most of the
On je dobar pokušaj od GenG-a jer je Skumond blizu.
Well, that's what it is. You just need to be a bit clairvoyant, I guess, is maybe the way. As G2 feeling like maybe there's going to be a gank on the way, but this wave is in a little bit of an unfortunate position. 3v3 as Canyon makes his way out. Lebrov gets audaciously charged, but the Cyclone comes on in. That's a fantastic pressing guard.
Šta radi Ruler?
Ruler will be answered immediately as Skumond takes him down.
Šta radi Canyon? A ove su platili.
O! Nisu Kine.
A Kine jedini nije obavešten.
Da, oni u fazonu što meni niste dali procenat.
Da, ima to u futbolu, znaš, kad plate golmana, beka i špica i onda ovi u sredini ne znaju šta se dešava.
And walked all the way in. They continue to exchange there in the top side of the map to make it look like a juicy opportunity for Hansama to continue to chase. He gets caught by the end of the public execution, and now Canyon is going to be able to take all of these grubs. Ult comes through here for Broken Blade, doesn't have TP, can come over here and clear up this wave. But man, what a play there from Keen.
Check it out one more time.
Znači ovdje Canyon sve radi kako treba, force heal, ulta savršeno Wukonga i onda Ruler baca agresivno u Wukonga koji ima drugi charge ultija i double. Ovdje ovo, vrlo upitno, ali to je zašto nismo vidjeli Kina dole koji play. Tako da je to bio bait za Kina, a Ruler je pao. Zamisli koliko veruješ sebi da ćeš to da sidestepaš.
Ja bi se flashao unazad i Kubi me pogodilo.
Da, flashao bi se unazad i pogodilo bi me sigurno. Si vidio što će Lera da igra protiv Gama?
Ko da igra?
Los Ratones.
A, ne. To je cool.
Da, prave ovaj kao čomek.
A gdje će igrati? Će ovi dođu u Evropu ili?
Nemam pojma, vidio sam na Twitteru jutros. I sad me podsjetilo, izašao mi je Sheep Esports. After, nakon GenG G2-a igraju. Ovdje sad igraju.
Over the map just in general.
Šta? Na streamu, na EWC-u?
Da, sad posle G2-a GenG-a.
Niste znao su otišli u Emirate. Svi odnosno Konesa.
Nije. A tačno je to mini rock organizovao, on je taj lik, 100%, on je bio pozvano, ajde vraća na ruke, igraću i ja.
Teleport available here for Chovy as well. So Skumond going to make his way in. Cap's going to steal the Bramble back, and there is that teleport from Canyon is going to
Canyon je smajtovo reda. Kaka faca.
With that teleport, he's going to make sure that there is no further aggression.
That was a bit of a scary situation there on both sides. That play looked like it was going to be on the knife's edge. A force of will there from Caps.
Baš me zanima koja je logika bila iza Syndra pika.
That's the end of that fight. If there's an overextension there from GenG though, or if a single member gets caught out by a scatter from Caps and gets blown up by his ultimate, could have been a huge angle for the side of G2, but instead it's still a very even game here. Hansama now the target as they look for a potential dive.
Yeah, the flash forward from Duro, but he misses. And the teleport is going to make sure that Hansama stays alive. Duro shows them the door, and he will make it out. But bit of egg on the face of the newest player of GenG. I say newest came in at the same time as Ruler, but Ruler still had many years on this org, so I'm going to say newest.
I think that's still right? I think that's still correct.
Yeah, I think it makes somewhat sense.
I mean, it's a big win for GenG though, because they got the TP out of Broken Blade. Now it's the ult top side. Are they going to get the punish here onto Keen? I don't think so.
Ne znam da li ima Skuma, nema damage.
Strike is the last of the gap closed there for Skuma as the train comes out of the station, and Keen walking back into this lane. In comes Broken Blade.
I mean, that's a lot of damage, actually. I feel like what could have been worse here for the side of G2 kind of works out because Skuma did that. Now, he doesn't have his ultimate here.
Malo skilla G2.
Yeah, moving over. When becomes lightning, doesn't quite land, but there's the flash on as Caps is the target. Skuma doesn't have any buttons left because he just used them to try and take down Keen in the top lane. And the heroic entrance is going to try and get the knock-up, gets the flash out.
Šta će Bibi sad? Ali prvi rotira Labrov.
And he's flashing, looking for the angle. Canyon needs to keep hitting.
Ne!
And he does so. Labrov is
Oh!
looking at
Oh moj Bože. A igraju previše reaktivno samo da izvade situaciju. Ne. Katastrofa.
Publika u neverici.
Caps teleports top lane will only get minions. GenG are out of there. The ways that these fights can go if things go just a little bit differently is crazy. It's been an incredibly volatile game, but GenG keep getting the better of G2. Start off with some teleport shenanigans. The ultimate being down for Skuma means it's pretty illegal for Caps to be out here, though, in this river. It's a good flash, though, but Chovy is able to match it and set up the taunt here. He's able to get his ultimate off, which puts Canyon low, and then G2 are like, well, we've got to force this, right? Chovy looks for the ult here, gets the knock-up. Unfortunately for him, only on the clone, but Broken Blade flashes here, looks for the extra shield explosion damage, but Canyon barely gets out. Labrov flashes for the Montre Q. Canyon avoids it, looks for the route here onto Keen. Knock-up just barely avoided by Keen on the flash. I mean, these margins are razor thin, but it's just not enough, and GenG come over and clean up houses. Caps is unable to TP in until it's too late. And it's like
previše reaktivan skirmish, previše mehanički grešak.
In the previous engagements were the ones that were the benefactors of this, because it was
slažem se skroz. Mislim, opet GenG baš ne prašta te stvari, a sad boga mi imaju preveliki lead, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će moći da urade, ali bit će im baš teško. Imaju te ugo kad Hansama dođe do mida, ja bih rekao. Sa Muramanom treba da radi dosta, ali tad će biti boga mi dobar gold lead već za GenG. I čak ignorišu zmajeve, što je dosta interesantno. Već su 2 dropali.
So G2 fans should at least be able to feel good about the possibility of what happens if they can get a few more of these dragons. The game state is definitely GenG favored, but that's something you've got at least.
Nikad ne mogu da procenim kako Galio skejruje. To me muče mnogo. Jer nije Immortal, ni Nešota.
Da.
A little bit dangerous here as Canyon walks forward, doesn't find that when becomes lightning. Keen just looking for that public execution angle.
And now the Rift Herald in control of GenG. And, you know, you look at Caps, he doesn't have TP. Broken Blade doesn't have Prio. And unfortunately, I think GenG, or unfortunately for G2, GenG just going to get this one for free. See a bit of a wraparound here, but it will be spotted on a ward, and Chovy just has enough mobility to get out of here.
Oh, Chovy going to get knocked back there by the Scat of the Week, but just decides he wants to channel a taunt, and Labrov not going to do too much damage. So Rift Herald going to go over to Canyon. And now Keen playing pretty aggressive here towards his top side against the one-item Broken Blade. When the Black Cleaver comes in for Keen, that's when even Broken Blade has to be scared of the damage this Ambassador is going to be doing.
The Keen lane dominance that we have seen this game just continues. It gets tougher and tougher.
I mean, Keen is not. He does not want to lose this series, this tournament.
He's the one who was talking about how
so well
it really impacted him that they lost so early last year.
Yeah,
and he was not able to lift that trophy.
And they were the favorites coming into last year's EWC as well.
Meni je Keen favorit, sad je GenG kako igra, faca. Pogotovo što mislim da drugi top laneri nisu u toliko dobroj formi i da mu to daje još dodatnu prednost. Baš smo pričali ti i ja o tome kako nije baš neka sezona za top lanere, realno. Dok prethodnih godina smo imali baš top lane dominant formu i Zeus je bio jako dobar i Bin je bio jako dobar i 369 je bio jako dobar. Svi živi su udarali i Dešaj je igrao na jednom vrlci i svašta nešto. Čak i Kingen preste papovo pred te 3 godine.
Kan sama hrabar, GenG ima cool na botu, mislim ona je dosta izolovana, to im je free gold.
Ovo je užas, Hraniš, mora disengage. O, joj, čovi! Kolika buba. Čekaj, Miloš.
Drži se, kolega. U Gang by Kazik Sirala, Gang by Kazik Sirala.
Ali znaš da li G2 izgleda kao Kazik, više nego bilo...
Ne, te grizurale, pazi. Te imaju evolved Q. Brown mi blokirao Syndra, ulti, šoker. Nemaju damage. Hoće Canyon Doom, ne, ima flash.
Rešio
sam.
Halo.
Dobre. Executes Caps before going down. That looked absolutely insane. And GenG playing right on the edge, Wolf.
It's just a hands game.
GenG bukvalno igra na ivici. Ovdje je bio Foreman scatter, bio bi quadra kill.
They had vision control, but G2 said if you're going to be greedy, we will match you at every turn. It ultimately ends up being a trade that Ruler had flash and barrier, and he was not afraid to use them there. Ultimately, the game state here still favoring GenG, but it is just so incredibly close. Keen sidestepping, at least attempting to, still gets hit by the barrage. Uses his ultimate here to try to avoid the scatter of the weak, to use the unstoppable, but still ends up taking too much damage. But is he afraid? No. Canyon goes back in, gets the shield here out of Lebrov, and Ruler tries to go for this play here. Gets rooted, has his barrier, flashes the scatter. Keen goes in, a madman barely gets the shield to both secure a kill and allow the rest of his team to retreat. And you can see it on Caps' face, it's so close. It's always so close. And it's just a slight trade up for GenG, and the GenG fans, until the last moment there, weren't sure if they liked it.
Yeah, there was a lot of apprehension from everyone. You could see, though, Chovy did 0 damage. He was on the bottom side of the map, trading up for GenG. So the GenG fans probably not feeling too bad after...
Toliko ekspresivne reakcije da izgledaju fake. Mislim, nisu, ali izgledaju.
On izgledaju kao gluma.
Da, to ti kažem.
Duro was an absolute hero, though, eating the entire unleashed power, and that's going to make Caps' life really difficult. We haven't spoken about it just yet. The fact that the Unbreakable can stop those orbs, the one-shot potential of this Syndra needs to be carefully mediated, you could say. But now, standing behind Broken Blade, public execution is private from Keen, unfortunately.
Certainly a whiff on that one as G2. Remember, this is Infernal Soul Point for them. They have the choke point controlled, trying to clear this vision.
Arcane Shift from Ansama gets him to relative safety as GenG feeling like they have control of the mid lane. G2 in a little bit of an unfortunate position is into the back line, goes Keen delivering.
Šta im je Keen napravio, bož, ali je izrifao. Ovo je dobar fight za G2. Ali Canyon.
And now the GenG freight train is a rolling, and they're looking for Broken Blade. The
Ajmo Hansama. Ajmo Hansama. Bravo.
Is Hansama exactly right, looking to try and do some of this cleanup.
5,000 damage nearly on Hansama in this exchange. So bold, never afraid to look for those ease forward to
Kill od
maximize the
Labrova.
damage.
Odlično mantra V na objektiv da se nakila još.
Toby's back though with the TP, and G2 are going to think better of it. They already have a 2 Drake lead. They're down 3,000 gold. If they threw this fight, gave the dragon and kills to GenG, it would certainly spell their end in this tournament, despite it being so close, despite that pick on.
Mislim da treba da čekaju da Syndra dobije upgrade ceo I onda.
They're making some crazy attempts on this one. This guy is afraid of nothing.
The sidestep from Caps was amazing there, actually.
He's just so fed in this game that he's like, I can kind of just go forward, and I trust that my team will back me up in every scenario. And it also knows in this fight as well, Hansama takes very little damage. A lot of the damage is front-loaded onto Labrov when we do see that collapse in. In live, by the way, though, might have a fight here in just a moment. Either way, Kane is the one who gets focused down. Hansama doesn't end up taking that damage. He gets onto, but again, the focus goes on to Labrov. Wins a war here, not really hitting Hansama, so Chovy is pushed out. Caps maximizing his damage here, hits the scatter to prevent follow-up here. Broken Blade has to back out here with the flash. But the GenG are like, okay, we don't have that Crescent Guard anymore. Hansama is coming for us. They back away. And you have to imagine in live, we're going to be setting up for this one again.
3000 goldi da.
Did have so much damage done by Hansama. I tell you what, this has been an unbelievable tournament for this man.
I mean, he's just, the guy is just, when he gets a lead, he knows exactly which fights to take. His positioning has been so phenomenal. I mean, we've seen him very rarely get punished or get caught. He plays these safe champions like the Xayah, like the Ezreal, but he still walks the line. You know, he stands just on the edge of safety to maximize damage.
And the way is how well you play aggressively with the fact that you have so many good defensive tools, right? And Hansama showed us exactly that in that last fight, pushing back Canyon almost, managing to find a bit of an angle there, make sure that they only lost Skewmon. They did lose the Dragon, but it's not end of the world. And G2 certainly still in this one. As Ruler and Duro in position in this mid lane, just playing a bit of that K-Ram, as we like to call it. I think it was an NA Ram at some point as well, and I've never heard it be described as a European one, so that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it? No, not really great. We'll see whether maybe Dagon and the gang have got something for us on that front. Maybe Finn knows. Maybe Finn has like something that they say about being in mid too long.
It is a Scion and a Syndra, so it's just kind of how it goes in terms of you want to be grouped in the mid lane or you want to be 4-1ing at best. So
and his number goes up, right? And as these numbers go up, G2 are going to be feeling better. As Labrov goes down, though, they're going to be feeling worse, as Keen does break the tether. But he's I think I would have had a little bit of a heart attack as well if I had have found a Keen in that brush.
Well, I mean, for GenG, they end up pushing Labrov away. Has to now back, so there's a window here to potentially start up this Otacon. Chovy doesn't have TP, but he has his ultimate available, and I think that's enough.
Yeah, they just saw him go home.
Now, Hansama can rotate over faster. He and Broken Blade have control of the mid lane, but they have to be quick. They have to be fast here, as Cap's trying to offer poke, but it's not enough. Labrov running over as fast as he can, and this fight is about to break out.
Yeah, this Galio can be here at a moment's notice as well. You can see Broken Blade is trying to deal with him, but he needs to get there as well. As Canyon looking for the angle, there's the public execution is Keen.
Oj, opet. Mada, Bibi dobar ulti. To je ulti dobro cool.
A njega mogu da ignorišu manje više, mislim on nema trete I dalje.
Evo je Syndra u Brauma. Ne možeš da... Nemam pojma, King je previše on fire ovu seriju, mora se paziti na njega. Mislim, generalno lik je u odličan formi, mora se paziti na lika. Treći fight već za redom I pravi paprikaš.
The mark, but this one certainly did, as Chovy looking for more here is going to get rooted, but there's just not enough damage. There's no Cyclone anymore. There's no Ezreal here, and he is going to walk away scot-free, but G2...
Najlucin ideal DR3 item možda bije Bibija.
Block from Duro as well onto Hansama's True Shot Barrage really limits a lot of that additional damage they were looking for. GenG fans, I feel so
ne znam, meni se Syndra stvarno ne sviđa ovdje. Kažem, previše stvari radi u Syndru.
The draft was so good here for G2, but they have taken full control over this game now. Hansama quite blast coning his way in here, but will drop the True Shot Barrage right into Duro's block. which also blocks the scatter. And then the instant follow-up. The second those cooldowns are down, Keen's like, I go in, we take out Hansama, target selection is perfect.
Sorry, Hansama ga malo izli full position.
Sort of fall. Because Caps is playing Syndra, he's more utility, he's more setup. He's just not going to be able to offer enough damage here to challenge once that Ezreal's gone.
Oh my goodness, the fans so incredibly passionate. And GenG looking on the cusp, and I can't help thinking back to what you were talking about before. The fact that our LCK representatives haven't shown the clean, crisp gameplay that we've gotten used to so far this tournament. I think until this game, where GenG have decided, oh, well, G2, they gave us a run for our money in game 2. We're gonna have to give them the best.
It's the almost like angry GenG game 3, where they focus up, the clutch is there, and it's confidence that we're seeing in spades, especially from Keen, but Ruler as well, who I feel like has a lot to prove after that last game 2 loss. Now chasing Broken Blade away here.
Well, we'll see whether GenG can actually find an angle, as of course we're fighting over this dragon that's going to be up in 10 seconds time. G2 desperately trying to get some position back on this map because GenG are suffocating them out of their own jungle right now. And there is just no red vision outside of a little bit towards that top side to try and protect against a Baron sneak. There is not much more here.
GenG get it for free. Now, they were down 2 dragons, so it is going to be only their second of the game, but those stats are so relevant when you start getting those percentage-based
infernals.
Prvo sam 3 sekundi možda vlasti nešto.
Adding up so much, and if you get a third one plus the soul itself, I mean, this Lucian hits so hard. Even Chovy's Qs are going to be massive later on. And there's just no side lane angle. Like, yeah, they push mid, they don't get anything, but they get the dragon, and it's not like...
Ima 1500 bolidova odnosno na Siona, što nije strašno toliko, ali nezgodno jako. Pogledajte koliko radi damage.
Demolishes this Scion, makes the Scion he's made out of aluminum in this game, just denting him over and over and over, bending him to Keen's will, and Broken Blade feeling broken in this one. And a Baron attempt.
Caps već ne radi damage, može što prije dobije Voidstaff, mislim on ide ka njemu, ali...
Unfortunately, Chovy pretty tanky as well, sitting on 2 items. Riftmaker relatively recently completed.
I Ezrealu treba što pre taj shotgun da može da rotira ability, da može da bude agresivniji. I Labro kad dobije redemption, G2 mora čeka spajkove. Ono što je malo problematično je što stakovanje infernala, već na 3 infernala je ozbiljan problem. Ruler i dalje nema infinity, treba igrati oko toga, da na 3. itemu treba se biti.
Evo mene.
Na 3. itemu od Capsa i Hansame.
Sam propustio nešto. Odlično.
Baš ništa. Pričao sam o tome kako Caps bacio kombo na Galija i skinuo mu je s cijelim kombom samo pasiv i shield od Merksa.
To zvuči legit.
I onda mora kupiti Voidstaff. Mislim, buildovo ga je već. I pričao sam o tome kako G2 treba da bije na 3 itema, zato što Ruler nema infinity. I da treba loviti kad Hansama završi shotgun, što je sad. Sad treba da se tuku. Sad je vreme da se forsa Baron. Jer druga stvar također mislim da ne mogu da igraju toliko za Drakeove. Ne mogu da igraju ni za scaling toliko jer ne outscaluju. Mislim, outscaluju malo možda, ja bih rekao, ali tu su negde, nije decider scaling. Ne može ni jedna ekipa da dobije samo time što čeka. A 3 infernala već stakovati je već veliki uticaj. I onda mislim da je najbolje moguće rješenje da se napravi item. Wukong je otišao po double clot armor. Znači Keen, a pogledaj koliko Keen radi damage ovdje. Ovako ga je ista priča prošli put. Na sidelijama.
A mislim ima Omnivamp, ima Black Cleaver, ima Armor Pen od ulta, tako da Ambessa i u sajdu može se bije sa Sionom.
Tako li su. Ovo dura drago. Samo im pressure aplavio GenG. Ako aplavio pressure, svu slobodu dole ima Keen da maltretira BB-a. Već povećaju šanse da neko napravi grešku. I sad kao što vidite kako je GenG odustao od toga da pressuruje topside, tako je Keen također backova. Koji želi da backova. Sinhronizovano igraju.
They could stall it out and then just turn their eyes to Dragon, then they get a 3rd Infernal Drake. And for GenG right now, the name of the game is just not to lose your lead and continue to stack up gold on the Solution and Ambessa. GA completed now for Keen means you have to kill him twice if you're going to win the fight. And Chovy makes it tough enough already. Lock it online for Duro.
The owl guard is a big deal as well for Chovy. The fact that he can dive in on top. Hopefully he presses it this time around as LeBron.
Chovy on the flank.
So much, Chovy looking for that taunt angle, gets it onto Hans Sommer. The immediate follow-up with the public execution. They do get the chain CC onto Keen, but he then gets the shield from Chovy.
Vidio, možda treba i da flasha čak.
Front to back im je upitan.
Odličan. Što braš pogodio rulera. Fog, Hans Sommer ne razmišlja ništa. Ma nije prelepo ovaj izgrifovo.
Dobro, i lepo igra GenG.
Ne, izgrifovao je. Kako možeš da kaguješ zid jedini koji ti je fogovan? Ugalija. Koji igra najbolji igrač na svetu. Jedan od. Come on, brat. Solo kill. A naravno da je greedy je. Mogo je da bude greedy, ali s druge strane, tamo da zna da ima vision. Ne da bude greedy da kaguje Fogo Flora. O bože, kako može tako da uradi nešto u ovako bitnom momentu. Ne može, nismo dovoljno dobri. Kao region, tačka. Znači, znaš kad bi se ovo ruleru dogodilo? Nikad. Mada je 4 puta ušao u fog prošli game, tako da mora pojedem svoje reči. Izvini, kolega izvini.
Sve fair. Mislim, izbedovali su flash od Eza, da.
Ovo mu nije upozorenje, znaš. Overstepovo sam za malo da izgubimo fight, šta sad? Pazi, double i ulti landovo na rulera, savršeno.
Samo je trebalo da haga na stranu, da.
Gde Chovy možda bude tu?
Really big double taunt plays. Chovy goes around the wraparound, gets sums on the second time of asking, takes out the carry for G2, wins the fight, and gets them Baron.
To je GG.
Gotovo. As GenG managed to win that one out, but that was so extraordinarily close. The whole start of that fight is in the meantime. Keen is going to have to be ulted here by Chovy to stay alive. The unleashed from Caps doing a lot of work.
Ljudi, morate se... Otvaraju vam sve. Morate se boriti. Ja, Lucian ima preti skill cap Sezra, ali nema armor peno od golici. Skionde, pa nije ovo je mea Masters, bato, pa on holda ability je. Alo. Pa nisi se flashovo na bananita. Mora respektuje svoje protivnike.
GG.
Ide GenG u finale protiv AG.AL-a. Namučio ih je G2. Igrao je G2 dosta bolje nego MSI, dosta bolje nego LET. Što nam daje neke nade, ali i dalje nedovoljno dobro, stvarno.
Ne znam, mislim, iskreno, vidjet ćemo da li će GenG da osvoji, jer AG.AL je izdominirao T1, a GenG se malo mučio protiv G2-a, tako da možda malo i muti celu priču, svako misli da GenG ulazi tehnički kao favorit, ali i dalje mislim da ne treba otpisati AG.AL sutra.
Apsolutno se slažem s tobom. Svakako, ekipa GenG-a zaslužena u finalu, ozbiljna reputacija ove godine, nastavljaju niz neporaženih serija od februara, recimo tako nešto, tako da sutra od 10 ujutro krećete program, ja mislim, Team Are.
Tako je. Sutra...
Meč za treće mjesto pa finale, ali tako?
Tako je, meč za treće pa finale i finale je set time, tako da sigurno kreće u 1. Nebitno da li prva serija ode u 1 ili 2 meča, tako da eto čisto znate. Ako vas samo finale zanima, dođete u 1, ne morate ustajete rano. Ako hoćete vidite i G2 protiv T1-a, to će krenuti u 10. Ja ću ostaviti intervju kao i obično, to je bilo to za nas. Sa Raletom se pozdravljam i vidimo se, Rale, za Verovali ili ne, 4 dana kada kreće EBL.
Da, sam ja smo vidjeli mjesec i po dana.
EBL kreće 23. da?
To je to, chat, čujemo se.
Pozdrav, Rale, ostavljamo intervju, a mi se vidimo kasnije na streamu.
Just secured their place in the grand final. We will talk about your opponents shortly. But first, let's reflect on that series with G2. You started so strong. Even yourself, you got a pentakill. You made it look easy. But then they really fought back and gave you a different fight from game 2 onwards.
일단 조비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째로 드릴 질문은 굉장히 좀 압도적인 경기력으로 또 펜탈키까지 드시면서 1세트를 정말 압도적으로 승리하셨는데 2세트 때부터 좀 달라지기 시작했어요. 그래서 G2와 또 혈전을 치르시게 됐는데 G2와의 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단 아무래도 좀 G2가 잘하면서 혈전을 벌인 장면도 있는데 저희가 기본적으로 인원 분배나 턴 분배를 좀 잘 못한 것 같아서 이런 부분을 잘 보완하면 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, obviously G2 put up a great fight, but I think we made a mistake on some of the team fights or even some of the placements on the teams. So I think we'll have to fix on that.
You are literally 1 week removed from becoming MSI champions. This time last week, you raised the trophy. You had an MVP performance. How do you not let the success go to your head?
이제 지난주까지만 해도 MSI에서 우승하시고 또 MVP까지 받으시면서 어떻게 보면 정말 최고의 순간을 계속해서 보내셨는데 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 최고에 올라온 만큼 계속해서 이걸 유지해야 된다는 좀 부담감이 있진 않으셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 이렇게 높이까지 올라왔는데 유지해야 한다는 부담감보단 그냥 당연히 잘 해야 한다라고 생각을 해서 별로 부담은 안 되고 그냥 해야 할 일 하는 것 같습니다.
I'm focusing more on what I have to do right now more than a pressure of being at the top. So I think that's what motivates me more.
Let's look at what you have to do right now. I think maybe yourself, many of the viewers and the fans woke up this morning expecting T1 to make it into the grand final to give us an MSI rematch. That's not the case. You'll be up against AG.AL. Can you beat them in a best of 5 and why?
이제 많은 시청자분들도 그렇고 많은 분들이 이제 T1과의 결승 리매치를 좀 기대를 하고 계셨을 텐데 예상과는 다르게 좀 AG.AL과의 이제 오전제 승부가 기다리고 있습니다. 그래서 AG.AL과의 오전제 승부에서 좀 승리할 자신이 있으신지 그리고 승리할 자신이 있다면 왜인지 궁금합니다.
일단 당연히 승리할 자신이 있고 그냥 뭐 승리할 자신의 이유가 뭐 긴 말 필요 없이 저희가 이미 이겨봤고 또 저희는 MSI 우승도 했기 때문에 저희가 충분히 잘하면 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, of course. I'm really confident because I'm not going to say it long. It's because we are the better team. We have won them before and pretty sure we're going to do it our best and we're going to bring us to the trophy.
They're chanting MVP over here. Just before we crush a key, you are on a sensational run of form. Your fans have traveled from all over the world to watch. GenG fans, make some noise for this man right now. Do you want to crush G2's key?
G2 키를 부수러 가시겠습니까?
알겠습니다.
Let's go.
Let's go indeed. GenG book their spot in yet another grand final. This is the brutal part of EWC. Europe's last hope crashes out. Their key crushed along with them. It's time to say goodbye to G2.
everyone, this is the post-game interview of GenG versus G2. Caps, you guys were one game away from taking the series from the MSI winners. So what went wrong in that game 3?
I think we had a decent start for sure. We ended up getting the first 2 breaks. They were getting a little bit ahead in goal, but I think the third dragon is really where they took the edge. I think it was looking as well decent to start off with. We had a lot of control, but then they just found a good flank, and from there it felt a bit harder to contest enough.
And of course, going into EWC, a lot of people on the internet and fans in general have been saying that G2 had this glow up. So how would you reflect on your own personal growth and G2's growth as a whole?
I mean, I'm definitely happy with what we have improved, like the way we improved. I think the way we play is definitely more competitive now than it was at MSI. I think we kind of just sat back and waited to lose. Today we still lost, but we at least tried to fight our way. And especially game 2, we also found a lot of angles, and especially Hans was popping up.
You guys aren't out just quite yet, because tomorrow we will have our 3rd place decider between G2 and T1. So how are you looking forward towards that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, definitely would have preferred the final, but I can hear from the crowd that we're looking for a third place finish. So we will look to win.
Thank you, and we have a lot of fans from G2 at the Riyadh Arena, so do you have anything to say to them?
I mean, a big thank you guys for the support. It means so much. Like, I was quite sad after the loss, but seeing all of you guys definitely brings me up. And after this, I'm ready for tomorrow.
Thank you for the support, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, Caps, and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Kitty, as we had 4 post-game interviews with 4 of the best mid laners in the world. That last one, you hear the main man for G2 trying to get them back 6 years in the making to an international final, and falls just a couple of team fights short. Caps and G2 should be proud with the way that they fought, but they ran into the indomitable force that is